now I've had you them sick. I was telling Eleanor what happened. And I said, I was very, at that moment, I was very polite, but I was really very, but I did say madness over there, but I was very happy. And I said, she went outside and had a shower, and he goes, no, and I thought, shame on her. You know, that's like instant karma, isn't it? Yeah. And I said, hey, you said she was polite on the beginning. I said to Haley, no, I wouldn't. Because it's the best. Say it for the audience. It's a quick
Test.
Testing. Yeah, my voice. Yeah. Perfect. Can you turn it up?
Hello, everyone listening live on the live stream. Can you hear us? Type in the chat if you can.
Right, morning everyone. We'll make a start. Welcome to TM English Icons 22. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you here this morning. It's felt like a long time coming. I feel like I've been waiting for this event for a long time. It's lovely. You okay? It's lovely to be with you all under one roof. I know people keep saying that post-COVID, but it really is lovely to be here together with you all. We've got an absolutely fantastic programme lined up for you today, so hopefully you've had a chance to see it on our Twitter page. If not, you've got a copy of the programme on your chairs there. So I'll just start by introducing myself. My name's Sarah and I coordinate the English event for TM Icons. I teach in the North East, in Durham, where I also have responsibility for English as well. So I'm very proud to be standing here with my team today. Let me just introduce them to you now. So we have Amy Smith in the front row. Give us a wave, Amy. So I teach alongside Amy in Durham. Amy also is head of Year 11 and she leads on Raising Achievement. Amy's going to be running a tight ship today. She's got the job of managing that event schedule. All right, so if you run over in your Teachmeet section, don't be alarmed if Amy's showing you the 2-minute warning. All right, so she's going to be running a really tight ship today. We'll also be hearing from Amy later on as she's going to be doing a talk this afternoon on teaching A-level. So morning, Amy. We also have Richard McDonald here. Morning, Rich. A fan club already. So Richard teaches in a school in Yorkshire. He is also an assistant head teacher. He leads on quality of education. Many of you might know Richard from his Twitter account. Really? Many of you might know Richard from his Twitter account where he shares resources generously. So does Amy Smith. They both, share lots of brilliant resources on Twitter, so you might be familiar with those. We also have Rachel Boddy at the back. Morning, Rach. Rachel is head of English at a school in Durham. Rachel's probably got the most important job today, I think. She's going to be topping up your Prosecco. All right, so if you're running low, just give Rachel a wave and she'll come and top your glass up. But I'm really proud to be standing here with this team today and to be bringing you such a fantastic event. I'm thrilled with the lineup. It's brilliant. I couldn't be more pleased with the speakers that we've managed to secure today. So I just want to start by saying thank you, first of all, to our speakers for volunteering their time so generously. Like Teachmeet Icons would not be what it is without the support from our speakers. So thank you very much. And I also want to take this opportunity to say thanks to our sponsors, and we'll be hearing from them throughout the day. So thanks to People Progress, Thanks to Hodder Education, thanks to Oxford University Press, and thanks to the Quotation Bank as well. So you'll be hearing their presentations throughout the day, and you'll also get the chance to have a chat with them and see their fabulous products. So please do use the breaks as an opportunity to mingle with our sponsors. So I was just about to say, I think I forgot Tom from the team member introduction, but he's waving at the back. So morning, Tom. So Tom is the founder of TM Icons, and it started off as just kind of a history event, quite small scale, and then it's grown over the years, and it's become a much bigger beast now with events for various different subject areas. So please tell your colleagues to check out TM Icons and see what's coming up on the website for our upcoming events. We have a leadership event coming up in November. Is that right, Tom?
That's right. Leadership and religious studies.
Yes. Okay, so I think that's it from me. I'm going to hand over to Richard, who's going to be hosting today. And yeah, I hope you have a fabulous day. I hope you take lots away. And yeah, thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you very much. In terms of our first session, we've just got a word from our first sponsor of the day. So we've got Pupil Progress here. I'm just going to unplug one screen so we can plug another back in.
Maybe we'll go microphone. Made it easy, so just gave me a microphone. Morning all. Obviously, we sponsor the event, so it's something that we're incredibly passionate about. We've been sponsoring an event now for maybe 5 years. A little bit of a brief history about myself. I like to tell the story because actually it's something that's important to connect pupil progress with you as teachers. So I was actually a former teacher for 12 years. I was an assistant principal for 5. So this is actually something I'm incredibly passionate about. I'm actually really excited to be in front of all of you today because, like we're all in, I quit teaching to start this because it had such an impact on my teaching day and my team's teaching day too. It's something that brought me back a lot of time. We're trying to communicate at the moment how it made me feel in control of basically a lot of those processes that your day runs away with. I really empathise with your school day. I know what it's like, the madness of a week, of a term, of a school year, and I know just how time-strapped you are. So again, what we're showing you today is actually something that we know you know how to do. We're not trying to teach you how to suck eggs. We know that some of the things you'll see is possible. The point is we're harnessing software to help you get there faster and a lot easier. So again, impacting on workload, stress levels, etc., etc. One thing I want to make sure you're aware of is that we are sponsored by Pixel. So if you are a Pixel school, it's really important that you know you can actually use our software at zero cost. So if you are a Pixel school and you're a Pixel member, you'll be able to use our software at no cost to you whatsoever, not just a trial. So do tune in now when you're about to see what this system actually does. So what we've actually created is something that is going to help you move away from basically Google Sheets and Excel. And I'm going to be as direct as that. And what we've got is actually a system that calculates the grade exactly as the exam board does, matching the exam board requirements exactly. So again, the point is that we know that you might know how to use functionality on Excel and Google. That all takes time, especially if you're not a specialist. Everything is organised exactly as the exam board does. This is an example of English language, AQA, I do believe, for GCSE. Each one of the questions is tagged against a specific AO, so it gives you an overarching actual topic summary as well as calculating the grade for you against the grade boundaries exactly. So you can actually choose the exam board grade boundaries. So we've actually uploaded all of the June 2022 boundaries. You can also add a percentage shift too. So we're going to release an article that will probably suggest that you need to add maybe 2 to 3% to your boundaries this year, but you can read more about that when we actually release it. Something that's really probably the most important feature that we have is our individual student reports. Now you'll see on your flyers, you'll see an actual image of that individual student report. I take a little bit of time on this because this is why the software really exists. I used to print those reports as a teacher that actually built this and used it for 2 years. I would go to parents' evening and I would show the parents the report, and then they would go from our meetings to another subject meeting and say, where's the report that I just had from Mr. Griffin, because it's incredibly detailed and incredibly focused. What you'll get is, and what I saw in the classroom, when you print these reports and you put them in the students' folders, is you get incredible shift in buy-in, motivation from the students as well, because they actually understand exactly what grade they're working at, why you're teaching what you're teaching. But all of you that have to take part in laser meetings, razor table progress meetings, whatever your school calls them, ours is RAP meetings, these reports can be printed as per subgroups immediately. You can walk into meetings directly. Again, this is information I know you can access, but it's just done all for you to save time and effort and energy. You can, of course, customize these. So these aren't just fixed to mocks. Here's an example of you adding your own paper. So as an English teacher, if I want to target a particular set of questions, maybe section B, AO5 and AO6, I can literally create that test, tag it against AO5 and AO6, so that it feeds into my overarching topic summary. So it's not just dependent on me following the mock structure exactly. And I can also, if I want to, turn these off and on. So I don't have to have them on the tracker. You can choose which grade you want. Now here's the so what factor. How would I actually use this in a very quick snapshot? So this gives me an idea of how many marks the students are away exactly from their minimum target grade. So this student here currently has a minimum target grade of a 5. They've got a current grade of a 2 and an average grade of a 4 because we don't actually have any data for paper 2. We can see then very quickly and easily that this student needs to get actually 42 marks in order to achieve that minimum target grade. Now the important part here, knew someone would always call it. The important part here is you can then go and actually match the amount of marks that are actually needed in order to achieve that minimum target grade against the areas of the course that we've got the information for incredibly quickly, because again, the system's doing it all for you. So it's something that is designed to impact your teaching and learning, not just create a grade to take to senior managers, okay? The other important area is data that allows you to see exactly which groups you want to focus on and why. We are talking now about actionable data, not just graphs that are produced by Scissor and Full Matrix. What you're able to see now is the ability to filter out your trackers to actually see a particular subset of group. So for example, I would want to see, this is my male pupil premium students. I don't have to then produce any reports or transfer that data when I go and have a meeting. I can literally bring up my tracker, filter it and discuss it with my line manager immediately. Again, that is something that is designed to reduce workload, impact on your daily efforts, etc., etc. Now, what we've got is, what you're looking at here, Scissor and Full Matrix. Scissor was the bane of my life. Apologies if you're a Scissor lover in this room. It's not to say that Scissor shouldn't exist in your school, but I would sit with my line manager and I would listen and see the filters that were applied and could not recreate what he'd created in that meeting for love nor money. What we've got here is actually something that we create for you. So there's nothing I've tailored in the back end. Literally what you see is what we create, which is all of your key headline figures, subgroup analysis, organized in a simple table, graphs that are consistent across your department area. I can now even filter across specific classes. So if I need to see how a particular teacher is doing across multiple classes, I can filter that information. If you are a senior manager, and this is someone who looks at more than just English across the school, I do urge you to recognise we do cover every single subject area and qualification across the whole entire school. So what you've just seen for English is replicated across every single subject area. It pulls through to a central table. So if you are interested in what we're doing, we're used now by 100 whole schools. So not only does English benefit, every subject area benefits. It's the first time in history and education where the data is in real time, ever. Usually we have to wait for those data points. So in year 11, we have 3 points of the year. We can see that data coming through. Year 10 and 3 points. Year 11, it's been brought down to 2. It used to be 6. I remember when I first started my teaching career, I'd have 6 data points. That's now become 2 and 3 because it's too labour intensive. You can see the performance across the whole entire school every day if you wish. Now the point is it becomes collaborative and it becomes something that is not performance managed at the end of the year. You can discuss and make aware of your difficulties and the students you're having that have problems very, very early with your line management team. Now, this is something that is really changing the game for the schools that are using us because it is simply giving you the data that is critical for your teaching and learning faster. Again, I stress to you, it is not reinventing the wheel. We didn't invent QLA. We didn't invent the terms that are you being able to calculate how many marks the students are away. The point is, it's done for you quickly and easily. It has gone from myself to the co-founder. There's now 12 people in the team. That means if you end up using this software, there's someone who can actually support you instantly with any questions on how to use it or how to actually adopt the system. Now, one thing I'm going to bring up at the end, which is really important, is some quick articles that allow you to actually use the system if there's support required outside of our working hours. So I hope you're not, but if it is 6:30, 7 o'clock, you do need to actually find some information. We've actually created help centres that allow you to get access to that information really, really quickly and really, really easily. If this is something you are really interested in, and I'm going to hold you to account to it a little bit, please use this QR code now, or you can actually look at any one of our brochures and actually get a email address or go to Pupil Progress directly. If you think this is something of use to you, okay, take action today. I've done it. I've gone to conferences and I've seen something amazing, and then it gets to Friday next week and then I don't have time, and it's dropped down the to-do list. Register your interest today. Our team will literally type the data in for you. So if you send us your trackers and you've got 3 sets of mocks, our team will literally put it into the trackers for you. You can send us the trackers, we'll send us the class list, we'll literally do all of that work so you don't have to. It is something that we're incredibly passionate about. The last point, Pixel schools, I'm going to repeat it, 0 cost. If you are not a Pixel school, I will allow you to use it at 50% of the cost if you take action within 2 weeks. Okay, if you take action within 2 weeks and you move quickly, we'll help you move quickly. The reason being is I'm not just a super nice guy. I want as many vice principals and principals to see what we're doing. And if you do it because your budget's tight and it allows you to afford it, and you then start using it, show your vice principals, everyone's happy. So if you take action, you're not a Pixel school, I'll give you a 50% discount. Past that, it becomes a bit of a shady conversation, I'll just let you know. But if you are a Pixel school, 0 cost for 2 subject areas. A microphone in my hand might mean I might carry on talking for too long, so I'm going to cut it off there. Tom's already given me the thumb get off. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Brett. Just going to quickly switch screen. I'll just hand the over to Chris. Just to introduce our first keynote speaker. One of those. Tom, we're just using the number 1 lapel mic. Our first keynote speaker today then, for me personally, I'm really, really glad to see Chris here today. He's been one of the people who I think, as an English teacher, has influenced me the most in terms of the subject-specific pedagogy. Definitely in terms of thinking about curriculum design, sorry to make you blush. And also in terms of leading a department and thinking about when it comes to things like curriculum and assessment and the impact on workload, there is so much there and so much wisdom on Chris's blog and in his book, which we will raffle off a copy of shortly. So Chris Curtis, our first keynote speaker this morning. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you. Is that picking up sound? Is that all right? Yeah? Okay. Just to say, welcome Manchester. I'm mad for it. What I will say to start off today is I love events like this because I get to talk to people and I love talking. All right. My wife hates me talking about English at home, so I get to spend the whole day about it. So please do talk to me. I probably won't recognise you from your avatar because avatars are terrible and my facial recognition is awful. But let me just tell you about my journey. Over about 15 years ago, I had a conversation with the head of the department at the time. And I said, do you know what, should we write a blog? Yeah, let's write a blog about what we do in our department. She was like, nah, nobody will read it. Nobody will read it at all. And so I just thought, oh, fine, I'm going to write myself a blog. And I did. And here I am, several years later, with a book and another book on its way. Thank you. Yeah. But the thing for me is I want to hear more English teacher voices. I want to see more people writing about things that they do because I think, and I'm going to talk about it when I talk about this thing that I'm talking about today. But I think it's important that as English teachers we talk together, that ideas bounce off each other, they rub off each other, we kind of listen to what somebody else is doing, go, oh, I like that, but you know what, I'm going to put my spin on that. And I think no one English teacher has got it sorted out and fixed. And that's the beauty of our subject, that it's so rich that I can learn from an ECT, sorry, get with the lingo, okay? But I can learn from somebody who's just started, and I can learn from somebody who's close to retirement. I can learn from every single person in the department. That's the beauty of the subject. And I think, for me, I don't want, 5 big voices in English. I want hundreds. I want thousands. And so if you do start blogging today, if you do start blogging this week, copy me in because I will retweet you and retweet the hell out of you, okay? Because I want, and I'm interested to see what you think, all right? And yes, I've got some ideas, and I'm going to share my ideas with you now. However, I want to see what your ideas are. What's your take on things? So I'm going to talk about non-fiction, okay? And it's something that's always bothered me. It's a really, really tricky area in English teaching. I read lots of non-fiction. Those are some of the bits that I've read recently. Don't judge me, okay? They're not hyperlinked. There's some interesting stuff there, and obviously some product placement for some people here. But what I will say is there's an interesting thing about how we engage with reading, and I think this applies to everything with non-fiction, because, non-fiction, we treat it as, we call it transactional writing. Gosh, that sounds sexy, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Wow. Let's do some transactional writing. It's period 5 on a Friday year 9. Ghost of year 9 sound. Okay, but as I was saying, it's still there. Should we turn me down a bit? Is that all right?
Right, can you move back slightly as well? So the people watching, there's about 50 people watching at the moment.
Okay. Is that all right? Yeah. Keep being told where to move today. Okay, is here okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll just do. Okay, so let's think about how we read non-fiction. Okay, I've got a book at the moment. This is what I'm currently reading. I'm always talking about reading. Absolutely love it. Gay Club, brilliant. Absolutely love it. Okay, a page turner. We don't talk about non-fiction as being page turners, do we? Or bestsellers in terms of that thing. And how do I read non-fiction? Well, the way that I read non-fiction is I dip in. I dip in and out. Nobody's read a textbook cover to cover. If you are, you're weird. You are weird. Okay, because that's not how we do it. Because what happens with our brains is there's a cluttering of ideas. There's a book there, The Town Below Ground, that I'm reading related to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, spoilers. Okay, but something I'm doing with that at the moment. But I can't read that all in one go. I have to read a bit, I have to think about it, because it's a bombardment of ideas. So when we look at creative writing is always we can do this. Yeah, look, it's a small little hurdle. Let's write a story. It's all there. If you think from primary school, children are taught to tell stories. They are told stories. They repeat stories. They're told to repeat fairy tales, nursery rhymes. But they don't do that. We don't tell them to repeat a newspaper article in reception, do we? We might do the features of them, but we don't do that. And so actually, it's a big hurdle for students to do because it's not natural. It's not a natural thing that we do. And so these are some of the problems that we have with non-fiction writing. Am I okay here, Tom? Can I move a little bit?
Absolutely perfect.
Thank you. Okay. So the problem that we tend to have in non-fiction is the idea of listing ideas. Okay. Reliance on obvious features, statistics, interviews, and surveys. Let's get that out there. They do nothing for non-fiction. They do not. They are false markers to show a student of what they think should go into a text. Okay. They do not help. I'm going to prove that in a bit. The lack of nuance, the lack of emphasis, the emphasis on explicit emotions rather than implicit emotions, the cohesion between paragraphs, and, as we know, style focused on overloading of techniques, but also consistency with tone and argument and insistence on counter-arguments. Now, I hate counter-arguments, and I'll explain that in a reason why. So let's look at the basics there, okay? So we've seen this, we know that. There are 7 basic plots of creative writing, okay? Just quickly with the person next to you, what's the 7 basic plots of non-fiction? Talk to the person next to you. Come on, 7 of them. Come on, off you go.
Rebirth, tragedy, comedy, overcoming a monster.
Okay, thank you. All right. It's a really, really hard one. So I had a bit of think about it, and I kind of like putting a spin and go, yeah, let's put non-fiction on this. So the spin I came up with is this: experience and discovery, life story, the cause and impact, question and answer, the opinion, complex to the simple, or the joining of dots. Now, please do not go away and go home and teach that and go, that's the way. It was just me thinking of some ideas, because I was thinking, we don't have structures to pin non-fiction. And that shows how problematic non-fiction is for us. We've not got time for that. Okay, but the problem is that the way that I was taught to teach non-fiction is problematic, because it was all about style. So what I'd have to do is I'd spend a full 6 weeks teaching how to write a newspaper, and after 6 weeks of doing that, they could not write a newspaper. They could use headlines, they could use a picture, and if I was lucky, they would put it in columns, but they didn't write like that. And I think we kid ourselves. And one of the things I thought was quite funny in the summer was like the pre-release information. Write an article, the pre-release information. That was useless, absolutely useless. All right, because it doesn't mean anything. What they actually want is an essay, a stylistic essay with good ideas in it. That's what they want. They don't want any of this. So all that poor teachers that were there going, oh, what should a blog look like? What should this look like? It doesn't do our students any service, and it hinders them. And it's because we haven't addressed the problem with non-fiction. And then these horrible things that I don't even want to look at because they're so disgusting. All right, how many lessons I had to go, like, is this explore, describe, narrate? I can't work out. Narrate or describe, what's the difference? I can't. All right, absolutely the bane of English teaching, because it was trying to make something complex simple, but also give it a label and make it like jazzy. And somebody was there in an office, let's think of 3, and let's have a triplet. Hate them. Oh, I even missed one. Let's go to the core of the issue. With non-fiction, it is about the idea. Whereas creative writing is about the story and the feelings, in non-fiction, it is about the idea. And I think we've kind of moved away from that and not thought about it. So this is, you haven't got time to read it because I'm conscious of time. How much time have I got, Amy? All right, okay, that's fine. All right, you can quickly skim read. Come on, all of you, quickly. You done? You can get the gist, okay. Don't need to have the tears. But let me explain to you how this piece of writing came out. This piece of writing came out of an idea that I had. I was quite emotional, quite angry dad at the time, but my daughter was penalized for having cerebral palsy, for having issues with fine motor skills. Her twin sister got a pen license, and the vile primary school teacher didn't think in their mind that it would have an impact on her twin sister. It did. It destroyed her, because there was nothing more visible that she was disabled that teacher could have done. Horrendous, and it still sparks now, and it still hurts to this day. I've got over it, But the thing that happened is it came an idea. My idea was like, this isn't fair. I want the world to know that this isn't fair. This is the idea that I want everybody else to have. And lo and behold, it did really well as a blog, so I was quite happy. But it got the idea, and hopefully we're slowly banning pen licenses in primary schools. All right, and I wrote on my blog, I said, right, somebody convinced me that they are good. And still to this day, nobody's convinced me. And I'm like, bring it on. Bring it on. Show me why it's good for disabled children who have problems with fine motor skills that they should feel penalized because of a pen license. So this is about ideas. And I think I'm going to steal from literature, because there are some words in the marking that I think really help. And I think the problem is with mark schemes at GCSE is they're waffly, they're just vague. All right? And I really think that actually, if we get to the crux of the problem with nonfiction, when you look at students and when you look at nonfiction writing, what you see is what they do with an idea. If you look at the lower end, what they do is they support. And if we look at that in literature, that's at the bottom end, isn't it? So I've got this idea about Macbeth. Here's a quote I've got to support. When they start explaining, that's when they start getting to a grade 4, isn't it? They start building that up. Now look, there is some connectivity between those different things. Where you get better in literature is where you explore ideas. It's also where you get better in nonfiction. And so our problem is our students are stuck at this stage of explaining and supporting. And that becomes the drive for nonfiction. So that's why you get 17 ideas in one essay. Just want one. And as I say to students, pick one good idea for nonfiction. They struggle. You see them when they're writing. They struggle. They're writing. And we've kind of got like list 5 ideas. One idea is enough. Remember what I said about how I read nonfiction? I read nonfiction and I get overloaded because there's so many ideas. I have to put that book down and go, right, I'm going to read my other book. Okay? That's how we work. That's how we work as humans. So this is the thing that I think students should be doing. Polishing the pebble. It's not got a great ring, but it's this idea of taking something and working with that. If I want to have an argument with somebody, which is very, very rare, if I want to have an argument, what I do is I think of the one idea that I've got that is going to so knock them down that they're not going to be able to do anything about it. And I'm going to really make sure that that idea is really solid and I've got all the bits about it, and I can deal with counter-arguments and attack because that idea is so good. But what we get with students is we get, well, one idea is this, another idea is this, it could also be this. And we don't get the development and we don't get the polishing. So Marmite is a gift from the gods. Write an essay, okay, right. Speech, arguing your viewpoint on the statement. What we need students to do is have one idea, develop it, develop it, and develop it further. What students should be doing, and what we're not treating them to do, and it's a bit like Twitter, is that we're tweeting lots of arguments, but no meat to substance behind the argument. All right, it's, oh yeah, here's, I think this, I think this, I think this, I think this. Right, have one good idea. So doing something, polishing that idea, telling students, and it's actually quite empowering for students because actually what you're saying is you're not having to come up with loads of things. You're actually being internal and kind of think, right, one thing, what can I do to make it better? And when we think back to creative writing, and if we look at how lots of things in creative writing, students know this because they're taught from primary school onwards and all about this, that actions relate to thoughts and feelings in the subtext or the relationships. But we don't have that in a way of non-fiction. We don't have this idea that actually thoughts can actually be subtext to a thought that's underneath the text, or the idea that the feelings. And I think that's the other problem with non-fiction as well, is that we have obviously obvious thoughts, but obviously we've got not obvious thoughts. They're implicit. So what can we do then? How can we develop students? Okay, so this is standard for most people. Okay, logos, ethos, pathos, and cosmos, which is my little addition. I'll let you know before you're not going mad. Okay, cosmos just relates to something outside. So it could be RE, history, but something in the cosmos. It's just very, very vague. Okay, this is so we can get that high level thinking of how they can link other things in there. So what we should then do is then go, right, okay, think about your pathos idea reason. Think about your logos reason. Let's take one idea and think, how can we draw the pathos from that idea? How can we? What's the logical thinking about this? So pathos, who's the victim or the villain here? Ethos, well, what experience have you got of Marmite? Logos, what's the consequence of banning Marmite? Okay, but having it all linked to one idea, okay, how can we link it in? But I'm also going to take it a little bit further, is that we can start thinking with that one idea, what is the flaw? What is the flaw? And we're going to give you an example. So this isn't just pie in the sky, but I'm going to give you an example of how it looks. I admit this, I've not had Marmite that much. Inaccuracies, are there inaccuracies in this argument that we're talking about? Is the word that we're using in question, is that not quite right? Contradictions, well, who is contradicting themselves in this thing? Okay, so this is all from one idea that we can take. So there you go, there's a new acronym for you all to remember. Come on, it's catchy, everybody, you love an acronym. I'm joking, I'm absolutely joking, and my dead body, do not use that acronym. Okay, so let's have a look. So here is, start with an idea. So this is the idea. I've got this idea, I'm writing my plan. Forcing children to eat Marmite is a form of cruelty. Okay, so let's add some pathos into it. Cruel parents enforcing it on helpless children. There's my pathos. I've got my element there. Then I've got first-hand experience. Yeah, I was forced to eat Marmite as a child every day. Okay, logos. Doubt the things that parents say. Break out as a trust. If parents tell us to eat this, I'm not going to trust them about anything. This is disgusting. All right? Always break down a trust. There's a logical thread there for me. Blessed are the meek that shall inherit the earth. Okay, linking it all together. All right? Then think about, well, what's the flaw in here? Admittedly, I've only tried the substance once. Okay, maybe, when I was younger, but it was enough to have a lasting impression. What inaccuracy? Spread isn't an accurate word to describe this food substance. Okay, I think you'll know that. Okay, and contradictions. Parents force us to eat things because they're good for us, yet most parents eat and drink quite unhealthy substances. But look what we've got there. You could form 3 paragraphs, couldn't you? You've got some phrases, you've got some ideas, and what we've actually got is a student that kind of is exploring, interrogating an idea. When you look at scripts at GCSE and you look for the transactional writing, what you see is the students that engage with an idea do far better than students that just go, a survey said this. All right? I spoke to Tom, and Tom says he really loves Marmite, and he says it's the best thing he's ever eaten, and he eats it every day. And 95% of people said they love it. The problem is they're not engaging, all right? We teach thought in the classroom. We teach feelings in the classroom. Non-fiction is where we should be teaching that thought, working with those ideas, all right? Yes, it is problematic non-fiction. I don't think long-term topics of non-fiction. I think non-fiction should be born out of ideas. What's going on in the climate? Give me one reason why you think that. Let's explore it. What's the inadequacy? What's that? That interrogation is missing a lot of the time. All right, we become too concerned about the parts and how it looks rather than the substance. And the substance is the idea. All right, those good students have got good ideas and they do something with it. So here we go. Let's have a bit of think now, quickly. All right, teachers deserve a pay rise. Write a small speech arguing your viewpoint on the statement. Okay, so you can see, yeah, pathos, think of your feelings, ethos. Okay, why are you an expert on this? Logos, what's the logical consequence that's going to happen if we don't get a pay rise? All right, Cosmos, can you relate it to anything out there? What's the flaw? Well, actually, it's a bit biased, isn't it? Okay. And then we've got the accuracy, because obviously we've got the thing with obviously politicians having pay rises and obviously nurses, doctors and teachers not. So you can see that there is a lack of accuracy in terms of these things, and so on and so on. And so you can see how if we start with one idea, it always starts with one idea, doesn't it? One idea and taking it further. Now, just as a slight thing, how much time have I got? 5 minutes, okay, right, okay. This is the other thing. Now, currently I've written a book with Collins Publishers at the moment, which is about some reading tests. It's called Developing Reading, okay. Don't buy it personally, get your head of department to buy it, okay. It is something that we want heads of department to buy, okay. It's one of those books that is something that I think a department should buy rather than actually individual teachers, okay? Because what it is it's a resource. It's a resource there for you, and we've made some reading tests, about 12 different reading tests, looking at different things to help you set the test with students and see what issues students have got with their reading. Now, taking that on, my other thing, I'm going to segue into this, is about looking at inference. I've talked about inference quite a few talks, but I'm going to kind of link it in to non-fiction because I think it is something that we kind of need to really address as a group of people and look at how we do it. Now, we know inference, there's a number of different types of inferences, and I'm not going to talk about the different types of inferences, but there's a lot of knowledge involved in inference to form those inferences. But if you look at exam papers, and if you look at how much inference is on those exam papers, okay, so if you have a look, this is paper 2 on AQA English language. Infer something about the focus, question 2. Why don't they call it inference question instead of a summary question? We know, but it is an inference question. But then if we have a look, question 3, yes, they've got to talk about technique, but actually what they've got to talk about is infer what the writer means by using that technique. So there's an inference skill there. Then we look at question 4. Now, question 4, doozy, because there are 4 different types. What does the writer think? What does the writer feel? What's the writer's perspective? And why does the writer think and feel that way? You can see that the inference load on question 4 is massive, absolutely massive. Now, the problem is that we have now got to think about how do we teach non-fiction in a way that's going to support inference? Because I think, yes, we don't need to focus about the big, sparkly things on non-fiction, but we can focus on the ideas and get clever with those ideas and think about how we can do that. So I think inference is the way forward. And I think lots, little, often. And so, for example, and this is just something that we don't necessarily do in English that much. We spend a lot of time with creative writing talking about effect. I go, oh, let's do this. Doesn't this seem nice, lovely? But what we don't do is teach students how to be implicit with their feelings. We don't. We don't do it enough. I don't do it enough. If I don't do it enough, then I think most people don't do it enough. All right? And we don't talk about it. Now, what you find a lot of the times, thank you, Amy, 2 minutes left. Okay, nearly there. Okay, is what we find a lot of our weaker students, and often students that have problems with inference, is that what they do is they just articulate those feelings straight away. I am angry. I am livid. I am this. All right. And what you notice with the far more advanced students is how subtle they are with their emotions, how subtle they are and how they can be angry, but that anger isn't like, I'm angry, I'm livid, I can't believe this. It is a bit more nuanced and subtle, and dare I say it, the opposite of Twitter, okay? In that you have to be more subtle about things. And I think that subtlety comes with time and comes with art. And so, for example, let's have a think. How could we rewrite this sentence but put these particular tones on there? Okay, so as a teacher, I think the government could do more to support me. How could we make it pleading? Add words, not changing it completely. How could we make it sarcastic? How can we make it guilty? As a teacher, I need the government to do more to support me. As a teacher, I think the honourable and reliable government could do more to support me. As a hard-working, overworked and undervalued teacher, I think the government must do more to support forgotten people like me. And it's that nuance with non-fiction that we need to build on. So I think there's a lot of work for us to work on there, but that's a way of starting us and starting getting to think about how can we get back, because that's the difference in non-fiction writing between the very good writers and the weaker writers, is that they've got that subtle tone, that emotion, but it's implied. So they are using their own inferences. They are building their own inferences in their own writing, in the construction of things. So, quite a lot to take away. Polish the pebble. Remember that acronym? Okay. Inferences and government pay us more money. Okay, just a few takeaways then. Right, so spend time polishing an idea. All right, let's show students you do not need hundreds of ideas. Okay, on their exam sheet, they do not need that. They need one idea, and do something more with that idea. Take it, polish it, and build it up. Teach students to interrogate ideas. We love thinking. All right, let's get them interrogating those ideas, that scope for enjoyment, that contradiction, those ambiguities. And think about that the GCSE exam rubric that we looked at for literature, that idea of explore, critical, those things should be there. All right, we're working on them in literature. Why are we not working on them in language, particularly paper 2? Developing one idea is more important than variety of points, and using emotions to repel the writing. And last of all, avoid statistics, interviews, and surveys. They do nothing. Okay, I've been Chris Curtis. If you like more of that, follow me. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Chris. That was invaluable. And I, for one, I'm really struggling to actually keep up with all of the ideas today. So I'm really glad that we'll have access to the recorded version earlier, so I can sit at home and bit by bit take some notes on all of those ideas. We will be raffling off a copy of each of Chris's books, so the English one and the assessment of reading one at our first break. So that's to come up in a bit. What I'd like to do now is introduce our first speaker. So we've got Sam Gibbs. Oh, that's... We are lucky enough to have another author for us in Sam, and at the break we will also be raffling off a copy of Sam's book as well. So over to you, Sam. Thank you.
Sorry, Sam, just before you do, just putting in, lots of people have started tweeting already, which is fantastic. Can we just ask that if you are sharing anything on Twitter today, that you use the hashtag #TMIngIcons. This hashtag always seems to be a bit controversial. People always seem to get it wrong. TMIng, ENG, icons. Yep, so if you can use that while you're tweeting, perfect. Thank you. Over to you, Sam.
Sorry, Sam. Forget the hashtag. I know I forget this as well. It's just for the live stream, I think.
Can somebody click for me then? If you do that, and I'll do that. Okay, is that better? Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, so predictably, Chris has set the bar ridiculously high. I can only hope to sort of half live up to it. So if you could click to the next slide for me, feel like Chris Whitty now. Next slide. So hi. So I'm Sam Gibbs, and currently I work for the Greater Manchester Education Trust, and I lead on curriculum and staff development across 4 schools in Greater Manchester. I've worked in education for about 15 years, and for the first 12 of those, I taught English in a range of secondary schools in West Yorkshire. This event is kind of timely for me because the last few years I've had a little bit of time away from the classroom, so I've been more involved with teacher education and with CPD. But this week, literally on Wednesday, for the first time in a little while, I found myself back in front of a Year 11 class again. And I've been asking to do a little bit of teaching, and they let me. And we were doing power and conflict poetry. We were looking at comparing Blake and Agard and ideas about power. And there was a moment they were discussing the kind of ideas, and I kind of stepped back and thought, God, this is brilliant, isn't it? Like, this is just brilliant. Like, what a privilege to be with young people, to be hearing their ideas, to talking to them about literature. And I really missed that actually over the last sort of 2 to 3 years. And out of the sort of the other work that I've done, I still consider myself to be an English teacher first and foremost. When people ask me what I do for a living, that is what I say, and the reply I usually get is, "Oh, you're brave." But that is sort of like such a fundamental sort of part of my identity, and that's sort of really important to me. But the irony is, not yet. The irony is that to learn to be, I think, a really effective English teacher, and particularly to learn how to develop a really good English curriculum, I had to come out of the classroom for a little bit to be able to do that, because what sort of happened to me after those 12 years was I hit a bit of a brick wall, really. I didn't want to go into senior leadership. There didn't really seem to me to be many other routes to learn to get better at being an English teacher. And people that came into teaching in my departments like a long time after me were going past me sort of up the career ladder and then having more say over how I taught English than I did myself. So I did 2 things. I stepped away from the classroom. I spent some time working for Ambition Institute, and I learned a lot about curriculum design and curriculum theory from people that are a lot cleverer than me. And at the same time, I worked with my good friend Zoe Hellman on our book, The Trouble with English. And Zoe and I had worked together in a couple of different schools in Leeds. And during those years, we'd had a lot of conversations, about different curriculum models, about things we tried, about things that work in our classrooms, about things that weren't. Some of them were like informal conversations over the kettle while we were making a cup of tea and like looking desperately at our watches to see how much time we had to drink it. And some of them were in staff meetings, department meetings, training. And for me, like that conversation with another professional, that ongoing dialogue was the best professional development that I had. That was the thing that spurred on my thinking in the absence of any good subject-specific CPD, really, and really helped me to sort of get to grips with some of this. But in those conversations, we were becoming increasingly aware that there was just constant change in English. You know, we had gone from, if anybody can remember the days of like coursework, there's a lot of you people younger than me, so coursework, and then controlled assessment, and then back to exams again. And one thing we talked about a lot was all this change, this like constant change, this upheaval. We'd have to rewrite all the schemes of work again. We kind of be like, it felt like we were like constantly back to square one. But actually, alongside that, there wasn't a great deal of improvement in the sense that the things that the kids struggled with, they still struggled with. The things that as teachers we struggled with, we still struggled with. So we felt we were in this sort of like constant cycle of change without improvement. And eventually we worked together on a curriculum, and we came up with what we thought was a better model, or at least one that worked for us, that we share in this book. But really, this book is a consequence of a lot of conversations, you know, between me and Zoe, with all the teachers we worked at in different schools, with the teachers that wrote case studies for this book. And it was kind of like therapy, really. And what we came to in the end was was what we call our concept-led curriculum model, but actually that's less important. The model that we share in there is less important than the conversations, and the reason we wrote it was to spark more of those conversations in schools, and hopefully to generate some really interesting discussions and debates. So my talk today is about why I think that genuine curriculum conversations are at the heart of teacher development and school development, and at the heart of better outcomes for pupils. And it's not that we haven't been having these conversations, like we're all English teachers, we all like to talk. We're talking every day about curriculum and teaching and learning. But I do think the focus in education for quite a long time has not been about making the time for those kind of quality conversations, and also equipping teachers to do that well. And I think the time for that is now. So in sort of preparing to write this book, one of the things I did early on was to go back and reflect on the early years of my teaching career. And I came across my PGCE folder and my kind of first teaching placement school folder. And I had to think about how I had been trained to plan curriculum, how I'd been trained to put lessons together. And I found the very first scheme of work that I ever wrote was for a year 7 class at school in Calderdale. And it was quite a humbling experience. I mean, I don't think I have to say a great deal here to sort of illustrate the quality of my curriculum thinking at this stage of my career. So if you can't read it at the back, it says an introduction to Shakespeare. So kind of maybe please don't tweet this out. Not this slide. The first week involves a lot of quizzes. We've not taught them anything yet, but we're doing a lot of quizzes. And then the second 2 lessons involve going to the library to do our own research, and then at some point in the 3rd week, they're making a leaflet, and there's quite a lot of group work and sort of paired work, and then it just gets worse, really. So they're doing a message in a bottle activity. I'd learnt that from a course I'd been on, and they had to write their own little notes to Caliban, I can't remember, or Prospero, and then put them in the bottle. I actually went to the local Tesco and got a load of bottles, and then we tied them up with string. And it doesn't get much better. And I can only shudder really to think how Ofsted might critique this in the age of the knowledge-rich curriculum. But what it reminds me of is that my understanding of curriculum at this point in my career, it was about schemes of work, in isolation really from other schemes of work. I wasn't thinking about prior knowledge. I don't think I was thinking about knowledge at all, really. Just sort of tasks for them to do and activities, not sequences of learning, and trying to engage them. And I was doing my best. I was doing the best that I knew at that time. I thought it was good, hence I put it in my PGCE folder. It was like my best example of a scheme of work for that year. God knows what the rest of them were like. And then the class really enjoyed it. We did have some fun lessons, but if I asked the question, what did they learn? Clearly, that is not going to hold up to a great deal of scrutiny, is it? And this was in 2007, so this was before targets came in and accountability sort of really took off. And I think at that point I went from one extreme to the other. So from this kind of thing to then the kind of madness of every student's coursework folder has to be a C, and then on to to controlled assessment. Let's redraft and redraft and redraft. And I think the moment when I sort of thought I need a bit of time out of teaching was when I was teaching of mice and men to my year 11 class, and I'd start to plan a scheme of work for it, and my head of department said, "No, Sam, what are you doing? The question's on Curly's wife. You only need to teach the scenes that Curly's wife in." He said, "God, we have absolutely lost the plot here. This is not why I came into English teaching, kind of whatsoever." So, despite all the constant upheaval, the rewriting of schemes, the change, it didn't really feel like many things had improved. I was no more knowledgeable after 12 years in the classroom, really, apart from, the bits you pick up through experience from other colleagues. I was no more knowledgeable, really, about how to plan an effective curriculum, about how to sequence learning, about how to plan for learning over time. The whole target system had just left me feeling like completely hopeless, really, about the whole profession, and at odds with sort of why I came into it. And the things that students struggled with were still the same. So they still found they found it hard to come up with creative ideas. They still found it hard to put those ideas into writing. There was this gap between what they seemed to know when we discussed it in the lesson and what they actually ended up writing in their books. They still struggle to make connections between things. They still struggle to access English at sort of a conceptual level. So I'm talking generally. Some students could do that really well, but on the whole, these were the kind of the problems that I kept coming across again and again. So when Zoe and I started working together on our model, the question we asked ourselves was, well, how can curriculum address these problems? You know, any curriculum in English should seek to address some of these persistent problems, because if it doesn't, we're just in danger of being stuck in this rut and repeating this sort of same cycle. Next slide, Chris. There are sort of three reasons, I guess, then why I think that now is the time to start really thinking about having those genuine curriculum conversations. And these are my reasons. Look at each of them in a bit more detail. The first one is that I think we're at a place now where we know more about how learning happens. And that's an exciting time to be looking at curriculum. I'll talk about that a bit more in a minute. I think curriculum is now becoming a national conversation. You know, everybody's talking about it. And the third reason is that I think curriculum development is intrinsically linked to teacher development. So it's not, as I said, that we haven't been having these conversations in departments, but whether they're genuine or not, you know, I'm not so sure. For me, in my experience, many of those conversations were actually couched in conversations about data and about outcomes and kind of looking at spreadsheets. And I think it's time to bring this genuine conversation more into the light and more into the fore. Thank you. So, first one then. We know more now about how learning happens. So there's been a massive explosion of interest, hasn't there, in the last few years in cognitive science. It seems that everybody is talking about schema, retrieval practice, dual coding, knowledge organisers. It's absolutely everywhere. And loads of it is really useful because it opens doors to understanding how learning happens in the brain. You know, stuff that for years I didn't know about any of this stuff when I first started teaching. And we know a lot more about schema and this kind of complicated sort of neural network of understanding and knowledge and skills and ideas that we develop in our long-term memory. But do we know that much about how this applies to English? And certainly if you follow certain people on Twitter, you know, there is sort of quite a strong voice that it just doesn't apply in English, it shouldn't apply, that it's too scientific, that English is about emotions and abstractions and feelings and thoughts, and how can we impose some sort of scientific sort of model onto that? So, and I think sometimes people think it's an attempt to reduce English, you know, to make it about drilling knowledge and facts and sort of teaching students grad grind style. And certainly I've seen, and I'm sure you have, some lethal mutations of this, you know, in English. So particularly around probably things like retrieval practice and knowledge organisers. And that's nobody's fault, is it? Everybody's trying to use this stuff sort of really well. But I think we have to think really carefully about how these ideas apply to English so that we don't mutate it. So let's think a bit then about what schema development does look like in English and how we could maybe utilise some of this research. If you think about this box here, the square box being Macbeth, so everything you could ever possibly know about the play Macbeth. And then the neural network, the schema, in the middle of it, being your personal understanding of Macbeth, so your personal mental map or your mental model of that play, and sort of all the connections that you've made around it. And no two schemas are going to be the same. All of us in this room have a different schema about Macbeth because it depends on our prior knowledge, it depends on our experience of reading it, maybe being taught it, maybe going to see it. And mainly it depends on all the different connections that we've made to other things that we know and other things that we've read and different experiences we've had of teaching it to different classes. But the really interesting question for curriculum here is, if schema is based on connections, and the more connections we make, the more developed our schema is, and the more durable and flexible it's going to be, how can we help students then to make these connections? And what sits at the heart of a schema? So what are these diamond shapes, these central organising principles that all these connections spin from? And I think they're two really interesting questions that we should be asking when we design our English curriculum. What sits at the heart of the schema, and what's going to help students to make those connections? And how can we design our curriculum really consciously and purposefully towards that aim? And thinking about those key questions, I think now is a good time to ask them, because lots of people are asking these kind of questions. It's a bit more of a sort of a national conversation. So earlier on, I talked a little bit about my my first experiences of planning. And I think what really drove me to plan in that way was actually the accountability system, the national accountability system, and probably particularly the Ofsted framework. Just go back one, sorry. So I was at that point, that's it, making everybody hungry. At this point, I was observed once a year as a teacher at the end of the year, and it was massively high stakes. I mean, you literally lived or died for the rest of the year based on the grade that you got in that observation. And that was, you know, in large part that came from, you know, the Ofsted framework and the criteria, and the focus then that some people in the room will remember was about facilitating learning. You know, you could not be seen to be doing very much. You were walking around, the kids were teaching themselves, they're teaching each other, and you were nodding smugly, you know, look what I've created, look what they're doing. So I had a lesson prepared for this, and I used this 4 years in a row that I used to rock out. It was a donut, not a literal donut. It was a paper-shaped donut, cut up into 4 pieces, and I used to put kids in groups. I would give them all a bit of the donut. I'd give them a text to read. I'd ask them to summarise their bit of the text on their portion of the donut. And then there was a circle from the middle, which was like the jammy centre. Then they had to summarise the main ideas on the jammy donut. That would take about 20 minutes. Then I'd go round and get them all to kind of say what their ideas were. 4 years in a row, I got outstanding for that with that donut lesson. And you know, you might think like there's some things about that are great. Kids working independently, they're supporting each other, they're summarising, you know, they're reading text, they're sharing their ideas. Fantastic, which would be great, except in reality, whatever the next lesson was, they didn't remember. They knew what I was doing. They knew exactly what I was doing, and they were performing with me. And then I'd spend the next lesson just reteaching everything in a proper way so that they actually learned it. And they knew they were like complicit in it. It was ridiculous. Now, luckily, those days are, you know, are long gone. And what we've got now is an Ofsted framework. Sorry to say that it's early on a Saturday morning. That asks for this instead. So rather than being facilitators of learning, we've been asked to help students to remember content in the long term. And we've been asked to think about how we help them to integrate their new knowledge into larger concepts. And that's a really interesting question, because their framework is based on cognitive science. So if we go back to that idea of schema and those central organising principles and what sort of hinges learning in English together, we need to ask ourselves the question then, when we're planning an English curriculum, what are those larger concepts? What do they look like in English? What does that mean? And the question Zoe and I asked ourselves when we started to put our curriculum models together was then, if we're going to create this curriculum and we're going to think about concepts and we're going to think about building towards schema, how can we do that in a way where this time next year, if AQA or whichever exam board release a new specification, or you know, something else changes, or we get a new education secretary, we've had so many this year, I can't even keep up, but like what sort of curriculum could we create? Well, we're not going to have to rip it all up and start again. A genuinely sustainable English curriculum that kind of stands the test of time, really. So if we go back to that Macbeth schema, there are lots of things that we can teach about Macbeth to help the kids to get an understanding of the text, of the characters, the plot, you know, the quotes, kind of the language, etc. We could call that a narrative schema. You know, they've got a schema around Macbeth. If we plan a curriculum in that way, a series of sort of reasonably disconnected schemes of work towards reasonably disconnected schema, there's a danger that students are not going to develop a sense of what's more important, which is the whole of English as a subject. And we're missing out on a lot of opportunities here, because there are many opportunities, I think, to connect Macbeth to lots of other aspects of the subject, to bigger ideas, to use Macbeth as a way to teach English, to convey bigger ideas about the subject. And we might call that, their understanding of the subject of English as a whole, a disciplinary schema. Thank you, right, I better speed up. So we can think that as a sort of a lens through which to view any text, really. So Zoe and I thought, well, what then are those kind of underpinning deeper concepts in English that go beyond Macbeth? And this is the 5 that we came up with. And we're not saying these are the only 5, we're not saying these are the right 5. So things like texts are constructs. So the difference between a student that writes, Macbeth is an ambitious general in the King's army, and the student that writes, Shakespeare presents Macbeth to convey ideas about the power of unchecked ambition. Like, that is a big jump for students. How are we actually going to get them there? Exposing these kind of deeper concepts through a disciplinary schema. And then we then thought about going back to that, the Ofsted language, those larger concepts, what would the subject concepts be in English? What are the kind of things we can teach them that are going to help them beyond Macbeth to love literature and language and appreciate it beyond school for the rest of their lives? And these are 3 of the list that we came up with. And really, teaching Macbeth, we think, is just a vehicle to teach those things. That's English. That's the subject of English. That's a disciplinary schema that we want to build. So if we want to exploit sort of that opportunity, we've got to think about how we do that at curriculum level. And then I'm just going to skip the next bit where I give a lesson example because I'm running out of time. I've timed this twice. The first time it took me 12 minutes, the second time it took me 27. So clearly I'm sort of pitching somewhere in the middle. But I will write that bit up about, I was going to show you a lesson I did with Year 11 on Wednesday. I'll write that up as a sort of way to illustrate it. But in terms of kind of the final thing, really, I think if we're going to think about curriculum in this way, we need to think about equipping teachers to design and deliver this kind of curriculum. As illustrated earlier, I had no training on designing curriculum until I left the classroom. We were lucky enough to get Mary Myatt to write the foreword to our book, and annoyingly, the best quote in it is actually from her, and this is what she says. Just give you a quick chance to have a look at that. So if we want to achieve this aspirational schema based on deeper, larger concepts in English that helps students to build disciplinary schema in the subject, way beyond the different texts, the topics, the exam spec, we've got to think differently about the way that we allow teachers to work together. We've got to make time for these quality curriculum conversations. And sort of like Chris said before, everyone is an equal in that conversation. The head of department, the ECT, can sit together and they can learn from each other. And to support that, if you just flip to the last one, some questions in your departments that might support these kinds of curriculum conversations. What makes English distinct as a subject then? What are the concepts that we want students to build a schema from? What knowledge underpins students understanding those concepts? How might we sequence them? What order do they go in? What are the benefits of doing it that way? What are the drawbacks? What have we left out? When should they be revisited? How do the texts that we've chosen exemplify the concepts? That's different to what texts are we going to teach? No. How we sequence the concepts, now what text do we need? What are we going to prioritise? What connections do we want pupils to make? And then importantly, how are we going to support the students who might struggle? So I'll tweet all this out afterwards because I've put that up really quickly. I'm rushing now to finish in 30 seconds. So the last thing I want to say really is I saw a post on Twitter yesterday where somebody very prominent in the English community said that they were really depressed about the teaching of English at the moment, and it's quite a lengthy thread. And I'm not really. I'm really hopeful because I see now on Twitter in classrooms at events like this, English teachers having these conversations all the time. This today is just one big, genuine conversation, is it, about English, and that sort of gives me hope, really. And I guess my sort of call to action to end this with is, let's keep that conversation going. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Sam. And I think what you said about the kind of meaningful curriculum change beyond the change of frameworks, exam boards and education secretaries is really, really important there. A slight change to our programme. Unfortunately, Anya isn't able to be here, so there will be no talk from Anya Thomas, I'm afraid. So we're moving on to our next speaker after that. So it's Sarah Davies, who's going to talk to us about implementing oracy skills in the English curriculum, which I think is quite important given that reading and writing kind of get a lot of press, and oracy sometimes ends up a little bit like the poor relation. So, yep, let's give a hand to Sarah.
Hello. Fabulous. You'll have to excuse me for 2 seconds because I did genuinely think I had about 10-15 minutes to build up to this. And then I went, oh, that's my name. Absolutely. Tell me where to go. Tell me where to go. Tell me when to stop as well, please. Am I there? Well, I don't want my head in it. It's a big head. There you go. Fabulous. All right. So hopefully this will work. Like I said, sudden shock to the system. For those of you that don't know me, thank you very much. My name's Sarah Davies. I am an assistant head teacher over in a school in the Northwest, quite close to here. So it's a big difference to a couple of weeks ago when we had to travel all the way down to London. Here today now to talk to you about oracy. Now, it is so important to me. My previous role was as a head of English. So there's a lot tied into this. And one of the biggest things that I wanted to stand on, and I remember, it's the same with literacy. I remember a parents' evening way back in a different school, disclaimer. But one of the parents asked a teacher about literacy, and they went, "Oh, I don't know, you'll have to ask the English teacher." What? Oracy has been the same for quite a while. Well, what do you know about oracy? I don't know. You'll ask the English teachers. They're the one doing spoken language. What? So it's important, and this is why it's so amazing to share this message with absolutely everyone, because usually when I'm stood here, I'm going, no, it is important for everyone. But as English teachers, you already know. But it's how we're implementing it, and it's how we're taking it to that next level. So why is it so important anyway? Well, the first one is it's all about articulation. Everything that we hear so far is that ability to articulate, not just written, but also the verbal reasoning. Are we giving our students the opportunity and the chance to do so? As well as that, we do know that there are difficulties that can be combated or supported through the use of oracy skills. So actually, it is an effective development tool. And we always say it's supposed to be a triad: oracy, numeracy, and literacy together. Do not put the two in the same box, okay? Treat them as the tools and the supporting mechanisms. Collaboration is key. Everyone has talked so far about the importance of collaboration. Our students need to be able to be exposed to that straight away, straight from the bat. Why is it important for everyone to be able to speak? And then we know that the post-academic success is one of the key implements of it as well. When I was writing my book on oracy, I had a conversation with a head of chemistry over at Sixth Form College near here, and he said it was the most frustrating thing ever for him to see students that were absolutely amazing in lessons, absolutely every single test, 10 out of 10, but then they were going for the university interviews and they weren't getting the positions because all of a sudden they were put into a position where they had to be able to speak. Now, automatically you're going, it's all right, we've got the spoken language. I'll get on to that in a minute. So, bit of a reminder as to why it's so important as well. Just a bit of a disclaimer there about the EF. It is a low-cost, high-effective strategy. It does add time. Quite an interesting article in Impact at the moment that looks at the difference between evidence-informed and research-informed investigations. If you haven't already read it, please do. Because what it basically says, and I think this is so important when we're looking at supporting oracy, is it's all about taking all of the different strategies and understanding the fact that if there wasn't a specific answer on how to do it, great, because that means that different strategies to do it are still effective. So don't just go, it's all right, we've got a debate club, we're sorted on oracy, because, funnily enough, you do not want a student to go into an interview debating whether or not they want to get that position. So why is it so important? Like I said, when I came back from maternity leave, I spent my first couple of kit days locked in a room with the video camera, and my keeping in touch days with a recording of the spoken language assessments. And then I suddenly realized the more that I'm doing it, and one student even gave me a presentation on a potato. I was devastated, but at the same time really intrigued. But I suddenly began to think that this isn't going to help my student. This isn't going to help them go along. Confidence levels in them were just so low, and they had to do it on a one-to-one basis. I'll only get filmed if I do it one-to-one. Why is that the case, that we've got 15 and 16-year-olds that only feel confident on a one-to-one basis? And I started thinking, well, actually, has this not helped? Has it helped? Has it hindered? We know that there were problems with the historic approaches. We do. But at the same time, one of a piece that I did not long ago was looking at, well, we're on an exam base now, so we've also got to counteract how they're feeling on the day and all of the different approaches behind it. And then we look at a bit more detail about how our beautiful, beautiful language and literature is going and developing over time. And we start thinking 2019, nationally, 3 out of the 10 did not get those academic grades. Importantly, just as importantly, look at the reduction of how many people are choosing to do it at A level. And you start to think, why? And then you don't have to think that hard when you start looking at all of the different acronyms that we're introducing in year 11, and the fact that our students may be able to write an article, but they can definitely tell you what aforist means. So we look at the research. Now, the research from the recent Ofsted publication basically outlined all of the key areas that we should be looking at when we look at spoken language. And just hopefully, quite quickly, I'm going to be able to go through each one of those with you now. Going to try and do it within that 10 minutes. I'm desperately looking for everyone that's going to tell me when to sit down. Fabulous, because I know that most of you are thinking about the socially acceptable time to open the Prosecco. So it's after this. Let's have a look at those. So the first one is about understanding the spoken language curriculum and the key components. We cannot have students that think that speaking and listening is about speaking and then waiting for the 4 questions that you're going to be asked afterwards. Okay? Having a bit of a disclaimer about which questions you're also going to be asked. But at the same time, we have to think about ourselves as practitioners as well. Are we those kind of people? Are we there having an argument with someone? You've all been there. Well, you're having an argument with somewhere, and actually, whatever they're saying doesn't matter because you're thinking about what you're going to say next. And it's there. And you're like, that's not effective communication skills. But what do our students know about it? And it's this idea of moving it into the explicit. What Chris said this morning was absolutely amazing about this understanding of the implicit. And can our students write implicitly? First, before we do that, though, we have to look at, are they aware of what it is explicitly? You know, and then once again, we think about ourselves. What does I'm fine mean in your conversations, in your relationships, in your life? You know, someone says that they're okay, for example. What does it mean? What are the signs that we should be looking at? And it's important that our students know about these as well. It's important that our students are identifying that it is a two-way process, that there's so many different areas to look at with it. Now, I must admit, like, obviously from a subject-specific point of view, whilst I was doing all the research and getting to know this in a bit more detail, I was teaching Inspector Calls at the same time. All of a sudden, my approach to Inspector Calls went a completely different way. We stopped looking at the word choices and start looking at the character actions, the body language, the understanding of how they're doing it. That fateful moment where everybody finds out what Eric really did, but not done through the language that's used, but instead done through the actions, done through the body language. So we have opportunities to teach this again and again. Macbeth, we talk about how it's so important to see it for the first time, but it's not just about looking at Lady Macbeth's language and her dialect. It's looking at what she's doing. How is she showing that she can't function in that way? What are the key signs? So there's chances everywhere within our subject in order to be able to allow students to understand those key areas. And like we said before about tones, when we look at paper 2, question 4 on the AQA spec, our students need to, there's a sign, sorry, disclaimer, she's got a sign that says 2 minutes. I've got the attention span of a pigeon, I'm sorry. But it's that idea and understanding. Now, from that, we need to address the different components. Like I said before, it's not a case of, right, we've got 2 weeks before we're going to record you for your spoken language exam. I'm going to run through a couple of things. We're going to spend a week planning, and then you're going to speak it. Actually, have they built up on it? Do they understand the difference? Do we know what democratic discussion is? Do we know effectively how we can use the Aristotelian triad? Do they know how to use and present the logos, the ethos, the pathos? Do they know why teacher-led discussions are so important? Or do they just think it's those times where we've planned but we're yabbering on with them ourselves? Do they know how to process that information, to interrogate, to summarize? All of those key components that we need to take into consideration. And then it goes on to the exploratory talk. More often than not, what we find is that students have a fear of failure when it comes to writing down. As soon as we ask our students to write something down, that is then committing to something. They don't want to commit to it until they've had the chance to be able to reason, to be able to justify, to be able to explore in a bit more detail. Because actually, by allowing something so simple as that to happen, that exploratory talk means that we've got a lot less of this fight or flight reaction that we sometimes get, where students will then become combative, become that, the miscommunication style of it. Are they being aggressive, or do they not understand and they're struggling and they can't process that understanding? So it's all about being able to reflect. And then it's about being able to articulate this. And the final one, which is the big one for us, and hopefully a lot of people have started using it. If you haven't, give it a try. I will say that articulation comes from us first, being able to model it. And one of the best ways that we can do that is by the success criteria, allowing our students to understand what is expected. So if you are giving collaborative or exploratory talk, what is expected of that? Sometimes it might just be as simple as getting one person to say, but why? Again and again. It's annoying, but I tell you something now, it does work. It's that kind of idea that we can bring in when we're looking at things like whole class feedback. So when students are receiving whole class verbal feedback instead of the 100,000 pieces of marking that we have to do all of the time, they are able to be exposed to the success criteria in a way that it's not just written down, but it's actually being comprehended. Are they then able to say that to someone else? Are they then able to give that verbal feedback on and continue that verbal feedback? And the proof's in the pudding when you start to look into more detail about what all of the research that was done behind it. And I'm so fortunate the last time that I gave this, someone that was in this that research system was able to just talk to me a bit more detail about it. It is a game changer for all involved if everyone is able to articulate, not just write down, but to articulate. So finally, just to end on that one, is the fact that, don't forget, 77% reduction of workload. Oh, it's like Christmas. All right. I think when someone told me that, I tried it. I tried it. An inspector calls piece. I was nearly crying. I was able to walk out, and it was still light outside, and I didn't have a bag with me. It was amazing. But that's everything for me. Like I said, whistle stop tour through it. A bit intimidating being in a room with so many fabulous English teachers as we're going through. It is. Someone's going to take over now and tell you that you can open the Prosecco, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, for that brilliant presentation on oracy. It's an area of my practice that I've been working on for over a year now, so I really appreciate your thoughts on that. And thank you also to all of our speakers so far. The quality of the presentations has been fantastic. And it's great to see all of the tweets and the posts that have been coming in on Twitter. So yeah, keep posting, keep using that hashtag TMIngIcons. So we are about to send you off for a break, and we are about to crack open the Prosecco. But before we do, we have a fabulous set of giveaways for our Teachmeet today. Yeah. Now, I'm hoping this is going to work, Richard, because I think we've went back in time and put together some kind of randomizer, which includes everybody's name at the event today. So I don't think we're going to display the names on screen, but I'm just hoping the tech's going to work. So our first prize to be won is Chris Curtis's book on reading and strategies to improve reading and assessing reading at Key Stage 3. Am I right in thinking we don't have the physical copy of this one today? Yes. Okay. So this person's going to win that fantastic prize. We ready? Oh. There you go, Carolina. Okay, the next one to give away is the Research Ed Guide to Literacy. Thank you to John Catt for donating that one for us today. And winning that prize, again, if you just want to come up and collect that, spinning the wheel. Yvonne Jones. Yvonne here, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay, the third one that we're giving away, and we do have the physical copy of this one here today. It's How to Teach English by the fabulous Chris Curtis. Spinning the wheel. And that one is Eileen O'Donoghue. Yeah. And finally, thank you very much to Sam Gibbs for donating this one, which is The Trouble with English and How to Address It. And the lucky winner is it Faiza Hussein? Am I pronouncing that one? Is Faiza here today? No? Should we spin again? Joanne Wright. Woo! Yeah, so if you want a prize in the giveaway, if you just want to collect that at the break, and we are going to break off for about 25 minutes, and I'm shocked and surprised that we are actually running to schedule today. So we'll break off for 25 minutes.
Sarah, can I just say before
Yeah.
you go there, just to say thanks to we've had hundreds of people watching online, but just to give a shout out to Freya Odell, who's been watching, loving it, busy taking notes, thinking, taking pics, tweeting. We've got loads of comments about the speakers so far. Amy, shout out to you. Lauren, Michelle, that's Vipula in India who's watching. Yeah. So we'll keep updating, giving people shout outs.
Yeah, so yes, if you've already talked this morning, can you just pop and see Amy? She has a gift for you, just to say thank you. So yeah, if you pop over at the break time. So we'll come back at 11:30. Enjoy the Prosecco. Testing, yeah.
I don't know.
Clicking it. Yeah. Okay, I hope everyone had the break that they needed, and we'll make a start now. So before we get stuck into Teachmeet 2, we're actually going to hear from another one of our sponsors, Oxford University Press, and I just want to take the opportunity to once again thank our sponsors who enable us to keep these events free for teachers. So thank you. Just a plea from Tom, actually, before we hear from Oxford University Press. If you're speaking, can you just try to stand on the post-its on the floor just so we can see you on the live stream? Okay, so I'll hand over to Prem and Hayley. Just hit.
Hello, hi. Right, I hope that you've all had plenty of Prosecco now, because then I might do this better. Yeah, and I'm not great with tech, so when I click, which way am I going? That way. Right, yep, okay, I'm there. Yes, can you be my clicker person? So hi, my name's Hayley. I am the Secondary Partnership Manager for Oxford University Press. I want to say thank you, first of all, for having us here. This is now my second Teachmeet Icon event that I've been to. I did go to Science back in February, and I have to say they did not open any of the booths whatsoever, so well done. I'm already liking these English teachers a little bit more. If any science teachers are watching, I'm sorry. So little bit about me. I was for 12 years a primary school teacher. So this for me, I love sitting and having my own little bit of CPD session as well. So it's been great. But also then caveat is I do call them children and not students. So I apologize for that as well right now. Okay, so this is just a little overview of what I want to chat to you about. It's a few things that we can provide for you really, and we can help you with. I will be chatting to you about word gap, about Get It Right, our Oxford readers, which I know lots of you have already come up and had a little look at, our roller coasters and the super readables, and as well as our dictionaries, because obviously we're Oxford University Press. And I just want to end a little bit on the Oxford Smart Curriculum, which is really new, really exciting, and hope that you find some interest in it. So as well as being a publisher, we have a bank of research. We are constantly researching at OUP. And the Oxford Children's Language conducts research and shares insights and supports teachers. So please, please do use our website and our resources and everything, because we have so much on there. So much is free. There's so much for you to be able to better equip you in the classroom. This specifically, though, supports teachers with advancing students' language and their literacy development. We have conducted now 2 word gap reports, and to say they were eye-openers were a really quite, well, that's an understatement. You can get our full word gap reports. You can download them all. If you come over to us, we'll show you exactly where they are, because that's one of the things about the website. It's perhaps not the easiest to navigate. So we will show you exactly where they are. You can get them sent straight through to you, but they're really, really interesting. Within that download as well, there is also, it's not only English. So like what the speakers were saying earlier, you know, you've got your oracy, but that's in every subject. That's across the board. So please do also say to your colleagues, there's a lot in there too that would support them with their subjects as well, and how they tackle the word gap in science, in maths, in every subject across the board. Here are a couple of things that we've got looking at that word gap, and on the back of those reports that we published on the back of these. The first is Get It Right. And again, lots of people were coming up and having a look at our Get It Right range, and they are over here. Essentially, it's there to help the student secure SPAG. They're short, they're sharp, they're focused lessons that you can easily slot in and fit into your existing schemes of work. They don't overtake. You can use them as intervention. They're really, really adaptable. There's loads of clear explanations in there and lots of practice opportunities. And then there's contextualized activities within there as well. So it allows the students to apply their own knowledge. Again, with all of this, we've also got a how-to guide and how to teach grammar guide for you guys as well on the back of it. So, and that's part of the resources that we have for you too. So as well as Get It Right, and the Get It Right side of the SPAG side of things, we also have Boost Your Vocabulary. So one of the things that we found in the word gap report was that half of the teachers that we surveyed as part of that report said that at least 40% of their pupils lacked the vocabulary to actually access their learning, at least. So developed by Helen Prince, each individual word is explored. And there's context in the way that it's explored. There's engaging activities. It helps the students to build their own word banks, to be able to access their learning and to start using them confidently. We currently are running offers for schools and school special prices as well. So again, come and visit us. Make sure you grab yourself a brochure. Some other exciting things that we have are our roller coasters and our super readables. So roller coasters are a really exciting range of broad and diverse classroom fiction. They're great for using grabbing a class set, using as guided reading. But there's fiction, there's non-fiction, and there's poetry. And there's free support and teaching guides for you all on our website. So you grab books and we've got the teacher packs. So we've got the lessons there for you. We've got everything that you need. There's full of ideas and they're all editable as well. So you can switch them up, you can change them around as well. Our super readers are an extension of roller coasters. Again, they're for those Key Stage 3, 11 to 14-year-olds. These are fab. These are published with Barrington Stoke. They're published to try and close that word gap. Again, it's perhaps for your reluctant readers. It's for those that find it more scary to engage in a book. It's fiction at the moment. I don't know if they're broadening out, but the idea is that it is accessible. And that's the point of those ones. It really does encourage those struggling readers to support them in their lifelong learning. And like roller coasters, they do also have those free resource packs there for you, which you can use. And like I said, we wouldn't be OUP without saying that we also have our dictionary range. But I didn't even know this, that there is also free resources on the back of a lot of those dictionaries as well. So if you're doing that kind of a lesson, lots of those dictionaries have teacher lessons, teacher-led lessons as well. So we have those as too. So now I'm going to come on to Oxford Smart, our curriculum service. And it has been fantastic to listen to you all talking about so many things that as I was listening, I was thinking, tick, that works. Yes, we thought about that. Loads of research has gone into our Oxford Smart curriculum. And it's really nice to be sat here in a room full of teachers and be thinking, you know what, all of that research, we have been going along the right lines. This is the right thing. So Oxford Smart curriculum, the service provides secondary school with an evidence-based curriculum at Key Stage 3 and 4. It connects with resources, assessment, next steps, data and insight, and CPD. And it's all powered by our Oxford Smart Caboodle. So I know lots of you will probably know Caboodle or be aware of Caboodle. For the very first time, the curriculum is seamlessly connected. They have all been written together with all of these things woven into one another to deliver one curriculum. This curriculum coherence means that because all of the components work together smoothly, gathering data to give you the insight then makes it easier for you to plan, to teach, to assess and to monitor the progress of all of those students really effectively. It also then provides you a personalised and adapted learning pathway for all of your students. They all go through their individual journeys on Oxford Smart curriculum. It frees up your time to be able to inspire that love of learning, to pop that awe and wonder back into the classroom. Now, what I want to say about this, though, is that we are currently trialling this. We have 8 schools currently, and we would love some more. And I know because you're here, we know how enthused you are about English and English teaching. So if this is something that you would be interested in doing, please do come and talk to us. When I say trial it, I don't mean that you pick it up and you give it a go. We really, really, like I said at the beginning, research is at the heart of everything that we do. We want you to tell us what you think about each thing as you do it. We've done this previously. We've just launched our Science Smart curriculum, and the pioneers and the teachers involved there really helped to build what it is. And so if you have that time, if you have that impetus, if you really want to feel like you're doing something that's pushing a curriculum forward, then we would love to speak to you about that, because we want as many schools as possible to be able to experience the service. So thank you. Again, thank you for putting this on. This is fantastic. But if you need us, we're just over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're just going to pause for a brief couple of minutes just to replace the batteries in the microphone. So we'll be back in just a moment. Sorry. Yeah, good. All good now? Okay, folks, thank you very much. So back to our next kind of selection of Teachmeet sessions then, and starting off with Kate Pretzel, who's going to be talking with us about improving writing at sentence level, both in English and beyond.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Is that all okay? Great. So before I begin, just a quick introduction. I've actually come up from London today. I was a bit slightly nervous I was going to get booed for that, but so far so good. And just also, I'd like to extend huge thanks to everyone who's spoken already. I'm like trying very hard not to be nodding my head kind of constantly as people are talking. So thank you for that. Also gutted that there's free-flowing Prosecco here, and I obviously can't have it. In this cruel twist of fate, the baby's had hiccups for the last hour. So, you know. So what I want to talk to you about today is something that I've been blogging quite extensively about, and that is improving the kind of material quality of pupils' writing, starting at the sentence level. And what I've been doing has been a whole school initiative, but I think it's highly relevant to English departments, you know, for sure, or kind of single departments. And what I'm actually going to focus on today is more along the lines of how this was implemented. I'm not going to be able to talk through just over a year's worth of CPD in 10 minutes. So I thought I'd kind of take one strand in particular and focus in quite a lot of detail on the how. And it's also really thrilling at the moment. I'm sure a lot of you are on Twitter. There's this real national conversation, or maybe it's more of a movement to start improving the qualitative aspects of pupils' writing, really kind of granular stuff. And the conversations have been brilliant. And I think that we all understand why we're doing it. And I think a large part of the why is that it's going to unlock better life chances for students. If they can write better, they can do a whole ton of other things a lot better as well. So, like, with thanks in no small part to these two texts, the Writing Revolution and Reading Reconsidered, we've had a pretty successful whole school journey so far. And I'm going to talk to you about some kind of very specific aspects of that as I continue. But it's worth saying that the reason why I'm not going to focus on the what's is because you probably all have your own brilliant ideas about what needs to change in terms of the quality of your pupils' writing. However, I will explain to you what we did focus on very briefly. So today is really all about the hows. The why, we know that it's going to make children better thinkers, more critical. They're going to understand their subject better if they can write better. That's pretty self-explanatory to everybody in this room. The what I will touch on, and that's because it's really important. I think if you are going to roll out something as huge as changing the foundations of pupils' writing, for me it was across the whole school, but for you it might be within your department. It's really important to go slowly, to go fast. And when I say that, I mean you just need to focus on a few small things and do them really, really, really well in order to affect change. So our whats are these. And the first four are the ones that we spent an entire year focusing on last year at school. And I've put kind of what the strategy is and where I got it from. None of it is my own material. And then I've just put a little arrow here with a date. This is what we've launched in September. Credit to Tom Needham and Jennifer Webb, who kind of sowed the seed of this amazing sentence type. So as you can see, we have focused on an extraordinarily restrictive sort of cluster of writing strategies, but I'm like 100% certain that is the way forward, and that is the way to see really meaningful change if you do things really, really slowly and really, really well. So, and also one quick kind of caveat to all of this. At no point were copies of these books just liberally sort of dished out to every single member of staff, or we've all been here, I'm sure, laminated grids with transitional phrases stuck on every desk in your classroom. That kind of thing actually leads to quite low impact implementation. Someone in your school, hopefully you, has to drive this, own it, and decide on the things that you are going to teach your teachers how to do, and then in turn teach your students. So no, we're not doing that. So how do we do it? How did we do it? We've decided on what, and the why is really obvious. Many of you in here, I think, I'm sure, are heads of English, second in department, literacy coordinators, maybe assistant principals with responsibility for literacy or teaching and learning. So you have a lot of sway, and people listen to you in schools. For some reason, people really, I think they think English teachers are very wise people, and they're right. And there are things that you can bear in mind if you are someone who wants to spearhead this kind of thing in your school. So what I've done is come up with 8 things that I think are absolute non-negotiables for people who are going to drive an initiative such as changing the way students write. So the first one, and this makes people feel really uncomfortable, but I'm totally unapologetic about it, that's teaching the teachers. So people know what they're doing. I'll talk about that in a bit more depth. Doing things regularly. A one-off big kind of all singing, all dancing training session at the start of the year is actually very low impact in terms of implementation. You need to do things little and often in order to keep that momentum. Establishing a common language. Picking a few things about the strategies that you've chosen that you are going to be able to turn into a sort of lexical field for the English teachers in the room, which is all of us, that everybody will understand. So we've got a couple of words that you will see crop up in every single lesson that you go into where the pupils are expected to write. Words like U-turn, subordinating conjunction. That's one like big sort of buzzword for us. Main clause, subordinate clause, nothing to do with word classes, nothing like that. Just things that are absolutely fundamental to understanding how a sentence is stuck together without breaking it apart into like abstraction. Making it collaborative. You can't just direct all of this stuff all the time. Staff have to understand a strategy, think about it, and like consider its utility in their own context. And 5 and 6 really make people bristle, but I'm actually really proud of these things. That in between our sessions, which I would train my staff every 2 to 3 weeks, staff are set homework. And when staff come into their training sessions as a follow-up, they have to start that session with a do now that's based on like prerequisite knowledge for the upcoming training. And then they have to share their homework findings. And that's not, you know, it's not sort of, I'm not doing it because I want to patronize them. I'm doing it because actually it really, really raises the standards of the CPD in your school. If people are held to account, they feel like it's a really rigorous process, and you just get much, much better buy-in if you do things like that. And I suppose this can be applied more generally to other types of CPD as well. Loads and loads of learning walks, and a constant evaluation. You can't be too rigid with things like this, because it's a really it's constantly moving, you know, how these things are being implemented. So I'm going to just focus on a couple of these things in depth. Well, not that much depth because I don't have that much time, but I'll try. And the first is this one about teaching the teachers as though they are pupils, which people in here are probably cringing, thinking, oh, I'd never want to do that. That's so awkward and just so patronizing. But I promise you, it's absolutely not. And I think when it comes to something like grammar and like splitting apart sentences, even like highly skilled English teachers, actually, some of them feel quite out of their comfort zone when it comes to talking about grammar, like understanding it themselves, let alone then being able to impart that knowledge to students. I definitely put myself in that camp. I'm not a grammar guru at all. I've had to like really sort of fake it over the last year. And then at the other end of the spectrum, you've got those sort of very accomplished grammarians who just know everything about syntax. I'm just so in awe of those people. But they might not have the know-how to sort of break that knowledge down for pupils, or which parts are actually most relevant, most salient for a student to take away, because it's not going to be everything that they know that the pupils need. So there are all of these sort of different skill sets in your English departments or in your schools, but it all boils down to the fact that you need to model exactly how to teach this sort of stuff to the pupils. And it involves all the same sorts of things that you would do with your pupils anyway. So the I, we, you continuum, it involves showing non-examples and cold calling and checking for understanding and breaking down models. All of that stuff you need to do to your staff so that they can go away knowing exactly how to teach it to their pupils. So I'm going to show you a few examples of how I've done this with my teachers. So this was like the title slide and the first inset in September last year, and people just came in and they were like cowering in the doorway. But actually, like they were cowering because they've never been taught it, they don't understand it. And then I'm expecting them to teach their own pupils this. Like, of course I owe it to them to teach them how sentences are put together. So we did a lot of stuff like this, where there would be some sentences with stuff blocked out. And I would be asking staff things like, okay, if that was a sentence by itself, would it make sense? And I just cold call some poor kind of shrinking history teacher. And they would go, oh, no, I don't think it does. Like, which word in that sentence means that doesn't make sense? Oh, it's the word although. Okay, brilliant. The word although is what we call a subordinating conjunction. So, and that whole little section of that sentence, it doesn't make sense as a sentence on its own. Therefore, it's a subordinating clause. And that is as much depth as I would go into in terms of creating this kind of common language. And then we'd do the same, for the main clause. I'd just say, oh, does that make sense as a sentence on its own? Yeah, it does. Okay, and that's what we call the main clause. This is how a complex sentence is stuck together. And what's really interesting about the function of that blue word, the subordinating conjunction, is that actually it affects a U-turn in terms of the ideas within that sentence. Can you see that they're in contrast, the first half and the second half of the sentence? And then we did tons of this over and over again, including rearranging complex sentences. And a lot of staff just didn't know this stuff. They know how to write complex sentences sort of inherently, but they didn't really know the mechanics of it. And then I showed them some actual models of complex sentences using these U-turn subordinating conjunctions. Okay, thank you. My sound's gone funny. Using these U-turn subordinating conjunctions, we've got an accurate version using some Year 7 history historical context for the World War I war poetry unit. And then we've got a non-example, which again, I would talk through with the staff, making sure that they're picking apart. Why does that second example not work? Oh, look, it doesn't have a contrast. And then I make the staff actually do some activities. I can't impress on you enough like how profoundly important it is for staff to do these activities, because then they will understand the utility and the power of these sorts of activities in their own lessons. And they go in and they feel so much more confident actually planning their own lessons, not sticking these things in sort of at surface level. I do lots of stuff with A-positives as well, matching up like nouns to their A-positives, creating your own A-positive. Remember, all of this is my staff training. It's not for pupils. And then, right, here's now a task where you're going to complete some sentences by putting A-positives in yourselves to understand how high impact A-positives can be when you're just writing summaries of texts. So all of this stuff, I think, is fundamental to your teachers going away feeling like they know what they are going to do. And I'm aware I've got like 30 seconds, so I'm just going to quickly whiz through. Here's an example of a homework I would set in between sessions. It's nothing particularly scary. It's go away and have a go at what I've taught you, bring an example. And then here's an example of a do now, how I might start a training session. Here are some photographs of some students' work with some little sections next to each one. Like, have a go, find the U-turn subordinating conjunction, do the ideas contrast, directing staff to sort of really interrogate the pieces of writing, and then sharing each other's homework findings. It just means that there's a really, really sort of strong collaborative conversation the whole time. And then finally, I'll do a lot of learning walks. Make it my business to get into people's lessons in entirely a supportive capacity. So this isn't surveillance, this isn't checking up on people. It's, are you okay? Do you know what you're doing? Here's an amazing bit of good practice. People need to come and see you doing this because you're amazing. Or are you struggling a bit? Come, let's do a bit of a kind of a workshop through that lesson, because actually I think maybe the pupils didn't understand it. And I record it all and make sure that everybody's got a copy of sort of my what went wells and even better ifs. I'm really sorry I've overrun a little bit, but I just hope that was a really, really very whistle-stop tour of a year's worth of CPD. But I really hope that it inspires some of you to be quite bold in your implementation of doing something along these lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving swiftly on then, we've got Katie Shakeshaft up next, and she's going to be talking to us about explicit vocabulary instruction.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Katie Shakeshaft. I'm in my 11th year of teaching, and I'm an English teacher and literacy lead at Marple Hall School in Stockport. Now, my surname, you might think, sounds a bit like Shakespeare. Unfortunately, we're not related. I have looked. But I thought, because we're looking at explicit vocabulary instruction today, I looked up my surname, and actually Shaft comes from Old English meaning lance or spear. So technically, I am Katie Shakespeare. Okay, so explicit vocabulary instruction, I thought I'd just launch straight into it. It is what it says kind of on the tin. So I'll start off with kind of the why we would maybe look at explicit vocabulary instruction, kind of a whole school basis, but also in English specifically as well. So you may have seen this statistic before, but just shout out which percentage you think of the percentage of words known in text to ensure reading comprehension. So how many words do we think that a student needs to know in a text to understand the whole text? Any ideas? Yeah, so you might have seen this statistic before. It is 95, okay, which is a really large number of words to be able to understand the actual text. Sorry, go back to my post-it note. So this piece of text has been taken from the British Library online, and you can see here that a number of words have been blanked out, and this is what it looks like if you've only got 85% word recognition, which we can imagine in our own school context, which students a piece of work might look like for this. So J.B. Priestley's play *In Inspector Calls*, first performed in 1945, is a play as a detective. The is very old theatrical form, going back to the period which sought to instruct audiences about. And so actually it becomes very difficult for a student to understand that text if they don't have that vocabulary knowledge. And I'm teaching Inspector Calls at the moment. A lot of these words I'm thinking, well, maybe I have to go into and actually pre-teach. Now, this is what it looks like to have 95% word recognition. So again, we have the argument is in research that a student should be able to understand that text pretty much, but you can still see that there's a lot of words there that really do need to be unpicked for a student to actually understand this text completely. So I'll show you what the words are that are missing for that 95%. Okay, so words such as thriller, morality, invert, neglecting, virtue, responsibility, all words which you think also might link to kind of other texts you might teach as well. So morality, you could address morality in Macbeth, for example, in A Christmas Carol. And so we've got to really think carefully about the words that we are choosing to teach our students explicitly. Sometimes a glossary just isn't enough. So with the tiers of vocabulary, and again, this is taken from the EEF, you've probably seen this model before, but I think as English teachers and also in other subjects, we tend to go to the tier 3 vocabulary first. So we might explicitly teach what kind of dramatic irony is, or onomatopoeia, or an oxymoron, but sometimes we forget and neglect the tier 2 vocabulary, so words such as virtue or morality. And so it's really important that we spend some time thinking about which words we're going to teach explicitly and which words we might actually come across more implicitly. And actually, it's great that the OUP is here today because I've taken this from their Impact of the Word Gap in Primary Schools report. And we can see here that actually, if we don't have that kind of take that responsibility to teach students vocabulary explicitly, then actually, like morally, we're doing a disservice to students because it affects their self-esteem. If they can't unpick words and they feel like they're behind their peers, it can affect obviously their academic progress as well. Okay, so that's kind of the why. And now we're going to go on to kind of difference then between explicit and implicit vocabulary. So explicit vocabulary, and this is taken from Reading Reconsidered, so clearly a popular book at the moment. It's a deep dive into the meaning and nuances of a word in a lesson with many opportunities for students to practice. And then implicit vocabulary instruction, sometimes referred to as incidental vocabulary instruction, is the reinforcement of words encountered during reading that allows you to address a higher volume of words. And so that's the kind of word that we just maybe in a piece of reading, it's not been planned for, but a student doesn't know what the word is and you might unpick it together as a class. So that's what we mean by more implicit. But I'm just going to show you 2 quick examples of implicit vocabulary instruction. So this is an example of a slide that I've taught recently, and I use the word enigmatic on there. And so just kind of on the spot, I hadn't really planned it. Students asked what that word was. So we broke it down. We thought about, well, what is an enigma? Some of the students in there were film study students. So they were thinking about, well, things that raise questions. And actually we can see that vocabulary was really transferable across different subjects as well. And their knowledge often impresses me. But we broke it down and we realized that the inspector then is someone who's really difficult to understand and quite a mysterious character. And that would be what I would be calling kind of implicit, because it's as we sort of go through the lesson, I've not stopped to kind of explore it in more detail. And this is another example of a text that we read in Year 7 about corporal punishment. It's kind of an oracy-based scheme of work. And if we read a piece of text, sometimes we put particular words in bold that we might unpick as we go along, and I'd say that's more implicit. And then again, using reciprocal reading strategies, students might ask to clarify certain words, and again, that would be implicit. Now, in terms of explicit vocabulary instruction then, and I'm really sorry, Chris, because we've got an acronym here, but you can blame Quigley because he came up with this, and it's the SEEK model. Okay, so we've got select, explain, explore, and consolidate, and we've adopted this approach in the English department, but also as literacy lead, we're trying to get this across the school as well at the moment. So you need to start by selecting the vocabulary that you are going to teach explicitly. And that's almost going to be unlikely part of a child's kind of normal vocabulary. So I'll show you an example. So on our schemes of work, and we're still kind of going through this process at the moment, particularly with GCSE text, we're trying to decide as a department, which are the words that we really want students to know. And so you can see here from a villains unit, so we have a theme per year. Year 7 is villains, and with the Tempest, which is our unit 2, you can see there that some of the tier 2 vocabulary are things like vulnerable, brutal, sensitive, animalistic, uncivilized. And actually, if we teach that in year 7, by the time they get to some of their GCSE texts, they've absolutely nailed vocabulary. And there with power and conflict, again, we're trying to think of really ambitious words that are going to impress the examiners, but also allows them to really speak in a detailed way about their GCSE texts. So tier 2 is really powerful. So don't forget tier 2 vocabulary. Now, when it comes to explain and explore, we've tried to kind of mix them together in our approach in our English faculty. And one of the main things that we've started to do is really think about prefixes, suffixes, and affixes generally. And again, from Reading Reconsidered, Doug Lemov talks about how actually teaching the units of a word specifically quickly increases the quantity of student vocabulary. It significantly boosts their ability to accurately infer meanings of new words, and also allows them to build a breadth of word knowledge as well. So this is a model that we've adapted. It's basically a Freya model, but we've sort of adapted it for our own purpose. And so we'll start with a keyword such as morality, just generally ask students what they think it means before breaking it down as a class. So then I might give them a bit of etymology or morphology, depending on the word. So Stuart Price talked about the word weird before, and the etymology of that coming from fate, and that really opens up the idea of the word sisters. Sometimes morphology is more appropriate though. And actually by explicitly saying that itty at the end of morality is the state or quality of, then it starts to make more sense for the students. We can actually ask them, what other words do you know with that suffix? And then they can start to work out other words as well. And we have had students saying that they have been in language exams before and they've come across words that they've been able to decode, which is really powerful stuff. Then we might go over definition, trying to make it as student-friendly as possible. I think this is really hard to do. So we might change that concerning the distinction between right and wrong, and just knowing between right and wrong, good or bad behavior, to make it as simple as possible. Synonyms and antonyms, rather than wrong examples, sometimes antonyms can be quite powerful, so that they can see the difference between kind of the synonyms and the antonyms. And then the different forms of the word, because in order to understand what morality is, we also need to know what moral is. And there's 2 different definitions of moral, depending on whether it's the noun or the adjective. So there's this massive discussion. This activity could take 10 or 15 minutes of discussion, but it's worth it in the end. And then what we do tend to get the students to do is to think about an image to kind of remember that keyword as well. Another example, this is from exploring the word dystopia. And actually, if you can explain that DYS, dis, means bad rather than DIS, which is not, a really subtle difference, again, it opens the door for students to think about other words. So in this box, it always changes. It might be that they come up with their own sentences, putting the word into context. It might be that we actually ask them about different words to try and work out what those words are and decode those words. Or in this example for unsettling, we've given them examples. So although it was meant to be a comedy, Amelia was unsettled by the film's ending. So it's actually asking questions about, well, what might have happened at the end of the film to unsettle Amelia. So this box always changes depending on kind of what we want the students to get out of the lesson. But we have found that when students see this slide now, they know that they're going to be looking at vocabulary, and sometimes staff print them out. Sometimes it is just a case that they start writing down the definition straight away. But then the kind of key bit at the end is that consolidation. So making sure that we're retesting, teaching and relearning. So using the word in the world, using it in work, using it in oracy tasks, using it in writing. And so just a quick example there where we've done a we do paragraph, and I've asked the students to use the words that we've been learning in the lesson. Some of those words were taught explicitly. As you can see, unsettling before was taught explicitly, but words such as disturbing, troubling, unnerving, were kind of more implicitly taught during the lesson. But bringing all of that together is really helpful. So my key kind of top takeaways today then are to make sure that you select and plan the vocabulary that you want to teach explicitly, but also think implicitly as well, with your department. So you don't want to necessarily be a lone wolf in this. It's really important that all students are getting the same kind of diet of vocabulary. So making sure that you're coming together and spending some CPD time choosing the words. And actually, we did it with an inspector calls recently, and it took a whole hour for us to decide on these words, and we'll probably still tweak them. Also, number 2, there are many ways to provide direct instruction of vocabulary. As you can see, we've got kind of a department-wide approach. Are you going to do the same thing across the board, or are you going to do things slightly differently? So think about that. Make sure that you explore prefixes, suffixes, and roots, because it's really powerful, and brush up on your knowledge. So make sure you plan before the lesson. So we were looking at omniscient the other day, omni meaning all. And so we were able to kind of open it up, but I just needed to check that before the lesson. And then finally, provide multiple exposures as well. So keep on going back to it in reading, writing, and speaking. Keep on going back to it in assessments. Keep on going back to it all of the time. And hopefully that was useful. I'm willing to talk about this all day, so come and find me later if you want to know any more information, but I'll make sure that I share the PowerPoint afterwards as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Katie. Our final presentation before lunch then, Helen Howell's going to talk to us about reimagining revision for the English classroom. Yeah. Oh, you want me to click? Sorry, that's fine.
I haven't got enough hands.
If we could all use the hashtag when we're tweeting about the event, that would be really, really good. Please don't throw things at me, Amy.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Helen Howell, for anyone who doesn't know me. I'm head of English at Bluecoat, the school in Oldham, and we do have a sixth form as well. But what I'm going to be talking about today is reimagining revision. So I think that what we end up with in English often, next slide, please, is something like this. And I think students are constantly telling us, you can't revise for English because it's maybe a little bit more obvious in those subjects like that we would define as more factual, I think, such as maths, such as science, even the humanities. But I am going to argue in today's presentation that what they're really saying to us, click please, is that they don't know how to revise. So really what today's presentation is about is really giving them concrete strategies and a bank of strategies as to how we might approach revision in English. I think what students often do is they might, if they're very, very diligent and hardworking, best case scenario when we've not shown them how to revise is they might do things like complete practice papers. But then, that's unlikely to add too much value really to their learning. And worst case scenario, what we might get is bad habits becoming quite entrenched when they're repeatedly just doing those same activities over and over. So it's an English presentation, so obviously there's going to be some metaphors. And my first metaphor is revision as a monster. So what I'm getting at here really is that I think students have become quite afraid of revision, that it's something that's unfamiliar, it's alien, they don't quite know how to do it, they run and hide from it. And I think if we are modelling the different strategies around how they might revise, but also tying it in with some of the powerful knowledge around English and what we would say are the important things that we want them to remember in order to move forward, then we can get to a situation where we're reimagining this and we're getting rid of this revision monster, really. So before I go on to concrete strategies, I wanted just to talk about a couple of misconceptions. And first of all, just going back to that rhetoric on the first slide, I think that there is this misconception, and it's not necessarily coming from teachers, it could be coming from students or parents, that English is very much a skills-based subject. And we battle with this, don't we? And I think we know that it's a nonsense because actually you can't have skills without knowledge. And what I've done here is I've listed, and it's certainly not exhaustive, but a list of what types of knowledge we might want a really successful English student to have. And then by utilising that knowledge, and it's only by utilising that knowledge that they can have the skills of thinking and reasoning and problem solving. I've shamelessly stolen a David Didow quote to exemplify that at the bottom there. Just as, you know, a really basic example, students having knowledge of a text then enables them to create a really valid, interesting interpretation of that text. But, you know, how many times do we see it time and time again in examiner reports that the best students, the top level students, had such a thorough knowledge of a text that they could jump about in their interpretation and they could talk about making links from the ending to the beginning. So I think it's unpicking that first misconception that we're not asking you to go away and practice skills. That's not what revision is in English necessarily. And then the second one, which I know that Sam talked about earlier, is this idea that actually retrieval of knowledge is just retrieval of facts. It's just learning facts, it's rote learning, but it's not. And as Sam very eloquently put it earlier, it's about developing that schema in a way where students can make new connections with existing knowledge, and it's a way of developing understanding. So with all of that in mind, and I am going to link to Sam's book now, so I hope I do it justice. It's thinking about the threshold concept. So what knowledge do we really want them to know in order to move forward with English? So what I've done here is I've combined some of the ideas from Sam's book with some of the ideas from David Didow's Making Meaning in English. And I think there's a lot of crossover, actually. So this presentation today is going to focus specifically on some of the patterns that we want students to really understand and know in English. And again, Chris mentioned earlier about the 7 story types, and that's going to feature in this presentation. So them having knowledge of those different narratives and the way that those narratives are constructed is part of them developing really powerful knowledge in English. Thesis statements, arguments, understanding that texts are a construct again. So it's this idea that these threshold concepts are the things that are difficult. They're not going to happen very quickly. They're not going to learn them overnight, but they're also transformative. So by repeatedly giving them revision strategies that are going to enable them to practice these threshold concepts, actually is going to open new doors of knowledge for them. So the final thing to mention before I move on to actually concrete strategies is this kind of triangulation between curriculum, assessment and revision. Because again, I think that maybe, I'm going to suggest that maybe we don't always get this right in English. So I think perhaps it's a little bit easier in something like maths, where if the curriculum, the scheme of work is fractions, then their assessment might be a load of questions on fractions. I'm probably massively simplifying it. Sorry to anyone from maths who might be watching. But then they're going to revise by doing practice questions on fractions. And it seems pretty straightforward, this triangulation. In English, however, if we take Shakespeare as an example, you know, every English curriculum has Shakespeare on it. It's part of the national curriculum. But then the assessment might be that they need to write a paragraph explaining a particular character, or it might be that they're going to look at the presentation of a particular theme. So the revision then might be doing a practice paragraph, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, but is it slightly reductive when we think about those threshold concepts? So we think back to those threshold concepts, some of the things that we might deem to be powerful knowledge and things we want them to take forward through their curriculum and hopefully onto higher and further education in English might be things like, what are the conventions of a tragedy? What kind of archetypal characters are we expecting to see in a tragedy? You know, what are some of the different features and different themes, and how are they presented? So it's about this equation between curriculum, assessment and revision, I think is worth thinking about and worth reimagining a little bit as well. So on to just reimagining revision a little bit more. This is basically what I'm arguing in terms of a set of criteria, if you like. So firstly, thinking of revision not as do a bit of revision in preparation for an exam, actually reimagining it as a powerful part of learning. And it's great that we've just had a presentation on vocabulary, because if we think about the morphology of revision, it simply means to look again. So actually all we're asking students to do is to look again at some learning that they've already looked at in order to make it stick, in order to remember it. It should be active and not passive, so finding ways for them to revise where they are encountering desirable difficulties and they're having to think hard about revision. But having said that, there's a scaffold in place so that every single student can access that revision. It's purposeful. They can see how it links to the lessons. They can see how it links to curriculum, because it is part of that equation between revision, curriculum, and assessment. Everything is aligned. And the why of revision is explained. So students understand a little bit about, and again, sorry to keep name dropping, but Sam talked earlier about this era of cognitive science. So we have this opportunity to say to students, this is why desirable difficulties are effective. So it's okay that you're struggling. That's good. It means that you're learning. It's explicitly modelled and routinely modelled from year 7, so we get that normalisation of study, and we're giving them methods that they can absolutely access, and they're so used to, and they're having it modelled in class all the time. It's metacognitive, so they're able to reflect on their learning and they're able to understand what their next steps are, so they are a really active part in this revision process. Accessible for all is one that I am so passionate about, because I think certainly when I was going through my GCSEs, I was lucky, and I was lucky enough to have a private tutor, but had no idea how to revise. So I think had I not have had certain things working in my favour, I would not have got the grades that I did get. So making it something that is low threat and success is guaranteed, and I'm going to show a couple of methods as to how we might do that. Spaced and interleaved, so another common kind of pattern across this morning has been little and often, and I think students seeing revision as little and often, rather than I've got to go up to my bedroom and spend 2 hours silently completing this exam paper, which obviously contributes, doesn't it, to that revision monster that I would want to run and hide from that if I was told go and spend 2 hours doing language paper 2. It's not something that is at all enjoyable. So spaced and interleaved enables a smooth transition between school and further and higher education. So things like explicitly teaching note-taking, and one of the presentations earlier talked about developing that common language. So a common language around note-taking. What do abbreviations look like? What do they mean? Again, I went to college not knowing any of these things, and I did find a way to do notes, very unique way to do notes, but it could be a barrier, certainly for some students. And then the semantic shift, I think I'm going to hold my hand up now and say I'm definitely guilty in the past of saying to students, revise or you're going to fail, or, revise or you're not going to get on this college course. But it's just not helpful, because if we go back to that first slide, where really what they're telling us is they have no idea how to revise, then it's back to revision monster, isn't it? They're panicking, they're worried, they're anxious, and we're not actually helping them to break through that. And the final bullet point on there is social. And I don't know how this is going to sit with people, because traditionally we think of revision as quite solitary and quite silent, but there's a lot of power behind study buddies in the revision process. And I'm going to talk a little bit about, I think, the way that schools are set up, unfortunately, no fault of ours, fault of the government, is that they're very competitive places. And actually by students working together and seeing themselves as on the same side is incredibly powerful. So on to strategies. This retrieval card is taken from Powerful Teaching by Agarwal and Bain. And every item of knowledge links back to those threshold concepts that I talked about earlier. So all of the items of knowledge are around seeing text as a construct. All students need to do, and I've just started this with year 7, very, very keen, is they star the item of knowledge if they feel like they know it, and that means that the answer is going to come from their brain. They're not going to look it up. They're going to just do it from memory, and that's ideal. That's the ideal scenario. If they don't know it, then that's absolutely fine. So we're taking away the threat of the revision monster. If they don't know it, they simply question mark it and they look the answer up. Now, ideally, if our curriculum is aligned with our assessment and our revision, that answer will be in their notes or it'll be in their exercise books. It will have been taught and studied at some point. So they're not having to Google it. They can look it up through our expert explanation of whatever the concept is. Either way, we expect to see every single answer filled in. So there is not one student, regardless of their background and regardless of, what their starting point is, who does not experience success with this activity. So again, removing that revision monster and keeping it low threat. Next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, okay, this is much shorter in rehearsal. So very, very quickly then, this is an example of how you might use abbreviations across your department or across the school. Next slide. I'm going to speed up a little bit. Right, so this one is back to study buddies. So this, I said I was going to talk about Christopher Booker's 7 basic plots. And I think this is really powerful going back to the threshold concept. So elaborative interrogation just involves students asking good questions, basically. And most of those questions, in order to elucidate kind of deeper understanding, are how and why questions. So let's say we've given them this text to take notes on. And then if you click a couple of times, it should bring up the notes. Next one. Thank you. So let's say they've made these notes on this text, but then if you go back one, sorry, I could probably just take the clicker because I'm not even using my notes. Then these are the questions that they might have created based on that text. So then they're going to ask each other these questions. They're going to quiz on it. They're going to act as study buddies. And then to take this one step further so that they're creating and crafting a really sophisticated thesis statement, that might look like this at the bottom here. Okay, so that's another strategy. The next one, very, very briefly, is tip, tip, teach, try again. So it just involves, and I will just put a little disclaimer in here, students are not going to master this quickly. It's going to need to be a routine part of classroom kind of practice. It's going to have to be repeatedly modelled, but they simply ask their partner a question, but they don't allow I don't know. They give them a tip to try and get the right answer out of them. And they're simply not going to tell them the right answer either. Then they give a second tip. If they still don't know, then they're going to teach them the answer. And that in itself is quite powerful. And then their peers still can't opt out because they then need to re-answer that question back to them. So again, it's a really powerful way to get those students working together as study buddies. Next slide, please. So this one is the Leitner method, which is an approach to flashcards that incorporates that spacing and interleaving. Now this one, if you just click a couple of times, utilizes images. And again, these images are linked to those threshold concepts. So what you've got here is the tempter archetype from tragedy. You've also got the shadow archetypal character and the tragic hero as a divided self. So if you click 3 times, it should bring up the answers. The students using these images to test each other. And even if you don't use this process where they move the cards across, so they're kind of incorporating spacing, interleaving, and also thinking about what they need to practice more than others, if they simply just reorder the cards and retest and retrieve this knowledge from memory, they're still really practicing some of these very important threshold concepts. Okay, I think there's just one more strategy I was going to share. So this is the final thing I was going to share this morning, which is checkpoint revision lessons. So we've just started constructing these revision lessons, which is based on a whole range of texts, but one discrete skill. So this one that you might not be able to see, it's quite small, but it's based on constructing thesis statements. And for every thesis statement, they have particular vocabulary or particular grammatical structures I want them to include. So it's making sure that the level of sophistication is really high, but they're just working on that one discrete skill in that revision lesson, and spacing because they have to remember previous texts. This one is another revision lesson based on practicing analysis and methods, but using one of the sentence structures from a couple of presentations ago, not only, but also, so they're really practicing layering up their analysis, but again, across a whole range of texts. The next one is looking at the language of modality, so developing alternative interpretations. And then the final one is looking at patterns across a text, so how a particular motif might be developed across a text. So to summarize then, there are lots more strategies in the book, but key takeaways is that explicitly modelling these non-threatening study skills that are rooted in the threshold concepts of our subject from year 7 can really normalise, I think, studying English and get them out of that mind frame of you can't revise for English, because we've shown them how, and we've shown them how right from the bottom up. So we're making it part of the learning process. It's not an extra, it's not an add-on, it's within that triangulation of curriculum, assessment and revision. And revision can be social, so students coaching one another can be very, very powerful. And it also develops those really positive relationships in the classroom where they're on the same side and they're kind of rooting for each other. Thirdly, isolating areas of study. So in those revision lessons that you just saw, they are really good for your assessment purposes as well, because you can very, very clearly diagnose where the gaps are, because they're only looking at thesis statements or they're only looking at language analysis. Have they mastered that? Are there still gaps to go over? You're not having to look at whole essays and identify lots of different problems all at once, but it also reduces cognitive load for those students because they're only concentrating on one particular area of study. And then finally, revision can be challenging, but also we want to make it challenging, we absolutely do, but those challenges are supported with some kind of scaffold, and that scaffold is usually in the form of some kind of resource with the answers. So they're having to do the desirable difficulty of thinking of the answer themselves and trying to retrieve it from memory, but they've got the support and they're experiencing success. So trying to completely get rid of that revision monster and finding a way to make revision completely accessible for all, and dare I say, enjoyable even. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. I'll just pass on to Sarah, who's going to give you the details for the lunch slot.
Thanks, Helen. Okay, we are going to break off for lunch now. So visiting sponsors, speakers, and those who've ordered lunch, if you see Rachel, and we're just going to have lunch in that room. If you haven't ordered and you don't have anything with you, then please just come in and see us, and we'll sort you out. We're running slightly over in terms of time, and we've been doing so well, but we're going to hopefully regroup at 20 past. So yeah, we'll have around 40 minutes for lunch. Drinks, refreshments and snacks are still available in the back room there. Okay, thank you. Have it on the alphabetical one, so you have to just use the one she's got.
Right, give me one. Give me a list.
Yeah.
How long's my stuff next week? Yeah, just so I know. But like at the pants, it's like, I'm pretty sure it's 10 minutes. I'll check if I can get it in 10 minutes. And then if it's on I'll swap.
She just laughed and I'd have been like, boy, you shouldn't be swearing. Oh, it is.
It is, yeah. It's not a variety, you know, sometimes you have a bit of charity, sometimes you're a bit local. Yeah. It's an Edinburgh fair, so it was always fun.
About the timing, so sorry for that.
Oh, no, it wasn't you that ruined the timing. It was me going to, actually, you can literally go on right, you're definitely under 1 minute left and I was waiting around. She wasn't paying any attention. So, yeah, you managed to.
That's why I'm glad I don't go. Yeah.
And also, and I'm also taking counted by our school literacy policy. Going, we need to do this, we need to do the policy, we need to do this, and she's applying like rolling around.
In Morocco. Yeah, and in really small, schools, so it kind of like gave the actual subject again. It's like on from learning about yes, so Stockport's literally 20 minutes. So now I'm like, that's why I'm giving me literacy role, and I'm like, that's great. But I don't, because I don't have time. Time tables,
But we've got a couple of discussions. Yeah, I mean, so in terms of that, it's a discussion panel for 20 minutes. Yeah. There's a couple of people
She reached out with me, sticking with like
definitely the date. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks very much. Sorry.
my team managed to get the files back, but loads of them weren't named anymore, so they existed. So whenever she wanted to find something, she might find it. She's still like,
You know what? You wouldn't. You pass by 10 minutes not the kind of thing. But mine has a dark damage presence. Yeah.
Oh no, I can't.
We're all just trying to grab it. I know it's
I'm
really
all cloudy, but to be fair,
but then where is the flies? I used to be so sure of my I need to run right. Well, you know, I'm still doing it every day, and I just think like, well, I've been in the same job now for like 14 years, so yeah, 2 full-time, head of education, content, so I manage the big content. And I also senior lecturer, so I spearhead all of their mentoring support. They're like 2,000 mentors. So I do all of their training and strategic and then I also do consulting on as well. So I'm usually like teaching schools content.
Yeah, I can't. One of the reasons I can't have it, I leave things places. I think the same with that. The only reason
The better.
I feel like I might actually definitely I didn't
I'm not. Even as kind of a part of that, someone else is part of the ICT, but all
but I trained different and have always like
to be fair, we're not.
the homework that works. If they already know it, great. If they don't, look it up.
But then it was like more like vegan.
Oh, good. Good news.
Oh, no, no.
There we go. and you take off your tickets from them, you did, so no need to wear it. There you are, fantastic.
I have no idea whether it did or not. It doesn't matter to me.
Excuse me. Sorry. No, you don't. I tell you, take off your ticket and go get some.
Yeah, all right.
No problem. Yeah, absolutely. Run to the box, let's go. You want me to help you?
I can't do that. I'll find some.
Like chili in a good way, but it's not.
Is that more logged in? Can I borrow it and I'll do the slides?
I just have to make sure it's no more for lunch, but
How do you do the like
what?
All of those are on the bottom?
I'm sorry. It's a representation of Rachel's mind. It is. I'm not the most organised person.
I'm one of these people who's like really just weird about stuff like that, and I'm like, close it. There's too much stuff.
I'm just a bit frantic. Have good ideas, but
sometimes my desktop gets messy, and I just think I can't look at it, so I create folders. So like,
shove it all in.
Random desktop, shove it all in, and then if I don't use it, I'll file it away. If I don't, it just goes to the bin.
Well, that's
But
a very conduct method, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I've not used it for 2 years, and it doesn't bring you joy.
I do like that, and I love the way Mary Maya talks
I
about
know.
it in terms of curriculum.
Yeah, I love that as well. I felt about that.
should be. Have you got any requirements? That's right. Just pop through and see what's in there. I don't. The only thing I'm not sure, I know that we were running low on some of the vegan stuff earlier. But yeah, that's fine. Thank you. if we've only got one bit of rubbish to go.
I know.
In touch with anyone?
Okay, thank you very much. Just following on from our sponsor slot, thank you to the quotation bank. We actually have another brilliant giveaway. So thank you very much to the quotation bank for donating a full set of Key Stage 4 study guides. Rich, I hope you've got that randomised still going strong. Claire Benazou. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we do have a lot more prizes to be handed out over the course of the afternoon. So there's lots more up for grabs still. I just want to introduce our second keynote of the day. I'm absolutely delighted to have Andrew Atherton with us this afternoon. Many of you will know him from his fabulous Twitter account. He's known as Codexterous on Twitter. I'm absolutely thrilled that he's with us this afternoon. And I'll just say personally that your blogs have had such an impact on my own personal teaching in the classroom. I love how you break things down onto such a granular level. And that I find that lots of your ideas are so easy to action in the classroom and you can see the impact straight away. So like one of my favorites is your strategies for introducing introductions at GCSE level. And I found that that's had such an impact on my own personal teaching. And I know many of the teachers in my department also use that strategy too. So yeah, really delighted to have you with us this afternoon. So yeah, Andrew, the floor's yours.
Thank you very much. I'll use this.
Oh, you've got it, yeah.
Well, hello everyone. It's wonderful to be with you all today. So I just want to preface this by saying I'm going to talk about retrieval practice. And what I'm going to talk about is very much just some ideas that I'm having, some things I've been trying out in my classroom. So as with, as of any time with anything like this, it's not fixed. It's very much still in transition, still being played out. So also would love to hear what people think at the end. If anyone wants to chat about any of this and share their ideas, that would be really, really wonderful. So all of my lessons, pretty much every single one, starts in much the same way. My students come into the classroom and they find on their desk, usually on their desk, something that I printed out for them and I ask them to do something. And they come in, they sit down, and they do it. We have that kind of nice 3 to 5 minutes kind of quiet time where they silo their own thoughts with whatever I've asked them to do. And then we discuss it, we talk about it. Now, of course, this is not new by any means. This is a version, or pretty much the version of the mobs do now. But what I've been thinking about a lot recently, and not over the last few months, maybe even over the last year or so, is what actually is that I've asked them to do. When they come into the classroom, they sit down at the desk and they see this piece of paper in front of them. How am I directing their thinking? What am I expecting them to think about to do? What kind of relationship am I building up and facilitating in their approach to that particular text? So this is what I kind of want to think about today. Not just what's the routine look like, but what do they actually do? What kind of thinking are they doing? And in my own teaching, my own use of retrieval practice, which is a big part of my teaching, and has been for several years, there's kind of two moments, two kind of transformative influences over the years. And I want to kind of talk about both of these a little bit. And in order to start off with the first one, I want to kind of take you back quite a few years now when I started teaching. And this was very much for me a time of scavenger hunts, a time of, I mean, Sam here talked earlier, struck a chord very much. Oh, okay. I'm hoping those at the back actually heard some of that.
We did.
Okay, good. So, yeah, I want to take you back to quite a few years ago when I started teaching.
Sorry,
Okay. Should I just use the microphone? Okay, no, of course. One second.
Okay, is that okay? Okay, super. So again, this is kind of like retrieval practice, isn't it? You know, it's kind of ironic. So let me tell you about for a few years in my own teaching, and this was very much a time of yes, scavenger hunts. It's a moment in my own teaching where the quality of the feedback I gave students was determined by how much I gave them, and I would give them a lot. You know, I wanted to prove myself. And then something happened, you know, something changed, and it was a real moment for me. And I'm going to preface this by saying it's going to sound a bit of a cliche, but nonetheless, going back to how I was at the time, it was a big moment, and there it is. Now, again, I say it's a cliche because Rosenshine, of course, has become almost a kind of pedagogic meme over the last few years. You know, he's everywhere, but for good reason, like for really good reason. There's a reason his ideas have caught on, because they're great and they're really, really useful. And he writes them and writes about them in such a way that is precise and clear and actionable in the classroom as well. So for me, you know, sitting there hunched over kind of Dickensian-like with this massive stack of books until, you know, midnight or whatever it might be, or doing scavenger hunts, you know, this came like a lightning bolt because it just helped, which is always a good thing. So I was reading it, and I particularly was drawn to these two things. I mean, I was drawn to all of it, but in particular for the purpose of today, these two, the two kind of principles that engage with retrieval practice or review of learning. And this idea that the most effective teachers, he says, begin each lesson with a 5 to 8 minute review of previously covered material. Now, I'd done kind of pop quizzes as I was setting up my register at the front of the room and getting everything ready and snuffling around with my papers. I might ask the students a few questions, but it wasn't systematized. There was no rationale behind it. There was no kind of pedagogic understanding of why I was doing what I was doing, for me at least. And this is what this paper started to do, is it started to help me to understand the actual underpinning reason for why I might want to ask students, anyone remember what we did last time or last week? And so, kind of eager, keen to learn more, I started to devour anything I could that was in any way associated with Rosenshine that people were sharing or talking about. So I came upon this paper next by the two Bjorks, talking about desirable difficulties and the distinction between performance and learning, which was new to me at this time. The idea that learning is what we're aiming for, but learning can't be measured in a single lesson. Learning happens in the aggregate. And that was just something I hadn't considered before. So this made a big difference. And he talks as well about the impact of retrieval practice, of self-testing. So again, having those ideas in Rosenshine that I'd encountered reaffirmed was really, really powerful for me. And so I went on, I continued to read. I read this one next. Again, a superb paper, really, really useful. Like Rosenshine, really good at kind of breaking it down, making it really, really concise. And then I read this one next, which was particularly useful, particularly interesting, because it included this. Testing is a powerful means of improving learning, not just assessing it. And this, again, was such a pivotal moment in my own thinking about retrieval practice and testing. It's a learning event, not just a way of assessing the learning that's already taken place. And these were all really, really interesting, important ideas for me at this particular point in my teaching career. And, you know, I would wake up having dreamt about Ebbinghouse's forgetting curve. You know, it's kind of imprinted on my mind. And I actually had, and I still have actually, present tense, I printed this out, and it's kind of slightly grained. The printer was not very good. And I stuck it on my notice board to remind me that this stuff matters. This stuff's really, really important, really useful. And so what did it look like in the classroom? Like all of these ideas, how did I start to implement it in the classroom? And again, by no means nothing unfamiliar here. So for instance, I would ask students to recall quotations that they've done in previous lessons, gap fill exercises. I would ask them to rehearse lines of interpretation that maybe we discussed in a previous lesson. I was a big fan of this one, which is, again, nothing new here, where the green one would be something that we did last lesson, the blue one something from maybe the previous topic or a few lessons ago, and then the orange one was either something more analytical, or it was like, last year, and really try and reach back. So for probably about a year and a half, like this is the way that I thought about retrieval practice, and still do to an extent. And I was really, really motivated and really kind of interested in how these kinds of ideas look in the classroom, like how this research translates to the classroom, to the things that we're asking our students to do. And then there was another moment, this second moment, and again, things didn't change. That's not quite the right word, but they shifted slightly. They slightly reframed how I thought about retrieval practice. And I want to say, of course, this is incredibly important stuff, transformative, really, really powerful. But I did start to ask myself questions, and I did start to think about the kind of experience that it facilitates for students when they come to read a work of literature. And this, I'd been having these thoughts a little bit, and it was crystallized when I read another really, really influential paper, this time by this person, Louise Rosenblatt. Now, Rosenblatt is, I would say, being one of the most influential figures in my own thinking about English as a discipline, how we teach English. Her stuff is I think, absolutely incredible. And in particular, this paper, the literary transaction, evocation, and response. And if I could recommend, one paper that I've read that's probably influenced the way I think about English more than any other, it would probably be this one. Really, 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 really good. And I read this at a time that I was thinking about all these things about retrieval practice. And this isn't really, it's not about retrieval practice, but it really influenced and still does how I think about and how I started to think about retrieval practice, and also how I started to frame it in terms of my own teaching. Now, in this paper, by Rosenblatt, she explores the idea of stances. This is like one of her big ideas in this paper, and just in her work more generally. And the very basic principle behind stances is she describes it as a mental set, or a kind of disposition, a kind of anticipation. So when you open up a book or a text, what is the stance that a student or a reader adopts to that text? What's our kind of disposition for that particular text? And this is what she describes as stance. And so, for instance, if you were to read this, a washing machine manual, you're probably going to have a very different stance, a very different expectation of the kind of reading you want to do than if you read a poem. And again, if I'm reading this, I'm going to have a very different anticipation of the mode of reading, the kind of reading disposition, to if I'm reading Shakespeare. And the text itself, of course, cues this up. If we go back to the poem, a poem, just by the way in which it's written, just by that fact alone, it cues up a particular kind of stance. It cues up a particular kind of reading. When we see something that looks like that looks like a poem, we anticipate a kind of reading that we're going to engage in, and it alters our stance or our disposition. This is Rosenblatt's argument. And she identifies two stances. So she identifies the efferent and the aesthetic. And she describes the efferent as a kind of primarily informational stance. So in other words, if you're reading efferently, if you're reading in the efferent stance, then you're aiming to carry information away from the text. You're aiming to get something from that text at a kind of informational level. And if you're reading aesthetically, or if you're reading in the aesthetic stance, then you're doing something quite different, Rosenblatt suggests. What you're doing instead is you are expecting to be moved by what you're reading, probably. You're expecting to have some kind of emotional connection or emotional response to what you're reading. You're perhaps kind of looking inwards as you're reading. You're connecting what you're reading to what she describes a reservoir of past experience, which I think is a beautiful phrase, reservoir of past experience. So if you're reading with the aesthetic stance, you're expecting what you're reading to connect with the experiences you've had, the things you've read before, and you're expecting to be able to offer some kind of personal response to it as well. And so reading all of this, I started to ask myself at this particular point, was the retrieval I was doing up until this point Englishy? And what did that even mean? Like, what does it mean for something to be Englishy or not Englishy? And I used Rosenblatt's ideas of the efferent and the aesthetic to kind of think about this a little bit. And I started to wonder if a lot of my retrieval practice up until that point was very much queuing up or prompting an efferent stance, but what the kind of relationship I was expecting students to have with the text was one where they're extracting information from it. And I started to wonder, well, what could a kind of aesthetic kind of retrieval look like? A kind of retrieval where we're still retrieving, so we're still tapping into, all of the huge benefits that we read about with the Bjorks or Rosenshine or Dunlowski, whoever it might be. But we're doing it in such a way, or attempting to do it in such a way, that we're activating an aesthetic stance, perhaps rather than an efferent stance. So I started to play around with this and try different things to try and cue students up to retrieve aesthetically, as opposed to what had perhaps been happening up until that, primarily retrieve efferently. And I suppose I was doing this. I was motivated by an underpinning sense of if I'm only asking students to retrieve efferently, then am I kind of presenting a work of literature as something that can be kind of atomized or something that's kind of testable? And not, of course, that there's anything wrong with that at all. But should I try and find a way in which students can have both kinds of responses in the kind of retrieval they're doing, aesthetic and efferent? So I started to experiment with this, play around with it a little bit. And so the rest of today's talk, I want to go through some of the fruits of this experimentation, like some of the things that I've tried that I feel have worked reasonably well. And they're all underpinned by trying to have a aesthetic stance when we're doing retrieval. Okay, so here's one then, and I've done this lots now with multiple classes, and I feel it always works really well. It's always really interesting, and it's a good example, I think, to start off with of what I kind of mean by aesthetic retrieval, or what we might describe as retrieval that prompts or cues an aesthetic stance. So it's really simple. The students come in. Again, the routine doesn't change. It's always the same routine. It's just what they're doing, what they're thinking about might slightly differ. So the students come in, and this is what they have waiting for them on the board. Write down your favorite word or image from Macbeth and explain why this is your favorite. And of course, Macbeth could be substituted for any text. And it's great. They come in, they sit down, and they start to do it. And as you'd expect, you have and as we'll see in a moment, you have a massive array of different words and images. And the only criteria for this is that it's got to be your favorite. Now, of course, it's retrieval in the traditional sense because they're retrieving that information. But even just by framing it as favorite, we're promoting a slightly different relationship with the text that isn't just extract information from it. We're queuing up that kind of personal aesthetic stance. So, okay, we start off with this. Write down your favorite word or image from Macbeth. And then once we've done that, maybe they have 5 minutes to do this. And once they've done that, explained why it's their favorite, and then we can start to have some fun. Like, then we can start to do some really interesting things. And there's loads of things we can do from that starting point. It might be in the mode of a traditional do now, we just do one of them because that's 5 minutes and we don't want to surpass that. Or it might be that actually we bundle them together and they become a lesson all of their own, perhaps. So, I mean, first, we could just simply ask that question, well, why? Like, why is that your favorite? And we might go around the room and kind of sample the class and say, okay, what word did you choose? Why was it your favorite? And we could move around the room in that way. So just simply asking that question, like, why is that particular word your favorite? And starting to ask them as well, starting to probe how they've defined the word favorite. Like, is it a word that just interests you the most? Is it your favorite because you think it's the most important? If so, why? Is it your favorite because for some reason it kind of moves you, or you find it evocative. So we can begin to really kind of probe what's going on with why is it your favorite word. But then we can do some more interesting stuff. Again, from the starting question of what's your favorite word. So we could ask 2 students for their words. So what's your favorite word? What's your favorite word? And then we can ask a 3rd student to connect them in some way. Or if we didn't want to do it with the 3rd student, we could just ask all of them in the room to do it. So again, this is interesting because it's still retrieval in the traditional sense of retrieving the knowledge that they have about these texts, but they're beginning to think about these words and images in perhaps a slightly different way. Something else we could do is we could specify another word. So we could say a word from the text and ask for hands up as to whose word that they've written down connects to that, and then ask someone else to explain why. Or again, ask everyone to write down why, how might those 2 words connect. So they're playing around with the text, they're playing around with the knowledge of the text, they're making connections between different images that maybe they've never put next to each other before, and they're being asked to consider how those images connect. Or another one, sample 5 words, and then ask you, this is always fun, any kind of ranking activity is always a lot of fun because it generates a lot of interesting discussion. But ask students to rank those 5 words according to their significance, and then write down their justification. And this is very easy to do, but it's also just so interesting. Here's 5 words. We've all got the same 5 words. Using the criteria you want, or we could suggest a criteria, what is the order of significance or importance of those words, and what are the reasons and assumptions that we're making to order them in that way. And it can generate, just from this simple activity, a really interesting and rich classroom conversation. Or we could ask 2 students for the words and ask everyone to write down all the ways they could connect those 2 words. And again, just the knowledge that's required to do this, they're needing to retrieve and rehearse that knowledge, but they're perhaps doing it with a different stance, to use Rosenblatt's term. They may be thinking about it in a slightly different way. So another one, okay, so moving away from the favorite one, we could also play around with the idea of the cento, which is a particular kind of poetic form where every single line in a cento is a line from another poet, or another poem rather. So this is an actual example of a cento, John Ashbery's poem, and you see different poets. Okay, so there's a few different things we can do with this. If we want to use the idea of the cento as a kind of aesthetic retrieval, a kind of retrieval practice. So one way we could do this is we could have, under the visualizer on a PowerPoint, whatever's going to work, we could have different lines from some of the poems we've studied. So let's say it's a GCSE class, you're looking at the anthology, you could have different lines from different poems in that, covered in that anthology. And you could have them spread out across the table under the visualizer, and then you ask students, and this is their kind of activity, this is what we're asking them to think about, you ask students to rearrange those lines according to some kind of governing principle. So in this particular instance, we're not asking them to retrieve the lines themselves, we've done that for them, but we are asking them to think about how those lines connect. We're asking them to think about how they, like what patterns or what schematic underpins how they connect together, how these lines may be combined. And then we might share that, we might discuss that, we might think about the kind of organizing principle that students have used. We could also do it as an entirely new poem. So we could ask students to effectively create their own cento, maybe just with a couple of lines, like 2, 3, 4 lines. And here, but we are asking them to retrieve the actual lines. So we're asking them to retrieve lines of poetry that they have studied, but we're also asking them again to arrange them in a way that is meaningful and interesting to them. There's some kind of organizing principle underpinning it. I mean, it might be that we scaffold this particular version by suggesting the organizing principle for them. So let's say, for instance, you do the love and relationship side of the anthology, which I suspect is not many people. But you might say, for instance, let's create a cento based around relationships that are troubled. So now they select lines of poetry from some of the poems that we've studied, and they arrange them in such a way that they're creating a new poem excavated out of that in some way connects to the idea of troubled relationships. And it's a really interesting task to do, because they have to have a really good knowledge of the poems and the different texts that we've studied, the ideas behind them, in order to do something like this. And of course, to get to that point, there might have been other kinds of retrieval practice prior to that. But this in itself is a really great activity to get them to think about the texts in perhaps a slightly different way. Or we could give them a cento, so we could create one. We could kind of arrange lines in a particular way, and then we could give that to students. And then at this point, we could do a few things. So we could go down the more efferent stance, and we could ask students to say, okay, what poem is this from? Like who wrote it? Those kinds of questions, if we wanted to. Or we could ask students to think about the organizing principle that maybe we've put in place. Like, what's the pattern between these lines? How are they connected? Can you see any kind of connection between them? Perhaps. So again, we can play around with it in that way. But the basic idea of a cento, I think, has a really powerful opportunity for thinking about retrieval. Or we could think about retrieval in terms of kind of puzzles. And this, I think, of the three that I've gone through today, this being the third one, I think this is the one that I most use myself. This is a very recurrent feature in my own kind of start of lesson retrieval practice, kind of framing retrieval as a kind of puzzle. And I mean puzzle here in the kind of cognitive sense of something that needs to be worked out that's kind of stimulating, not like a word search. Definitely not that. So here's a great one. And again, you can just substitute any text or any words you want. It's endlessly variable. But you might just put 3 up there. And these are from the History Boys. Actually, most of these examples are from the History Boys, just because that was the first PowerPoint that was open when I was making this, because I taught it that morning. So that's why there's the bias towards the History Boys. So you can have 3 words from the text, and we can just simply say, how many ways can you connect these 3 words? You know, how many possible ways might we connect them? And again, what they're retrieving is not the word itself, because we're giving them the words, but they're retrieving the ways in which those words can connect, the lines of interpretation, of analysis that maybe we've looked at in the class together. But also, they're generating new ideas by being asked to think about these in a different way than maybe they have done previously. Or we can do something like this, which is a very kind of similar strategy. Again, the History Boys. So which of these words do you think is the most important for understanding the History Boys? And then defend your choice. Why do you think it's the most important? So I suppose this is very much a version of the first activity. And I should say as well, these are all ones that I've used in my actual lessons. These are just taken from a PowerPoint that I use with my students. And of course, you can do this with any of the ones that you might have, any text. Super, excellent. I shall make it. And this one is so fun, and this one is great. So the rule here is they have to fill in the boxes, and they have to use a quotation to do that, but the quotation has to connect in some way to the previous one. So for instance, the second box has to in some way connect to cutting edge, and then the next one has to connect to that one that they've just used, but it also, because has to connect to presentation, which makes it a little trickier. And again, this is really, it's great because it's asking them to retrieve the images, but to think about how they connect, and therefore to think about the patterns that exist across the particular text as well. And this one, an absolute shout out to Chris, because this is not my sentence stem. I can take 0 credit. So a year ago, a month ago today is one that I got from Chris, and it's amazing, as is all of Chris's work. But this is, again, it's a different way to think about retrieval. It's a different way to think about the kind of stance we're asking students to adopt when they start to retrieve or remember material that we've studied in the past. So this one is with Macbeth. So yeah, just you've witnessed everything that's happened. You're one of his soldiers. Poor you. And you've got to use a year ago, a month ago today to describe how you feel. And of course, to do this, you're retrieving, first of all, the stem itself, which would have been taught in language previously, but you're also retrieving the knowledge that you have about Macbeth as well. And yeah, that's some ways we might retrieve aesthetically as well as efferently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. For our next bit, we're just going to welcome up one of our sponsors again. So just welcoming up Rita from Hodder. Just bring up the presentation as well. Just while Rita's coming up, I just want to say thank you again for our sponsors today. I think free CPD is something that obviously don't want to take for granted, and it wouldn't be possible without their donations, both in terms of the event itself and also the raffle prizes, which we will give more out of later on as well. So I'll just pass the mic on to Rita.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rita. I'm from Hodder Education. We're really proud to be here and to support the event today. And I hope you've all had a great day. I won't keep you too long. I'm just going to go through these slides to explain what we do. Some of you have already seen. I've been with Hodder for quite some years now, so some of you might know me. So yes, if we want to start, yeah? I better put my glasses on, that would help, wouldn't it? Yes, the Globe Education, the shorter play text, if you want to click, yeah? Basically, these have been around for a few years now, but they're great because they reduce the length of each play by a third, and they give the whole story in a shorter class time available that you have now to teach. They're very language focused, and there's activities there to support that. And then you've got the Globe Shakespeare GCSE. Again, they give great exam prep questions, and they also meet the assessment objectives for AQA and EDUCAS. Next slide, please. Moving on to Key Stage 3. Quite a few of you have been over to look at these anthology titles. These are fairly new. These came out last year. There are 7 titles in the series. We do print books, we do student ebooks, and we also have teacher resources online on our new Boost platform. Basically, they're accessible extracts with tasks for year 7, year 8, and year 9. And the content is differentiated, and it's great for exam practice. And as I say, there is a Boost title for each one. In that, you get the teacher resources. There's a lot of stuff already made for you. You can download them, you can edit them, you can save them, and you can share the content with your students. So it really does save a lot of time, particularly if you're choosing a title that you haven't done before. The GCSE for AQA, we have the workbooks, which obviously I think some of you have already got these. Some of you have looked at the workbooks on the stand. Then you've got the digital downloads, which are great because they're 12-week schemes of work, so you can pick up and teach with them straight away. They're editable, they cover all abilities, and again, they save time on planning. And these are also available for EDUCAS and WJEC, which are there on the screen now on the PowerPoint. The CCEA is obviously for Northern Ireland, so I don't think anybody is really worried about those. OCR, GCSE, and A-level, we have some resources there for media studies in the form of student guides, which are very good and very focused. And then obviously you've got my revision notes, which again are for revision and very focused, along with the outline, the spec. Then we have Cambridge IGCSE. I'm not sure if any of you cover this spec, but again, everything is on the website if you want to go on hoddereducation.co.uk. But again, the student books, workbooks, study and revision guides. Next slide, please. The IB, obviously we publish for IB subjects as well, and particularly in English. And then the next slide, there you are. You have the student books and the skills for success and prepare for success. So they're all there. Now, Illuminate Publishing, some of you may know about. They're quite strong on the drama and media studies. film studies. Illuminate Publishing is now part of the Hachette Group, which is part of Hodder. So if anybody has any inquiries for those, you can access any resources if you contact your local Hodder representative. But for now, you've got drama, film studies, media, which covers student books in print, revision guides in print, and also the play guides. Next one is, next slide, please. As I mentioned, Boost, the new Boost platform briefly, but as I say, it is a teaching resource online, the content of which you can share with students. You can upload your own resources if you want to. There are ebook versions as well if you don't want to use print. Again, we offer free e-inspection copies now online for 30 days of any of the textbooks, and we also offer free 30-day trials of any Boost titles. So there's no commitment to buy. They just expire after 30 days. There's no catch. And if you're interested, again, you can register for these on the website, or you can contact us by email. There's 25% discount off all orders exclusive to the delegates that are here today, and we'll honour that for 14 days if you want to get in touch. You can either contact me, which is rita.padgett@hodder.co.uk, or you can contact Denise, and her details are up there. The only thing I want to mention as well is, which wasn't on the slide, is that we do the English review magazines in print. Now, I've had some on the stand and I've given quite a few away. I have got a few copies left if anybody wants them. They are targeted at A-level. They cost £40 for the annual subscription, and you get 4 editions a year, but they're very, very up to date. And whilst they are for A-level, quite a few teachers that I've spoken to today are quite interested in them for the top ability sets at GCSE. So again, everything is available on the website. We also do e-libraries, which is an archive, if you like, of all the editions going back to 2009, which all the students can access, you can use in the classroom for teaching. And they've been around for a long time, but they're very, very, very good. So thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and I'll leave you with that.
Thank you very much, Rita. Handing over then to our next speaker for this afternoon, talking about a rich knowledge of grammar and how it informs our literary analysis. It is Donald Hale.
Thank you for everyone for coming. I almost didn't make it this morning, so I'm really delighted to be here. But can I just say, I had 12 or 13 people contact me to offer solutions to get me here. I really appreciate that. I think it's a real strength of this as a community. So yeah, really appreciative of all those offers. I made it, so I'm here. I am going to be speaking about grammar, and grammar is one of those things which can be a little bit contentious, controversial. I just want to begin with some caveats before I go into this. I think that's important to do. So to the point where I seem to be a bit obsessed with grammar, my school, when putting together the CPD program across our trust, put in the provisional program, Donald Hale's going to be speaking, and they put in the provisional guide probably about grammar. And I wasn't intending to be honest, but I probably will now. I unashamedly and unapologetically do think it's a powerful tool and a powerful aspect of our discipline. And I'm going to hopefully show you and convince you why that is. The second thing is this. Just put your hands up for me if you were not taught grammar explicitly at school. Me too. And people assume that I must have been, and that's why I do it, because, oh, that's probably the way you were taught. I did go to a grammar school, but I did not get explicit teaching of grammar, just so you know. But I also wasn't taught Romeo and Juliet in school, and I wouldn't tell anyone else, you shouldn't teach Romeo and Juliet. So I don't think that should ever be the barrier. And the final thing, with the examples I'm going to show you today, what I often get accused of is, oh, well, that would work for a particular set of students. The school that I've just been appointed to work at, Trinity Academy Leeds, has quite a unique profile, I think. We have 72% of our students on Pupil Premium. 23% have a chronological reading age of below 6.5 years when they begin in year 7. And when people challenge me, oh, well, are you going to do this stuff you showed today at your new school? My answer was absolutely yes, because we need to be ambitious for all our students. So I'm going to pass over to you for a moment just to have a read of what is on the slide. This is an example from A-level, but I'm going to show you how it also pairs down to Key Stage 4 and 3 as well. There's two versions here. A student writing about Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit by Jeanette Winterson. And I just want you to think which version is more academic in terms of academic register and almost kind of intelligent thought and expression. The content's the same for both. You'll hopefully pick up on that. It's which is more academic. Now, here's what I want to kind of show you about this. Often, I overhear students and teachers say similar things in terms of, well, they write so well because that's just who they are, as if they were born with some personality that makes them an academic writer. No. And I think there's an element of survivorship bias as well. It's the kind of Jeremy Clarkson thing every results say, isn't it? Well, I failed my A-levels and yet I am really rich and successful. That's great for you. And I probably didn't need this when I was in school necessarily. You know, I had a mum who was a math teacher, but also had a literature degree. And I came from quite a middle-class privileged background where literature and writing and expressing myself academically was part and parcel of my day-to-day experience. But that's not the reality for all students. So I think what we need to do is actually teach how to be academic and not make assumptions that, oh, well, some students can do that, you know, or you can't teach the A-star standard at A-level, or you can't teach a grade 9. You absolutely can. It'd be weird if you couldn't. Just throwing it out there. So for me, and maybe this is my personal opinion, but version 1 of the two versions that you saw is the more academic version in terms of academic register. And there's reasons for that. They're underpinned by the grammatical structures that are used. And one thing I often get accused of, again, is that, oh, well, you're just throwing terminology around and we don't need terminology. Yes, we do. That's weird to say we don't need terminology. Because, for example, if I said to you, right, never ever use the word simile, you must always say each and every time you see a simile used by a writer is a comparison of two things where you perhaps maybe use like or as, you'd be exhausted by the end of the day, wouldn't you, having to do that each time? Because being precise with language, we say to students, is so important. So we need to be precise as teachers when we deliver our messages as well. So there's 4 ways in which I think that this version from the version 2 is more academic. And just, you know, both of these versions were written by students. The first version was just a bit of a cold write, really, where they kind of wrote it and they had the same ideas. But what I said to them is, I love your ideas, but it's not as good as it could be. Here are 4 things you could do to make it better. And I kind of taught them these 4 things. So I talked about the idea of depersonalizing, so removing the I voice. I'm not saying, by the way, you have to do that necessarily. I just think it's more academic, personally. Nominalization, or the process of turning verbs into nouns. So present, presentation. It's a small tweak. And yes, okay, it's a fancy term, arguably, for looking at language at a micro level, but I think it's just a useful term to have. I'll give you an example of a story about a year 7 using that term in a moment as well. So this is not just an A-level thing. Noun phrases. Now, noun phrases, if you're thinking, oh, well, I don't know what noun phrases are, what does that mean? Year 6s all know noun phrases. They'll use them all the time. Why wouldn't we use that knowledge and bring it up into secondary, but use it in a literary analysis, not just in terms of writing? And finally, the demonstrative pronoun, which is a bit of a mouthful, I appreciate. But using this, for example, to keep track of the analysis, to build up that fluency and articulation in writing that cogency of an argument is really, really important, I think. So these things are really useful. If you look at, for example, the noun phrase, bold assertion, muted response, actually, although that's a grammatical structure that I'm teaching as the vehicle to improve literary analysis, that's helping with AO2 in terms of analysis of methods. Because they're not just kind of given a quote that's decontextualized. They're looking at the kind of tone and intention behind a character, for example, and it's revealing details about meaning as well. So it's not separate, it's not divorced. So it's eating literary analysis. It's not separate too. It's not a bolt-on by any means. The depersonalized and demonstrative pronoun, these are just general tenets, really, of writing well. I think that students can adapt to any piece of writing. So when I did show this to a few ex-colleagues, they did say, but that's all well and good. That's an A-level kind of criteria, particularly normalization. Normalization is not that tricky. It just has a fancy name. But I had a year 7 student really, really confidently use it with me on Wednesday this week, so just a few days ago. Now, this student has a chronological reading age of 5.4 years. Okay, so we're not talking about, you know, a highfalutin A-level student. And we were looking at a piece of writing, and we were doing thesis statements, and we were doing Cirque du Freak. So we were looking at Darren Shan as the writer, and we said Shan presents, and we were building thesis statements. And he sort of said, I keep saying Shan presents, and I don't like it. I go, oh, I know, I don't really like it too. It's probably a good way in, but shall we do some normalization? He went, yes, please. Because here's the thing, students love it. They want to have knowledge. They want to feel powerful and feel those words in their mouths. So we talked about verbs and nouns. We talked about how that worked. We broke it down, we scaffolded it. And then we brought in normalization to the point where he then left the lesson and he said, I can't wait to get home tonight. I'm going to tell my mum all about normalization. Why is that a bad thing? I don't think it is, but some people seem to think that, oh my God, that's dangerous and destructive. You've taught a fancy term. Good, because he now gets it. Because the very next day, when we were doing thesis statements, everyone else in the class was still doing Shan presents. And at one point, he put his hand up and he interrupted and said, sir, couldn't they be using normalization instead? I went, oh yeah, we could do. Shall we do Shan's presentation of? And then we did that. And then some more did it. And we're building it up over time. So I don't want you to kind of see this as this is just for A-level students. It can work at all levels if we have that ambition for all our students, which we absolutely should do. What kind of inspires me when I look at grammar in terms of developing literary analysis, though, is a lot of the work underpinned by Deborah Myhill and the Exeter pedagogy. Now, Myhill's approach is very much this idea that often grammar, when we hear that term bandied around by teachers, is it's either this prescriptive approach where it's about we must drill and teach them the rules of grammar, or it's some kind of supplementary thing that doesn't attach to core curriculum, and it really needs to attach to what we do day in and day out. So Myhill talks about this idea about making connections for learners between a grammatical choice and how this subtly shapes or shifts meaning in their own writing. And you saw that with the noun phrases, for example, muted response, bold assertion. Actually, that's shaping the meaning and developing the literary analysis. It's not something separate or divorced from that. So this idea that we have this traditionalist view of grammar, there's this set of rules that we must just teach them. This end of the quotation, I think, is really important. So it's in direct contrast to a traditional view of teaching grammar as a system with a set of grammatical terms in the hope students will somehow connect the analysis of language to the production of it. If we model really carefully and scaffold really carefully, we can show how we can manipulate language really carefully to be better writers and to be academic, because I think we should be encouraging our students to be, you know, scholars, not just people who sit in an English lesson day in, day out. So in terms of a quick reflection, just before I finish, and that is very much a whistle-stop tour, of course, I want us to really think about kind of how our perception of teaching grammar requires a bit of a shift from that prescriptive to a more kind of descriptive approach. So using grammar to create meaning as opposed to grammar being divorced from meaning. And if we kind of reimagine grammar in that way, I think we support students to understand that their choice of using a grammatical construction actually helps develop their literary analysis, and I think will actually make them better students. So if I go back to for example, the bold assertion noun phrase that was being used in teaching that, suddenly they get the characterization. They're bold, they're brave, they're strong, they're tough when they're asserting that. There's a challenge to kind of patriarchy. There's all these things that kind of stem and flow from that as a bit of a starting point. So that's grammar. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brilliant presentation. Okay, next up, unfortunately, Louise Harrison can't be with us today. We are going to hear from Richard MacDonald, who is one of the English team members. Richard's going to be talking to us about whole class feedback in English. So over to you, Rich.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to make sure that I've got Amy in my eye line so that she can give me the death daggers if I start to go over. For those of you who don't know me, I was Director of English until about Easter. I'm now an assistant head teacher for, among other things, assessment. And I thought today what I would talk to you about is both the importance of whole class feedback, but also the complexities of it as well. Partly it's come as a result of an article that I wrote for the Chartered College about a year and a half ago. And actually, when I first sat down to look at whole class feedback, I wasn't planning on writing an article. It just kind of came up while I was looking at whole class feedback, and I thought, you know, why not? And turns out they were interested in it, so that worked out well. But what I realized, I sat down to look at whole class feedback thinking I want to make feedback more efficient. And more than anything, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to save myself time so that I wasn't going back to what Andrew was saying about staying up till midnight. I think in my NQT year, it was something like 2 o'clock in the morning at one point, marking books. I knew that that was a waste of time. I wanted to do something better, but I wanted it to be effective as well. And actually, what I realized as I looked more into the different elements of research and evidence is, yes, it's more efficient, but it is so incredibly complex at the same time. If we think about why whole class feedback, obviously that feedback cycle, the responsive teaching, we know that the EEF tells us that feedback is one of those things that has the most impact on a student's progress. So we can all agree, feedback, very, very important. Whole class feedback, a central part of that. And then on top of that, that 77% of time saving compared to marking books as well. There are a lot of reasons why whole class feedback are potentially a good strategy to use. But then when you get into the evidence and actually what feeds into that, well, first of all, you've got the evidence around what makes effective feedback. So thinking about feedback that students apply, feedback that students use, both the delivery of that feedback, but also the response to it, which can be very complex. On top of that, it's a form of verbal feedback. So if you're reteaching things, anything to do with the principles of instruction, so Rosenshine, etc., effective explanations, that all features in terms of the theory behind effective whole class feedback as well. And then on top of that, you've also got everything about cognitive science and learning in general, which, because whole class feedback is part of that learning cycle, again, it's part of learning. The science of learning is going to play a key part as well. So I am going to aim in the next 6 minutes or so to give you a really, really brief overview. But if you have any questions, I probably don't have the answers, but you can ask me anyway, and I can direct you to somebody else who probably knows more than I do. But if not, feel free to just DM me or tweet me after today if you are as shy of other people as I am. In terms of that effective feedback, then, if we think about what makes effective feedback and the theory behind it, Daisy Christodoulou, who I see as the ultimate goddess of assessment, absolutely adore her, but she says that effective feedback, it comes down to the clarity. It needs to be crystal clear. If students don't understand it, there's no point. And that's a huge problem with using exam criteria. I mean, let's face it, most English teachers don't understand what the GCSE mark schemes mean. We certainly can't agree on it when students are going up several grades at a time. Not bitter. But how are we going to make that clear to our students? We need to decode those mark schemes, that success criteria, in terms of what it actually means and how that looks. On top of that, I really like how Daisy Christodoulou makes this analogy of it needs to be a recipe. So we need to turn that success into a series of steps that they can follow, and then we need to show them how to do it. I think it was Matt Pinkett who made the analogy of, if you wanted someone to create a duck à l'orange, you wouldn't just give them a picture of a duck à l'orange and expect them to make it. You'd show them how. You take them through those steps. You wouldn't just show them the end product. And then Christodoulou also mentions the idea of it should be iteratively, try saying that 3 times fast after drinking some Prosecco, iteratively improving the student. So it's not about improving the work, it's about that ongoing cycle of learning, which you can do through redrafting. But again, if the feedback is too specific to one piece, actually it doesn't have that long-term impact as well. So very brief overview of the feedback element. In terms of the delivery of effective feedback, I'm not going to go through every bit of Rosenshine. I have shamelessly stolen Oliver Caviglioli's diagrams because they are so much better than anything that I could possibly draw.
If you're playing Edgy Twitter Bingo, that was Oliver Cavaglioli, everybody. And Daisy Christodoulou, two really hard ones to pronounce. So that's a good start. I would also recommend, if you haven't seen it, Andy Tharby's book on how to give effective explanations, which again is a very practical guide to kind of some of that theory and some of the evidence that underpins how we instruct, how we explain ideas. I like how everyone else wandered further forward of the post-it. I'm slowly creeping back because I'm terrified. So if I just like disappear into the sign, just please ignore me. And then there's also this element of how students receive feedback. And I talk a lot, when I talk about feedback in my own school with my own staff, talk a lot about that idea of it's not about the delivery. The delivery is part of it, the instruction, the explanation, how they get it. But you need to check that they've actually received it and done something with it, that they've learned from it. So actually checking that. And Harry Fletcher Woods, in his book on responsive teaching, talks a lot about the impact of their mood, their motivation. Peps McRae's book on motivated teaching as well is really good for that. So actually we need to consider, how are they feeling when they receive that feedback? Because if they perceive it as a threat, they're not going to use it. They're not going to apply it. How are we helping them to see it as constructive? How are we building that culture of learning from criticism within our classrooms so they don't feel threatened? And you could almost argue actually that the feedback that we give to staff just while I'm there is equally important. It should be low threat. It should be developmental. So with about 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes, right? I just wanted to give a couple of examples of things that I've used in the past. So this is a non-example for me. And I know different people do things in different ways, and please do whatever is right for your context. If you think that I am talking complete trash up here at the front, then that's your right to think that, because you're going to go back and teach your own class who I don't teach. This is what I used, admittedly, within the COVID lockdowns when I first started playing around with whole class feedback. And I went with that idea of, oh, I want a sheet. Everyone else seems to have a sheet, a slide, a performer that they can fill in. And there were some elements that worked well. Because it was remote learning, I put in little links for them to click that showed them how to do those things. But did it save me loads of time? No, it saved me some. But actually, the amount of time I spent typing up my notes so that they were student-friendly into the performer wasn't very helpful. On top of that, there was just an awful lot. Students just looked at that, and a lot of them didn't actually pick up on the strengths and the targets that they needed to. They'd often pick something as a target that actually they'd done quite well at. So that was a bit of a problem as well. So I tried something different when we went back into school after lockdown. I went with the whole coded feedback thing. Again, I had that problem where I had to type up my notes, which were really, really scruffy and messy, into a bank of student-friendly comments, which, if we're thinking about feedback as a recipe, not very helpful. That didn't really work. And I regret doing that because it didn't work. I gave this to my class as well. And even though they only had about 1 or 2 codes, they just looked at the sheet, and a lot of them looked at me. And I think it was a kind of like, oh my God, we must be awful. Like all those things we are doing wrong. Even though for each person, there was only 1 or 2 things. And for both of those sheets as well, the cognitive overload, there is just so much there. So what I changed to do, and I'm hoping that I might have like, sorry, 1 minute, good. I took my notes. The way that I do my notes for whole class feedback, I divide it into a bit of a grid, but as you can see, it's a really, really messy grid, where I make a note of the common strengths, the common targets, and the SPAG issues that I want to go over. So that left-hand column is pretty much the things that I notice. The right-hand column, the Hall of Fame, is the ones that I'm going to pick out, put up on the board, and say these are absolutely brilliant. I always focus on ones that aren't perfect but have done one thing particularly well. I think because you often get a really low ability kid or a low attaining child who they haven't done everything right, but there's one thing they've done that no one else has. And I think throwing that spotlight on their success can be quite important. And then I think about the impact in terms of in the immediate lesson afterwards, that feedback lesson, if you like, but also the things that I'm going to do later, because I recognize that I can't throw all that feedback at them at once. So sometimes the SPAG, I might think I'm not going to go over apostrophe straight away. I want to focus on something else, but I do need to do a few do nows on apostrophes to kind of reinforce and review what they did, because clearly they still don't know how to use them at 18 years old. So that then builds into my lesson planning, because I'll have sorry, I'm out of my spot, my notes on that side, but then in my exercise book that I keep one of for each class, I plan my lesson on the right-hand side so I can just bung it under the visualizer. And that's the activities. That's where I put my examples and non-examples. So I can use my notes to explain my ideas to the class, whilst that's on the other side. They see that, I see this mess. So I'm not having to type it all up as well. Thank you very much. Amy's not throwing anything at me, so I'm going to take that as a success. And I'm going to pass on to Sarah to introduce the next speaker. Thank you, folks.
Thanks so much, Richard, for jumping in at the last minute as well. Okay, up next is Grav. We are thrilled to have you with us this afternoon, and Grav's going to be talking to us about oracy in English and why it's a curriculum, not a pedagogical issue. Thank you.
Can I have a clicker? Yeah. Right, am I okay here? Okay. I just want to thank everybody, firstly, the organisers, for the opportunity to be able to speak here today, to be among speakers that I so highly respect and have really shaped the way that I think about English and teaching and learning in general, but all the other conversations I've had with people here throughout the day. This is a real community, and I'm really honoured, really, to be able to speak about why I think oracy is a curriculum and not simply just a pedagogical issue. And I want to sort of explain my sort of thinking behind that. Often when we think of oracy and we think about the different things that we do in terms of oracy, we think of various tasks, various kind of strategies that we can use in classrooms. And what I really, really dislike is when it just becomes about debating and doing those sorts of things. And for me, oracy is that sort of bridge that allows students to develop their academic understanding, to connect their knowledge, and to connect all the different things that they're learning, but also, as I put there, to give them a voice. A voice gives your opinions a platform and gives you the opportunity to have perspective on and knowledge on things that matter. And for me, that's incredibly important, particularly in my context, because in my context, my students generally are not given the opportunity to have a voice or opinions, even to the point where their husbands and wives will be decided for them rather than them making that choice for themselves. So for me, this is not just an academic issue, it's more of a wider issue where they can really take agency beyond the curriculum. So how did I get to the conclusion that the role of oracy is not just a teaching and learning strategy, but one that is at the heart of the English curriculum? Well, for me, it's kind of to do with the unique position that English holds within the curriculum itself. And by no means am I saying is oracy only important in English. It's important across the curriculum. But specifically in English, there are so many different domains of knowledge, so many different things that we need to connect. The oracy and the opportunity to discuss and articulate what has been learned is something that is incredibly important. I kind of take the view that Arthur Appleby has, where he talks about we construct our realities, we construct our knowledge through the opportunity to discuss and articulate. So there are many examples of knowledge in English itself. So if we think about the factual, that plays, whilst it might play a minuscule part, the understanding of the factual, for instance, in an inspector cause, the understanding of the social and historical context is an important part of what we do. But then linking that to the procedural and those uniquely judicious sort of aspects that we want our students to create is something that I think is incredibly important. Because obviously when we're giving them the factual knowledge, we don't simply want them to write down on a piece of work that an inspector calls was set in 1912 and performed in the mid-1940s. We want them to actually connect that to something that's deeper, that shapes their unique interpretations. And good quality talk is a thing that can help them and enable them to bridge that particular gap. And so in my school, we worked very, very hard over the last few years on dialogic talk and exploratory talk, because we felt that that was the biggest lever that our students could have in terms of extending their ideas and linking those ideas together so that the writing that they produced was something of a good standard. So in March 2022, when we were inspected by Ofsted, I was very, very pleased that while we were deep dived, an unfortunate term, but anyway, while we were deep dived by Ofsted, they went through our curriculum plan. They observed about 8 lessons. They had discussions with myself, with pupils, with the members of my department in secret. I'm not sure why they spoke to them in secret, but there we go. They triangulated the evidence. And one of the things that they said was a real strength was our oracy provision in the classroom. That the discussions that they were having, the way that they were developing their ideas was something that they said was incredibly strong. And we celebrated. Some of us had 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 glasses of wine in order to celebrate. I didn't, because I'm sensible. And I went up to the head of maths and I said, ha ha, basically. But the problem was, when you start showing off a little bit, at least in my experience, when you start showing off just a little bit, life has a habit of bringing you back down and showing you the reality. So fast forward to May 2022. At the end of our unit on rhetoric, which we do with our year 8, our students participated in a public speaking competition. And the variability of what we were seeing was something that kind of caused us a little bit of alarm. There were some students who were absolutely confident speakers, but a really, really big majority of students who were not confident speaking publicly. This included those students in the classroom who were very confident in terms of giving us their opinions, their ideas. As soon as they came to that point where they had to speak publicly, they were unable to do so. And for us, this was something that we were worried about. Particularly, as I said, for us, our students having a voice is so important. If our students can't speak in front of other individuals and they themselves are incredibly nervous or they shy away, then they're not being allowed that opportunity to really develop their voice. And so we had to unearth the issue. We needed to get down to the bottom of why this was happening. And one of the things that I think we found really useful was actually looking at the issue with Ofsted itself. There are many issues, but this is just one particular one. And it was really helped by Kat Howard's blog, The Leverage of Professional Discourse, where she writes, if we shift from noticing to concluding, we miss the evaluative approach. Ofsted's main remit is to conclude and to make judgments. They're only there for a few hours where they're deep diving and they're having a look at what you do. The ideas that they get and the judgments that they make may not always be something that is entirely useful for us. And so if we carried on taking that particular approach where we think, yes, oracy is our strength and we've got this sussed, we're actually missing out an opportunity, and we had to evaluate and look at it more deeply. So we actually had a decision to make. Our decision was we could either do nothing about it. We managed to pull the wool over Ofsted's eyes. But everybody within our English department recognized that this was something that we needed to do for our students to help them both in terms of their academic performance, but most importantly for us, in terms of giving them a voice. And so what we had to look at first was our issue, the gap in that ability to speak publicly. That was our main issue, but we needed to identify which lever for us was going to be the one that was going to be the most powerful in enacting change, in ensuring that our students become more confident public speakers. And there were many strategies that we could have looked at. There are many things that we could have looked at. We could have looked at teaching and learning. We could have looked at adding those various pedagogies, etc., that I sort of discussed earlier. But we found that our biggest lever would be the curriculum. If we truly want to make a difference, if we truly want to make a change, we have to look at the granular sort of progress in terms of what we want our oracy provision to be. We often talk about, looking at sentences and having a sentence level sort of curriculum, and we cut that down at a granular level. But when there is so much research out there that is telling us that good oracy provision is something that can enact so much change in terms of people outcomes and in terms of their confidence, then obviously this is something that we need to look at even. And so over the next year, we've been looking, and we will start looking at the various skills and knowledge that are involved in terms of from year 7 to year 13, in terms of our oracy provision, to look at that schema and sequencing of our oracy provision, and to really think about planning that. There's no point us saying we're going to implement something and we're going to implement something new in our curriculum if we haven't actually thought about how we're going to plan for that change and how we're going to build that change. So this entire year at the moment is just a planning stage before we start looking at implementing our ideas. And so one of the things that has been useful in helping us to think about how we're going to interrogate the problem is just looking at that sort of timeline of how long we expect us as a department to audit the department's subject knowledge, to deliver those PD sessions, to think about how oracy is going to fit into our curriculum from year 7 to year 13, because at the moment our overall aim for this year is to sequence the core knowledge, the threshold concepts, the substantive and disciplinary knowledge, so that we can develop our students' spoken language. Because if we get this wrong, and if we don't get this right, there is absolutely no point in us actually improving our oracy provision. And so this is what we're spending our entire year doing. So I'm kind of speeding up a little bit because I haven't got much time. But for us, the important lessons that we've learned to have been cemented is oracy is a curriculum issue. It sits at the heart of what we do. And so we need to invest time in that and not just give it this sort of cursory sort of opinion. I'm sure many of us would agree that oracy is important. If it's important, then of course we need to action it. The second thing is talk is a valued part of making sense of the English curriculum. Even when you're co-constructing knowledge, even when you're discussing with your class, that is a very valuable part of what we do. And so planning those opportunities for structured talk is something that is incredibly important. But it's about giving students a genuine voice, which for me, I think is the most important thing. We want to give our students a toolkit by which they can communicate and go out into the real world feeling confident about who they are, the opinions that they have, and to really articulate those opinions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graf. We are now running 2 minutes early. Amy is clearly I would think we just need to worship you, Amy, as the, again, goddess of timekeeping. So you get a bonus 2 minutes for your break for the next part of this afternoon. So we'll be back at 3:05. Thank you. For those of you who didn't hear Tom, more drinks in there.
no, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, folks, if we could just take our seats for the final time this afternoon. Our final keynote speaker then is someone who is incredibly knowledgeable, not just in terms of the kind of the English classroom and the amount of CPD that she shared online in terms of subject-based knowledge, but also in terms of supporting other colleagues and in things like coaching and mentoring as well. Hailey has very, very kindly added to our stash of Raffle prizes. So we've got copies of Humans in the Classroom, Preserving Positivity, and Mentoring in the Classroom. That was Humans in Schools, Mentoring Schools. I've had too much Prosecco. It's the Prosecco. But yeah, so Hailey is very, very kindly giving us 3 books, so 1 copy of each. And what we'll do at the end, we've gone through, I've just done a random name generator all at once in the break. So we'll share 1 slide with all the prizes on at the end. So there won't be a kind of long, prolonged wait to find out that you haven't won anything anyway. So I'm going to hand over to Hailey, looking at the critical lens for looking at Macbeth.
Can you do my click? Don't click yet. Yeah, should we have a symbol? If I kind of go like that, you can click or something. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, no, not like that. No. My God. Yes. So I'm going to stand on this post-it like a very good girl. The last time I stood on a post-it like this, I was actually auditioning for X Factor. Oh yes, with a hidden camera bag for the News of the World, because I was a News of the World journalist before I was a teacher. I don't often admit that. So hopefully I'm not going to break into song today. You will be very glad to hear. Although if Tom Rogers keeps giving me half-pint glasses of Prosecco, who knows? The night is young. So I am Hailey Hughes. Lovely introduction, Rich. Thank you so much. I was an English teacher for way over 15 years for my sins. I left the classroom not this July just gone, the July before. And now I am head of education at Iris Connect. Some of you may have heard of it. Cameras in the classroom, PD, that kind of thing. And I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Sunderland as well. So I strategically oversee all of their mentoring, and I do a tiny bit of teaching on the English PGC as well. So I'm really chuffed to be here today in a room full of English teachers, because I really, really miss my subject. And I really miss the kids. And I'm dead lucky that I live in the same village as my old school. My son is in year 10 at the school as well. So I still get to see the kids all the time. And they've actually created an urban myth about me. Some of you may have seen this on Twitter. So none of them knew what I was leaving to do. And I push my little 4-year-old to school every morning in a pram. I drop her off because we live in a village with big hills and she's got small legs and she moans. So I push her in this pram and then I walk back with an empty pram. So the kids have seen me, and I heard one of them say, "Oh, she just walks around the villages all day with that pram now." So according to the kids I used to teach, I no longer have a job. I'm just a strange kind of, I don't know, cat lady with an empty pram. And I've also got a beauty spot tattooed on my face, and the kids used to say it was a prison tattoo. So I miss being that cool teacher. So hopefully in the next year or so, I'll think about going back. So I'm going to speak to you today about something that I'm really, really passionate about. It's about using critical theory. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the approach first of all, but then I'll take you through some kind of ideas for teaching Macbeth using it as well. There you go. Okay, so when I've talked about this before and when I've said it on Twitter, there's been some quite loud, quite prominent, edgy voices who've said to me, academic theory at Key Stage 3 and GCSE, why bother? Because of course knowledge isn't important in English, is it? Nonsense. And thank you, Rich. So I'm going to refer to some of the kind of examiners' reports, etc., that talk about some of the things that I think might be inextricably linked, really, with this idea of big ideas, concepts, and critical theory.
So from the paper 1 examiner's report in 2021, they talked about some of the best responses having a thesis statement, so a golden thread that goes all the way through a literature essay, and that's something that I'm going to talk a little bit about today. And I think you can use ideas from critical theory to actually be a conduit for students to be able to develop those thesis statements. Next one. This is again from the Mark scheme. It talks about this idea of responses being critical, being exploratory, being conceptualized. Now, it's really funny. I think it was Garav who spoke before about how you can't get English teachers to kind of understand the Mark scheme, or was it you, Donal? It was one of you. You can't get teachers to understand the Mark scheme, and I think they're right. If I was to ask any of you now what the word conceptualize mean, you would tell me probably 30 different things. And I'll talk about what I think conceptualize means in just a second. Rich. And Ofsted, boo, dirty word, okay? I would say not at all, actually, and I'm really happy that we have Zoe Enza at the helm now for Ofsted English, a real teacher who's got time served at the coalface, and what Zoe Enza doesn't know about English isn't worth knowing. So I think we've got actually a really bright future ahead of us as a subject. And in their subject review, they actually say it would be useful for students to learn how critics apply different perspectives, as well as knowing about influential readings of specific texts and how interpretations of text can be reached. And don't get me wrong, it's absolutely about students coming up with their own personalised responses. That's what we're looking for. But with the best will in the world, some of our students might need a bit of help with that and a bit of scaffolding. Thanks, Rich. Okay, so we're in Manchester. We started the day with Chris Curtis's appalling Mancunian accent, mad for it. I'm a Manchester lass, and I can't do a conference speech in Manchester without referencing the Smiths, big part of who I am. And when I was doing English in school, and actually when I was learning to do my PGCE at Liverpool Hope, I was kind of looking at what I was supposed to be teaching and looking at things that I was supposed to be learning as a GCSE student and thinking, this says nothing to me about my life, to quote Morrissey. And it was only really when I got to A-level that I started to really have this whole world of English being connected to the wider world, to big concepts, big ideas, to the history of English. It really opened up my eyes and made me think, actually, I love this subject. It was reading people like Sylvia Plath, Margaret Atwood. I hadn't had any kind of contact with any of those writers, any of those big ideas at GCSE. It was very granular literature teaching, or, you know, we were studying perhaps Limbo, the poem, and limboing under, you know, ruler sticks on the way in, sitting under tables, pretending we were rowing in boats. You know, it was, what did I get out of it? Well, I can't remember anything I learned. I just remember sitting under a table. So, you know, it's very different, the approach I think that we're taking now in this subject. And I actually think it's a really great direction that we're going in. Thank you. So I mentioned before about a golden thread, and I think this is really, really important. I think it's important in literature analysis, but also in writing. And Chris kind of touched on this earlier on about this idea of, you know, polishing the pebble. Well, on you know, a Friday afternoon with bottom set year 9, I'd be happy polishing a turd, to be quite honest. But yeah, polishing a pebble is good. And I think, you know, this kind of golden thread, this thesis that runs all the way through, can be linked really well with some critical ideas. But I've marked for AQA. I've marked paper 2 for a couple of years in literature and was like, sat this, why am I doing this for the same money as paper 1? When there's like, what, 4 different mark schemes? I was like, what the hell am I doing? And then I went to marking paper 1, and I did see some students referring to critical theory. Well, Freud says, well, Bouvier says, you know, it's like kind of critical theory ping pong. And it was very shallow. So hopefully what I'm going to take you through in just a second, we'll try and avoid those kind of quite shallow links. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the kind of practicalities of it now, and all about really kind of applying those ideas. And it's not something that comes overnight. Now, in my old school, I taught at Saddleworth School. Do any of you know Oldham? Woo! Yes, okay, good. I taught at Saddleworth School, and we started to embed kind of these big ideas, these critical theory ideas, right at year 7. So by the time they got to year 10, if I was to say to them, you know, how might we interpret that if we looked at it through a feminist lens, they wouldn't be looking at me going, eh? So essentially what I'm saying to you is that these ideas take practice. It's not just something you can do in one day and get them to go away and come back with an amazing essay. Click please, Rich. So one thing I used to do with students, especially kind of in year 7 moving through, is I used to give them a big A3 sheet with a coat hanger on like this, okay? And I'd, you know, have this little coat hanger as a pet. I'd give it a name. Bob is always a good one. So this is my coat hanger, Bob. And I would tell the students, you know, this is your friend, because basically this, you're going to have your thesis statement in the middle of this, and you're going to really use some kind of visual prompts to start hanging your ideas from this. So it's a golden thread. Okay, next one. So a good way into doing that, if you don't want to start off with teaching critical theory first, is to give them a statement. So I've got a statement here that links to feminism, and the students might have like kind of a general grasp about what feminism might be. But obviously you get those kind of 11, 12-year-old lads who go, feminism, don't they hate men? You know? So they have quite simplistic ideas of it. So it's good to tease those out. So we've got a statement like this that is taken from a critical theory paper. So I'm not saying you all need to sit down with an academic journal and read 15 pages, you know, with your year 7s. Just take a really controversial statement from it. That's a good start. So we've got here, you know, Lady Macbeth deviates from the laws of convention, and so we do not even see her as a woman. She affronts our sensibilities. She's redeemed when she shows herself as feminine in the final scenes. Now, obviously, that would take a little bit of pre-teaching of vocabulary. There's some words in there that, you know, the students wouldn't be aware of. And this wouldn't be kind of the first introduction they had to that vocab. We'd do some pre-teaching for that. Click. So then, you know, I'd get them to say whether they agreed or disagreed with it in the middle of the coat hanger, and then they would spend some time hanging ideas from that. And they might get that from some dialogic teaching that Gaurav talked about before. You know, they might work in some really well-structured groups with a teacher, you know, working in sort of tandem with them, coming over, probing them with exploratory questions, etc. But, you know, by the end of the lesson, we would have something that we could really get our teeth into and discuss. And I might model what their answers might look like in an analytical paragraph. Okay, thank you. And then we sort of move up to GCSE, and we've got our extracts there, haven't we? And say by this time, I wouldn't teach all critical theories. It's too confusing if you think about cognitive load. But for example, I might choose maybe feminism and psychoanalysis for Macbeth, because they're two that fit really well. And after we've done kind of a period of teaching, we'll think, well, so what? What can I do with that? So I might split the class in half. Half will analyse this through a feminist lens. Half will analyse it through a psychoanalytical lens. And then we'll kind of come together. We'll hear examples of that, etc. So you can link it directly to the outcomes on the exam as well. Okay, we can go. Another idea also as well is using these critical statements as a springboard. So getting the students to actually have a strong voice and like Gaurav was saying, to kind of platform their opinions. Because so often you will ask a student something and they'll give you their opinion, and then you say why, and they just go, dunno, just cause, you know? So using these as a springboard is a really great idea. There's a line in Dead Poets Society. I'm a little bit obsessed with that film. Apologies to people who saw me present on it at Research Ed. I am obsessed. And he says something like, you know, I yarp my opinions across the world or something like that. And that's what I want my students to do. I want them to have the confidence to be able to yarp their opinions. So we might have a springboard where, you know, we get the students kind of saying, well, do I agree or disagree with this? And I would carry on. My arm's going mad. I'm cranking him up. You know, and they're springboarding from this. So I might then kind of say to them, right, you agree with this? You know, indeed, certainly, this seems to be the case. So we pre-teach some of these sentence stems. But, you know, we also have to be encouraging our students to be critical and to be able to disagree with it as well. So there's a theme here, keep springing. So, you know, however, in my opinion, though, this is a rather weak view because. So I'm not telling them they have to agree with everything that they're reading. They might not. And, pre-teaching these kind of sentence stems will help them to articulate and formulate their opinions. Okay. Now, also in the Ofsted report, and this was one of the lines that caused a lot of consternation among some in the English world, was that pupils require a contextual and aesthetic knowledge to appreciate a text. Now, I'm not wholly in agreement with this. I think that you can read a text and appreciate certain aspects of it. However, I think to be able to get to that contextual, conceptual stage where you're thinking about the big ideas, you probably do need some of the knowledge about it, because essentially you can't be what you can't see. Now, when I went to university in Leeds, I'm going to stand up and tell you a Jeremy Clarkson story now. I was the first person in my family to ever go to university. My mum was 15 when she had me. I went and I was amongst all these quite kind of middle class students, and they were all talking about like Kafka and socialism, and I'm thinking, is like Kafka like a clothing brand, or is it a posh aftershave or perfume? And I didn't possess those mental models, those sophisticated schemas, those references in my life to be able to join in those debates. And I want my pupils to be able to join in those big debates, and that's why I don't shy away from having really high academic expectations of my pupils and teaching them, these big ideas in academic theory right from year 7. Okay, so bear with me. Chris had his pebble earlier on. He's much classier than me. I've got my analogy that I always use with students about concepts and being conceptual, and it's obviously Travis. Okay, so we've got Courtney and Travis. I'm a bit like Dolly Parton. I think Dolly Parton said once to a mum said, "Oh, she's trash," and Dolly Parton said, I want to grow up to be trash, and that's kind of me. So a lot of the analogies that I use are very pop culture. I don't apologise for that. And for those of you who are aware of Kourtney Kardashian before she met Travis Barker, what was she like, Becky, would you say? She has, yes. So for those of you who are listening kind of virtually, Becky just said, shady lady, just said, Kourtney Kardashian, prior to meeting Travis Barker, was very clean cut, we would say, very kind of glamorous, etc. And she met Travis Barker and now has changed into this rock chick. Now, we have kind of these, I would say, notions of what a rock chick looks like, don't we? That have become kind of cemented in our knowledge and our perspective, in our schemas, we might say. She with the leather jacket, the dark sunglasses, the dark hair. I've even seen pictures of her with like fake tattoos on, playing drums. You can't get much more rock chick than that. So what I would say is that my students, I'm trying to get them in a really short window of time to be able to convince the examiner that they are a brilliant analyst of literature, that they are really intellectual, that they know about the big ideas, the big threads, the golden threads, in a really short time. And Kourtney Kardashian has managed to persuade people as an influencer in a really short time that she's actually a rock chick now. So it's about, well, they're the references for her influencing the public, that she's done this. What are the references that we can use to make our pupils influencers, essentially? And we're going to talk about what some of them might look like. So for this, I'm going to borrow from this marvellous human being. Who is he? I heard one person say it right, I think, then. Isn't it a sad indictment on English teaching that we knew who Kourtney Kardashian and Travis were, but we don't know who Sigmund Freud is? Okay, so yeah, Sigmund Freud, some might say the father of psychology. Now, I have always been really, really interested in Sigmund Freud. And, Andy talked about dreaming of Ebbinghouse's forgetting curve. I've had some dreams, I tell you, that would make Sigmund Freud kind of write a book. So I decided that I wanted to do a master's in psychology a few years ago because I thought it would be all regression and, talking about your childhood and snakes in caves and other iconography. But it's actually really mathematical, and it's like a proper science, and it was all about the brain and stuff, and I didn't like it. So the brand of psychology I'm going to talk to you about, of psychoanalysis, is very much based on kind of the work of Sigmund Freud today. Okay, so one of Freud's most famous ideas is this idea about the id, the ego, and the superego. And some of you, I think this is sometimes best exemplified by that picture from The Simpsons. Have you seen that one? Where you've got Homer and you've got the angel and the devil on his shoulder. And I very often use that with kids when I'm introducing this concept. And if we were going to link this to Lady Macbeth, I think this is a really good place to start with kids because they just get it. So you've got, Lady Macbeth has some really strong id characteristics. If you read that green block, you would say to yourself, yep, that's Lady Macbeth. You could think of really precise places in the play where she exhibits those characteristics. So, her desire for power, I would say, is actually quite primitive. It's quite aggressive. She's not very well balanced. And her superego, kind of the moralistic, the right thing to do, is actually outweighed and crushed by her id. It's her ego that's supposed to mediate between the two different kind of modalities in characterization. I would say that's crushed, or it's pretty much non-existent. And what Sigmund Freud also says is that, the id is very much something that we all possess, but it's hidden below the surface. And we see that very much with Lady Macbeth. Think about when the king comes to Dunsinane and she greets them, I'll be your faithful servant kind of greeting. But she's just literally 2 minutes before been having a conversation with Macbeth about killing him. So what I like about this and about the thing I'm about to talk to you in a second is that I think it creates much more nuanced ideas about Lady Macbeth, because like me, you probably would have been quite frustrated that the kids all go, oh, she's evil. I hate her. Like they all think Eric's a sound guy. At first. And it's really funny, a lad I tutored last year and I taught him in year 10, sent me a card, and on the card he actually put, P.S. I now know what you mean about Eric. So I was like, job done. So, the very simplistic views of Lady Macbeth, and I think this understanding of kind of the tensions that work and the challenges beneath the surface of her character is quite a good one to explore with kids. And there's a really great paper. It's an old one now, but it's quite accessible to read, and I think it's actually open access online as well. If it's not, by the way, and any papers that I say today you want to read, DM me. And I will send it to you, because I feel very privileged that as an academic, I'm a pra-academic, as an academic I get access to all of these papers. Like, ask Mary, how many times have I got papers for you? Exactly, yeah, so I'll do it. So Draper did this really great paper about the fact that he actually claimed, and this is based on kind of work of Sigmund Freud, that Lady Macbeth had a psychological disorder. So I think that's a really interesting idea. And I think what it's done to help my students actually is for them to be able to sympathise with her a little bit, because she's a pretty hard character to sympathise with, I think, until Act 5. And even in Act 5, kids go, yeah, well, she deserved it. Eye for an eye, innit, miss? Karma, okay? So I think it's a way of getting them to kind of see beyond this simplistic analysis. So he cited evidence, Draper, that included the sleepwalking, the hallucinations, and he claims essentially that she's been infected and poisoned by all that she's done. And if we look at that quote, unnatural deeds do breed unnatural troubles, infected minds. So, that's what he believed at that line. Very much his interpretation was about her mind being infected and poisoned by all that she's been through. And we'll talk about more of that a little bit later on. So it just suggests another kind of facet to her quite complicated character for me, that she, avoids students becoming really obsessed with this black and white good versus evil thing about her character. And it's also in this act that I think Lady Macbeth in Act 5 awakens her superego. If we think about those three things, she realizes her wrongdoing and she becomes really racked with guilt towards the end. She attempts to wash away the blood, and that correlates again to this mental instability. That repetitive behavior again can be linked to that psychological disorder that Draper talks about. And for me, I think the hand washing, after a lot of the reading that I've done as well, is very much linked to that symbolic act of removal of sin, of baptism. She yearns for salvation for everything that she's done. And it can be associated with that washing away of sin at baptism. So that access to the angel on her shoulder, if we think about the superego, it relies on this washing away of sin and kind of a return to innocence that she longs for. One-handed changing of notes is an absolute pain. So if we think about some more of Freud's ideas, we've got lovely King Duncan there. And this is still my favourite interpretation. I really love this one. Apart from when Lady Macbeth gets naked and also Banquo's son. They literally cannot cope with a bathing scene, can they, with Banquo's son? It's so annoying. So Freud, if we think about kind of when Macbeth was set, there's this idea of the king very much being the father of the country, okay? And Lady Macbeth says, actually, doesn't she, I couldn't kill him because he reminded me of my father. So I did a lot of reading up on kind of kingship around sort of the Middle Ages, and there was this idea of the king kind of being the father of the country. And when Duncan goes away, he abandons the country through his death, things start to go wrong. And obviously that can be linked to the great chain of being as well. So she gets nightmares, Lady Macbeth, perhaps. Perhaps she's redreaming about his death because she's talking about who would have known the old man had so much blood in him. And what Holland, in one of his papers, terms that is a masculine women's version of the Electra complex. So you know about Oedipus and Electra. So when Macbeth killed him, it could also be argued that it wasn't just regicide, it was also actually a form of parricide as well, because he killed the father of his country. Scotland got sick without Duncan's presence and care, the way that a child would get sick, essentially, without its parents' guiding hand. So again, kind of linking to some of Freud's ideas. And that's also evidenced as well in this language analysis. There's very much Oedipus parallels here. You know, what hands are here? Ha, they pluck out mine eyes. Well, obviously, one interpretation of that is that he wants to pluck out his eyes to never see and revisit again the things that he's done. But actually, for me, it's a direct link to Oedipus because, you know, he killed his father, didn't he? And plucked out his own eyes. So again, you know, when I'm talking about critical theory, I'm very much analysing it on 3 levels. On the micro level of the words and kind of the sentences, on the meso level of the whole play, and then on a much more macro level of the big ideas in society as well. Okay, next slide. So one thing I wanted to touch on as well, which I think is a really important theme in Macbeth, which links very, very well to psychoanalysis, is this idea of childlessness. There's a thread throughout the whole of Macbeth about this, and it runs all the way through the play. And this was a subject that Freud wrote an awful lot about. I think for me, it's one of the major themes, and it's a catalyst for everything that happens in the play. Freud claims that childlessness was a curse to Lady Macbeth for all of the bad deeds that she did. And if we look at Hollinshead, which we all know was one of the inspirations for Shakespeare when writing Macbeth, actually the true story of Macbeth tells us that the Macbeths ruled really well for years. They didn't do all of the bad deeds that they did in the play in Hollinshead. They ruled really well for years, and they waited for children that they hoped would come. And actually, it's only when they don't that the Macbeths began to become a bit more tyrannical. And I think that's a really interesting perspective on it. We're given hints in the play all along that the Macbeths have had children in the past. We've got that great line that makes the kids and me, I am a 15-year-old boy in a woman's body, snigger, you know, I've given suck. He claims that, Freud claims that losing children in their infancy, Lady Macbeth may have developed a kind of psychosis that made her feel impotent and unable to actually fulfill her role as a mother, which we know at the time that the play was set was very much the primary role for women. Instead of that, she doesn't have children, so she ploughs all of her energy into gaining power through her husband. Perhaps another facet of that, because of the patriarchal society, might be to even look at the fact that this was written right at the beginning of King James's reign. You know, we've just seen Elizabeth. Some people, when I spoke about kind of feminism with students, they've said, oh, miss, but they must have been quite feminist because they had a female queen. And I've had to explain to them, no, that actually, you know, there were a lot of very powerful men surrounding Elizabeth. If you look at some of her most famous speeches, she was denouncing being a woman. You know, she was talking about, you know, I may be a woman, but I have the heart of a man. So, you know, it isn't quite as clear cut as that. Was Lady Macbeth doing what she could to survive in that patriarchal society? You know, perhaps, I don't know. And another facet of that very much is the fact that, you know, she talks about her breast milk as gall. She even repudiates her breasts as this sign of kind of feminism, this symbol of femininity and motherhood. So that quest for power that she has, it fills that void that's left by childlessness and her anchorless role in this patriarchal society. We could even link this idea of childlessness to Macbeth very much as well, because what Freud argued is that perhaps Macbeth was embarrassed by his failure to provide any healthy children in the relationship and an all-important heir. And in an attempt to kind of mitigate those feelings, he essentially tries to please his wife by, you know, being as violent as possible. We're told about him unseeming a man from the knave to the chaps. Manly, okay, at the beginning. He gives her what she desires. He, you know, she goads him. If you durst do it, then you were a man, okay? And really, this sword that Macbeth has as a soldier, it's kind of a phallic symbol, which he uses to unseam those people from the knaves to the chaps. He's no failure on the battlefield, but is perhaps a failure when it comes to producing children. And to mitigate that and to feel better about his own emasculation, he does anything that his wife asks of him. Now, some people might be listening to that and thinking, oh, she's got no idea, how am I going to do that with, like, you know, my bottom set year 10 on a Friday afternoon? And believe me, I've done this with bottom set year 10 on a Friday afternoon. I'm not stood to you here in front of you as a consultant who's been out of the classroom for 20 years and thinks that running a few workshops a week in a school means I'm a real teacher. That's not true. You know, I've literally been out for a year and I've done it. And this comes from really an experience that I had where I was an NQT and I started school and I had a bottom set year 10, you know, who used to say things to me like, pull me finger, miss. And I knew what was coming if I did. They used to fight on the floor. It was a nightmare. Never forget Troy, if you're listening somehow. And my head of department said, oh, you don't really need to. English wasn't double weighted then. It was back in them days. You don't really need to teach them the literature. Just get them to colour in Macbeth's beard. And those low expectations are what I came into this subject with. And to be honest, it took years to get the mindset going that actually no, all children deserve a chance to be able to be challenged, to be able to have the world of English, you know, opened up to them. It's not just about those narrow confines of the text that we teach. So just to finish off, I'm going to skip through that, but I'll share the slide on Twitter. It's just about the four humours because I know Amy's going to literally garrot me in a second. So how might I link this to a thesis statement I mentioned earlier? Well, I very often use what, how, why for thesis statements. Thank you, Becky. You know, I will get the students to think about kind of what is the big idea that you're talking about. So I've got, you know, Shakespeare cleverly portrays Lady Macbeth as somebody who's deeply affected by her status as a childless mother throughout the play. So I've taken something that have been taught in a really granular way there, an approach, and linked it to one of the texts that, one of the extracts that was given. Now I've got my how. Through her constant chiding of Macbeth and her eventual mental disintegration towards the end of the play. Why? Shakespeare demonstrates that she's a complex character who serves as a warning to the audience about what can happen when our desires are not controlled. So I like using what, how, why for a thesis. Other people use different things. That's great. But just make sure it's that golden thread that deals with a huge idea that you can then talk more about. So, back one. Just some resources. I've written about a conceptualized approach to revision, looking at big ideas on my blog. And on it are two big lectures that I've done. So you get to listen to my beautiful Mancunian voice, mispronouncing really academic words. So I get the students to basically, instead of going back and rereading and re-annotating a text, because, you know, evidence has told us that that does absolutely nothing in terms of retaining knowledge, they go back and they look at key scenes around some big ideas, and I spell out the approach there. And then last but certainly not least is, I'm in the middle of writing a critical theory book for Routledge. I say in the middle, I've been doing it for 2.5 years. It's currently 80,000 words, and I've still got to do Romeo and Juliet and Jekyll and Hyde. So it's going to be a whopper. So if you're listening, Stuart Pryke and Amy Staniforth, who's the big guy now with a book. Mine will make theirs look like a pamphlet. So So here's kind of an idea of the sort of stuff that's in it. It's like basically a kind of lit drive in book form. Please don't trademark me, Cat Howard. So it's basically looking at kind of big concepts. It's for students and teachers. Some of you in this room have read chapters of it and give me loads of suggestions. Matt Lynch was the best. He came back with about 2 pages worth of stuff saying, have you thought about this? He's too clever. So it's really accessibly written, whiz through. And Routledge are going to kill me, but if you scan that QR code, you can look at a chapter sneak peek, which is called, and Smith's reference again, Suffer the Little Children. Depictions of children in A Christmas Carol, that one. So read it. It's not been edited by proofreaders, so if I've like misdone the semicolon, please don't feel the need to have to tell me. But if you love it, tell me. Yeah, hopefully that'll be out at some point next year if I ever get my finger out. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Hailey, and looking forward to that coming out. I'm just going to leave that QR code up there for a quick moment. I've already got it on my phone, so. In terms of our last chunk then, so moving on to our last section of the Teachmeet, our next speaker going up from Macbeth is going to take another look at Shakespeare as well. So we've got Elaine McNally. Just pass it on to you, Elaine. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name's Elaine, and I'm going to be talking about some ways to think about Shakespeare. Although after Hailey's amazing speech, I hope I've got something to add. That was, it was brilliant. So this year I completed a Traction Fellowship. Linked to the Tide project. And I studied literature modules in race, belonging, migration, and empire in the early modern period. And so as a consequence, I found myself thinking about whether or not I was promoting diversity in my curriculum and then not engaging with it in my teaching of Shakespeare. So I've got 10 minutes. So I'm not claiming to be able to unpack a really difficult subject. And I know I really risk offering only very simple tokenistic statements to complex issues. I'm also discussing this as a white person who's made mistakes in relation to race. But I can see that Shakespeare's plays are a product of colonization and convey what an early modern culture already understood about racial otherness. Shakespeare is not a bystander to race making. Yet, whatever the plays were doing in the 15th or 16th century, I do believe that they can do something different now through intentional approaches to language and through opening up ideas around performance. So, oh no. Thank you. So my talk is about how I've started to think about Shakespeare in order to disrupt legacy approaches to race in his plays. So there are challenges in teaching this, both for students and teachers. Do students have a language to discuss race and racism and to debate in a critical way? Equipping students with key vocabulary and having a shared understanding of important concepts is really vital. Race refers to a fiction that flattens and simplifies experience, allowing blanket statements about people. Do students grasp this? When teaching a Shakespeare play, I would really recommend this resource. It's published by Tide and it's called Keywords. It explores those contentious words that appear frequently in the plays and considers how they have accrued meaning in relation to issues of identity and race. So I've adapted it for Key Stage 3. I've used it with A-level and I've used it tons for my own subject knowledge. In any discussion of race and identity, it's really important to meet students, but not to leave them where they are. Literature should be contested, points of view debated. To do this, I might challenge assumptions by choosing different entry points into a Shakespeare play. So, with The Tempest, I might not start by sort of looking at Caliban through the eyes of the colonizer. So nervous. looking at Caliban through the eyes of the colonizer, uncritically assuming that he's been gifted language. I might address positionality and show students Caliban seen from a First Nation perspective, asking if the version of Caliban, who is a monster, is entirely the construct of the European characters who are looking. Does he appear strange simply because he does not present as a white European body? What if I show this image as a representation of Caliban rather than this? Again, considering entry points that challenge assumptions, could I show this image of Juliet to ask what they think the character is like? And what impact might that have, rather than starting with this? Creating a space to talk about the racialized aspects of the plays might involve normalizing discomfort. Silence is not neutral when it comes to race, and silence may cause difficulties for students. Teacher positionality is important. It might be uncomfortable to recognize and address the impact of a dominant white perspective. We can't know what Shakespeare intended, but in so many places in his plays, race is most definitely held up for our attention, and discomfort might mean not looking away. So Shakespeare deals in many stereotypes. Do students see themselves represented in the play? Is this representation fair? After all, what we choose to teach has consequences. Readers who encounter the literary canon from a position of deficit, or who are always embodied as an antagonist, not only find themselves excluded from the allegedly universal experience that the canon is supposed to encompass, but can actually experience harm from the canon's fire. The moment when a student realizes that the text is talking about them can be profoundly uncomfortable. I'm also sensitive that some children are not racialized at all, and therefore it can be a shock to understand how others may perceive them, perceptions that they may not recognize or accept. In this book, Karen and Barbara Fields offer a definition of what they describe as racecraft. It refers to mental terrain and to pervasive belief. Racecraft originates not in nature, but in human action and imagination. So what does this mean for a study of Shakespeare? Well, I think it's possible to look at Shakespeare's plays and expose the framework of belief underneath, the moments when racecraft is visible, where the imagination works through language to build absurdities and falsehoods, disguised as metaphor, masquerading as truth. Consider all the references to blood in the plays. Race expresses itself through the condition of the blood. Morocco, in The Merchant of Venice, might challenge colour prejudice by asserting that his blood is reddest, but that only serves to reinforce that his blood is different from European blood. In the plays, literal blood shifts into metaphorical blood, which then conveys ideas about racial purity and difference. Metaphorical blood can pollute in ways that biological blood cannot. This is the thinking of racecraft. And if I only investigate that which allegedly pollutes, weakens, or threatens whiteness, what are the consequences for all students? Difficulty comes with the uses of black and white, which really are not value-free colours. Although the endless juxtaposition between dark and fair could be dismissed as mere speech act and metaphor, this language, which matters hugely, implants into the imagination an instruction as to how blackness is to be received. Jeffrey Boyachi notices this when he writes about language that continues to cast darkness as malignant and evil against a bright white ideal. So I try and unpack this miscategorization by shifting my view and considering the construction of whiteness as well as the nuances of black as a descriptor. Now, it's only a really small thing, but using open source Shakespeare to look at how words accrue and shift meaning in the plays is a really great exercise. Press hard on the language. The poetry is there to be interpreted. Create space for students to dismantle and reimagine, inviting them to draw on their personal experience to create interpretations. There are other difficult areas. Now, I know the worlds of romance or fairies or strange islands seem benign, but maybe they are not. I wonder how hostile the language in the plays is to some students. In Much Ado About Nothing, Claudio's line, "I'll hold my mind were she an Ethiop," often gets cut in performance for its jarring racist connotations. Do I cut it in the classroom? There are other similar racial slurs in A Midsummer Night's Dream. So despite the discomfort it might entail, engaging with these difficult parts can actually enable students to offer their own critique of injustice. I just want to add a couple of points about the curriculum. I want every student to have every opportunity to pass exams. What I'm advocating is not a distraction from important content. Analysis of literature text is enhanced by examining how language constructs racial categories. Sam Gibbs has spoken about a concept-centered course, and particularly at Key Stage 3, this can help build racial literacy. Looking at groups of people in isolation can make it difficult for students to interrogate concepts at a deeper level. So I want to avoid superficial representations or just slotting race into Shakespeare. If students encounter the same concepts across a range of texts, they acquire a language to ask questions, to raise objections, and debate ideas. So a concept-centered curriculum might avoid affirming students' misconceptions that racial literacy is achieved by touring the experience of various racial others. Have I? Okay. So it's as important to select diverse course materials as it is to interrogate hidden frameworks in language. So many countries around the globe have long performance histories of engaging with Shakespeare's plays. They're not just passive receivers of Western ideas. There are other Shakespeares, and looking at them provides a great opportunity to challenge performance expectations. And I really don't have any time to unpack this properly, but investigating alternative performances with students can really open up conversations. There are many. If you're teaching Othello, make some space for writing back. Conversations about Shakespeare's plays that include a diversity of voices are interesting. Traditional knowledge is robust enough to take a little non-traditional knowledge into the mix. And also, when seeking to include other Shakespeares, be honest about intentions and outcomes. No one needs saving. This is about normalizing conversations and giving students a vocabulary to have discussions, not presenting diversity as a deviation from a norm, or waiting until a non-white, non-European character is introduced in a deficit position before having that discussion. There are many things that I've found useful. These are just some of them. Nate and Teaching Shakespeare, the anti-racist Shakespeare series for the Globe is incredible. There are many exciting opportunities to develop important subject knowledge that is broad and encompasses a variety of perspectives. And just quickly, for general pedagogy in the teaching of race, this essay significantly influenced my approach. So, to conclude, when I study a complex text like a Shakespeare play with a class, the aim is to move them from comprehension to independent facility. And there are many routes to do this. And one way is to develop global perspectives and racial literacy in order to add to the layers in the text. Acknowledging that Shakespeare was in service of empire is not incompatible with appreciating the extraordinary craft of the plays. Thinking about his place in the canon means students gain the ability to critique his influence and reach their own decisions. But overall, bringing students and their lived experience into conversations, dealing honestly with racial stereotypes, communicating the idea that the play gains meaning in performance has been a really joyful experience. And that's where I want to end, because I love teaching Shakespeare's plays, and I love Shakespeare and I love teaching him. Equipping students with racial literacy is a serious responsibility, but in the lesson, where learning and meaning can be co-constructed, there's always lots of joy to be had. So hopefully, I've covered these ideas. Just a final thought. Anti-racist teaching, we've had amazing kind of examples of pedagogy today, but anti-racist teaching is both subject knowledge and pedagogy. So it's a win-win. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Elaine. That was great. Next up is Amy Smith, and I feel like a shout out is coming on for Amy. So Amy is part of TM English, and she's been multitasking today. So not only has she kept fabulously detailed notes on every speaker's presentation today, she's also been running a very tight ship with the event schedule, hence why we're running to time. She's also been running the social media account for today. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Amy, who's up next. I have the privilege of working alongside her in the same English department. She's an absolutely brilliant teacher and a superb teacher of A-level, and Amy's going to be sharing her thoughts on A-level teaching now.
Can you click for me? Thank you, Sarah. I feel like I'm going to be a massive letdown now after that introduction. I'm going to be talking about A-level teaching today, curriculum planning for A-level teaching, but what I'm going to say is also really relevant to Key Stage 4 and probably Key Stage 3 as well, certainly the literature side. And lots of the ideas that I'm talking about have kind of been picked up on, discussed, mentioned in other people's talks. So I think hopefully my talk won't repeat what other people have said, but will dovetail really nicely with their thinking. If you want to contact me, my Twitter handle is there on the screen, and my blog address is there as well. I've been so happy when people have come up to me today and say that they use my blog. It's been really lovely. I'm also delighted today to discover that I'm known as the person who does the literary quizzes, or who did the literary quizzes, and it's just really lovely to talk to people about that. So if we click on, thank you. When we're thinking about curriculum planning for A-level, I guess we need to start with our aims. And there's quite a lot of things that we're aiming to achieve at A-level. So first of all, and maybe most importantly, we want our students to have really genuine and enthusiastic engagement with the text. You know, that really comes across in essays, in discussions, if students understand the text, but also just love reading it. Sarah and I shared an English class last year, who we absolutely rave about. Shout out to you if you're listening, last year's class. Pardon? They might be, you never know. They do follow us on Twitter. And just their passion, like they always exploded into the classroom to tell us something that they had discovered about the text. So we want that genuine engagement. Kind of alongside that, they need that expert knowledge of the text that's been mentioned earlier. That really shows in exams if students are able to range widely about the text and make connections between different sections. And of course, we want them to be literary critics in their own right. I'm not going to unpack what that means because I won't have time, but you can, take a photo of the slide if you like. And we want them to have a lifelong love of reading as well. For the past few years, I've dedicated kind of 15, 20 minutes of every week of my A-level lessons to talking about reading for pleasure, which seems like, a loss of time, but actually it's really paid off because they read widely, they love reading, and then that kind of helps to support their learning as well. So if we've got those views in mind, there are also some challenges with A-level teaching. And I think we often kind of mystify A-level teaching. A-level teachers kind of swag around the department. I'm going to take a cup of tea to my lesson and just kind of sit back and, let this lovely discussion happen. And I've just got knowledge pouring out of my ears. But actually, there's lots and lots of challenges. And there's often a lot more background work outside of the lessons. So the first thing that I certainly found a challenge was that subject knowledge. My PhD is in 20th century poetry, not in Othello, but I've managed to kind of upskill myself in that. Finding good quality resources can be really difficult at A-level. People slave for hours, creating their own resources, writing their own model essays, and building a teacher network. So there's been loads of work done on this over the past few years. LitDrive CPD and resources are amazing. There is so much stuff on there that you can just pick up and run with. my blog, which I've mentioned already, Team English on Twitter, obviously the TM English icons. Something I'm working on at the minute, and I'm probably not allowed to advertise this. I don't know if that's breaking the rules. Pardon? It's a shameless plug, absolutely. FSD conferences is one of my projects. Started this year. The next one is in 2023 in March. It runs in Durham at Fram. Early bird tickets are on sale to the end of next week. But there's going to be a section on that about Key Stage 5 teaching. So if you're interested and you're in the north or you're able to travel to the north, then come along. Okay, sorry. But if you go back, Richard, so the thing I'm going to talk about today is the volume of course content and how we deal with that particular challenge. So if you flick on, and if you're teaching at A level and you're teaching Othello, you will probably read the introduction to the Arden edition of Othello, and you will come across this paragraph. So just take a minute just to skim read this, please. Okay, so you might have only got halfway down, but imagine it's your first time teaching the text. You've just read this, and probably by the third line, you're completely overwhelmed by the challenge that you face in teaching this text at A level. How on earth are you going to finish teaching the text? How are you going to give the students the knowledge that they need about the ideas to do with race, about religion, jealousy, the difference between a domestic tragedy and a military narrative? And you're thinking, I've only got kind of a few months to do this. How on earth am I going to navigate my way through all of these questions? So that's kind of where the title of my talk came from today, that we need to find a route through the text. And I've said kind of a route in the singular there, but there are so many different routes that you might take in a text. And I generally take a different one each year, depending on the class and their interest and so on. And you kind of have to accept that you may only take one route through the text with one class, and you might signpost them other routes, and that's okay. So that's one of the reasons I have my blog, which is to do that signposting work for me, so that students can go on there and they can read kind of more widely if that's what they're interested in doing. So how do we find this route through the text? Well, the first thing that's important is to read. Sorry, drunk a lot of Coca-Cola today and eaten a lot of sweets and not had enough Prosecco yet. So the first thing to do is to read and reread and reread the text. And as I do that, I kind of let the text crystallize around a particular quotation. So these are the texts that we teach at the moment at A level at our school. And these are the quotations that I kind of have in my mind when I'm doing my curriculum planning for this. I don't teach Keats anymore. Sarah teaches Keats at Fram, but I used to teach him, and I absolutely love Keats. And this quotation, I think, really articulates the central ideas in Keats's poetry. That moment in Keats's poems where you think that transcendence is finally possible, the Nightingale song or whatever it is, you're going to rise above earthly sufferings. And then it disappears and, suffering comes back and you're back to reality. And that's really captured in that modal verb and the juxtaposition of the philosophy and the angel's wings and so on. So you find a quotation from your text that articulates that central idea. Just one, unfortunately, is probably loads you could go for. So there's other examples on the screen there that I'm not going to have time to talk about. And I've got a number of criteria in my head when I'm choosing these quotations. So does it articulate the central idea? Does it open up discussion and debate? I think that one there from Othello really does that. And I don't have time, but that would link beautifully into Elaine's talk and discussions about race and so on. Is the quotation juicy? Shout out to Jenny Webb. I reference her in every talk I do. But a juicy quotation is one that you can really delve into the language and the structure of the quote. Is it memorable? Is there a turning point? Does it contain a motif? So I try and pick quotations that fulfill all of those different criteria. And then if we move on, thank you, Richard. So once I've picked my central quotation, I then build this route through the text. So I choose a series of quotes that kind of pivot around that central quote. I think I'm mixing my metaphors there. So here's an example from Othello. And it's using that central quotation, my blood begins my safer guides to rule, and this theme of passion that we have in the text. So starting with Act 1, Scene 2, where Othello is so rational, he's so kind of in control. He's telling Iago violence is not the way. Then in Act 2, Scene 3, we see that change and that violence and that irrationality starts to develop. And then by Act 3, Scene 3, we see that he's going to tear Desdemona to pieces, or he says that he wants to do that. And that's kind of the route that I took through my quotation bank book. If anyone's got it or interested in getting it, a lot of it is to do with that theme of passion, irrationality, rationality, and so on. An example there from Jekyll and Hyde as well on the topic of repression. So these quotations are all from chapter 10. And for Jekyll and Hyde, I take the quotation, "My devil had long been caged, he came out roaring," as the kind of central quote for that particular text, and then choose the other quotations to build around that. So essentially what I'm doing is picking a series of motifs that will guide us through the text and make the volume of the text manageable for the students. Then, of course, I use this in my curriculum planning. Lots of you might have my Othello booklet or my Kite Runner booklet, which are on my blog. So I use it in my own planning, but I also share these with students. And there are a few examples on the screen there of how you might do that. You could have a nice pre-reading task. So maybe give them Othello Act 1, Scene 2 and Othello Act 3, Scene 3 and say, right, what would need to change for Othello to change, to transform from one to the other? You might use this as analysing motifs, or as a really good revision exercise to get students to maybe select their own route through the text, or you might give them the route and say, what are the connections between them? I think Andy talked about that almost as a knowledge retrieval activity earlier. And also use this to build an argument. Because if they build this argument around these key moments in the text, they're demonstrating their textual knowledge, really engaging with the analysis of the text because they're talking about motifs, and also just, showing how much they love that text as well. So how much time do I have? About 30 seconds or less, I reckon. No one's been timing me. Thank you, Hailey. Right, so I cannot believe that no one's been timing me. Right, so this is my last slide anyway. There's a lot of benefits of thinking in this way. Because of course, when we're teaching A-level and Key Stage 4, they do need to do the exam. They need that passport to the next stage of their education. It's not all about that, but that is an important element. And if you think in this way, you're telling students how to build that argument. So that really strengthens their AO1 for their exam essays. And also that skillful analysis of motifs can help them to build in that AO2 as well. And I know there's been loads of stuff said on Twitter about motifs over the last few weeks, I think since some examiners' reports were released. Okay, so thank you very much. That is it from me. I'm going to pass back to somebody.
Thank you very much, Amy. On to our final session of the Teachmeet. So we've got Becky and Laura talking to us about improving writing through modelling. Before I hand you the mic, sorry, I just want to say they've very, very kindly given us 2 copies of their new book with loads of models of GCSE literature essays. It is incredibly useful, I think, to use with students and a bit of a time saver for us. Certainly something I'd wish I'd had as an ECT for my own development too.
Hello. Okay, we've got 10 minutes, so we're going to do a whistle-stop tour through something a bit more specific than is on the kind of schedule. When we talked about kind of what to go into today, we were going to talk about modelling, but we thought 10 minutes is not enough to cover kind of the way you would deliver models across a Key Stage 4 curriculum. So we've decided to kind of like focus in on planning. Hopefully it will be useful. So we're going to just start by very quickly talking about the reasons behind modelling planning as part of the kind of essay process. And I think it's interesting that a lot of people today have been talking about bridging knowledge into exploration of texts. And this is kind of, for me, at GCSE, or for us at GCSE, that bridge. Okay, you've got all these quotations, you've got all these ideas, what you're going to do with them, and how are you putting them into an essay. So we suggest, and I know lots of people will do this differently, about 5 minutes for a student to prepare their essay within a kind of 50-minute response. Somebody talked today about kind of the golden thread of an argument, and I think that's something that we talk about quite a lot in our book. And I believe that a student, if they're going to follow that kind of thesis statement and have a conceptualized response to a text, they need to plan their answer. Okay, so like with everything, their ability relies on modeling and repetition. So their ability to plan is a specific skill that if we don't teach them how to do it, they won't make that bridge between the knowledge and the essay. It builds retrieval practice, but in a kind of healthy way, in that they're applying it. I do this a lot, but I say I do, we do, you do approach in terms of modeling, but it's kind of a cycle, constantly going back to the I do, not just like for a really long time, here's loads of my plans, now we'll all do it together, now you do loads of plans. It's about kind of repeating that process. And it builds textual security, which I think is a massive thing that's come out of the examiners' reports this year, which I'll touch on in a second, is that students need to know the text in order to explore it at a deeper level. Now, here's a few snippets. I'm not going to read them all out. We'll share this from various examiners' reports. Things like time spent planning an answer can be helpful in organising ideas. This one here is interesting. Unfortunately, there was also considerable evidence of a lack of planning. Occasionally, spider diagrams were used. We're going to talk about mind maps, which may generate ideas but do not help with organisation or cohesion. A lack of planning resulted in unnecessarily lengthy responses. This one here is for language rather than literature, just to be clear. This is from this year. I think I shared this on Twitter, and I think someone else earlier shared part of it as well. Responses would be, helping students to construct complete responses would be to consider planning. There is evidence of planning. There is frequently a well-constructed answer. What's interesting for me, I think an examiner, subconsciously, when they see a plan, thinks that a student is thinking about the structure of their response. So there's kind of something going on there as well. This has definitely been shared. So one benefit of planning is it encourages students to think about how they start their response. And there was some discussion on Twitter not that long ago about this idea of starting with the extract, and people kind of misunderstanding that as you start with the extract, even if it's the end of the text, and then you kind of hop your way backwards. That makes no sense to me. We had a big push in our department for a really long time about, with teachers, teaching students to plan and respond in a chronological order to a text.
Like a double act. It's like a great duet, isn't it, really? But we had to think, really, because I think a lot of teachers and a lot of students focus on what the ingredients of a really good essay are, or the ingredients of a really good response, because we've got the kind of assessment objectives that do help to guide our teaching, whether we explicitly talk about them or not. But we did have to think about what are the ingredients of a really successful plan, so that when students are planning, they are following that and they have got something to kind of hang their ideas on. So one of the main things was ideas that directly relate to the question. I think probably a lot of us have come across things where you haven't answered the question, and that's probably because their plans don't respond to the question that's right in front of them, as obvious as that might seem. Lots of people have talked about thesis statements, overall ideas. Sometimes we talk about lines of argument at our school, but a main idea that everything can link and relate back to, so that they're not kind of having this scattergun approach to loads and loads of different points. We think a plan should really signpost the students to key moments within the text that they can really hang loads of their ideas off. Laura's just touched upon this, but the idea that they can develop their ideas in a chronological order. If they don't understand the text really, really thoroughly, it's going to be really hard for them to bounce between ideas and find those connections. So whilst not every single question, this is specifically to do with literature, will require them to write in a chronological order, a lot of plans will be helped by planning in a chronological order. So you might want to consider teaching or practicing scaled down quotations, and then really quick links within a plan to AO3 and the writer's purpose, because that's often something that students forget to do. And it's really key, because if they don't understand why the writer's written it, or we don't always understand why Shakespeare wrote things, but we have a go at trying to sort of make an educated guess, their ideas could fall flat, sadly.
Right, okay, so a few strategies. I'm going to do these really quickly of how we embed planning, modelling planning in a classroom, okay? Talked about this before, but using lots of mini extracts. Just because the students in the exam get a really long extract, well, I think it's quite long actually, that doesn't mean that's how we have to teach it, and that doesn't mean that's how we have to teach them how to plan. So lots of short extracts, short moments in a text. What are your kind of ideas? How does this link forwards and backwards? Becky's going to talk about anchor planning in a second, which is a good way of doing that. Similar thing, plot bouncing. It sounds a bit weird. Whenever I'm teaching a text, I'm constantly going forwards and backwards, and it's the benefit of a cold read, which Jenny Webster has spoken about at length. Linking moments together. I'm going to go through this quickly. Teaching motifs. I've talked a lot about that over summer. It's a big push for my teaching over the last couple of years, and as a department, I would say. Searching the text. I love using online versions of the text and just searching for words and then like hopping around what's happening in this moment, all that sort of thing. Quotation application tests, which is something I shared years ago, which has like 4 mini questions on it, and they just real speed plan 5 in a row. It's quite interesting getting them kind of timed. Giving the students the thesis statement that you want them to plan for. So that's quite an interesting one, kind of taking something or giving them part of it and then getting them to do something with it. Reverse planning. This is an interesting one, and it's something that I've done before, but I'm going to use our book for because it's going to help us as well. The idea of giving them an essay, what's the plan for this? And finding faults, giving a half-complete plan, getting them to fix that plan, what's missing. So, for example, removing the kind of chronology and just giving them like 4 ideas around a mind map, what's wrong with this plan. And then plans as retrieval activities. I think sometimes people forget that the very act of planning kind of combines a lot of the skills that we need them to kind of achieve by the time they get to their exams.
Okay, so we're just going to talk through some different planning strategies that you can use. So probably worth talking about the fact that different plans can be used for different questions and different plans suit different types of students. We both taught 2 Year 11 classes this year with diverse ranges of abilities, and it doesn't work for all of them. So anchor planning, I cannot claim we did not come up with this phrase at all. This is from Alex Quigley, but we have sort of formulated it into a kind of plan. And I think the anchor is quite a clear image for them, the idea of sinking the anchor. Now, this is particularly helpful if you've got a question that requires you to respond with an extract, because what we ask a lot of students to do, especially in my classes, I'm like, where's this extract from in the text? So where are we going to drop that extract on our chronology line? Where's it going? Begin or middle, end? Like, really easy way to think about it. They could say it's from the end, so I'm going to drop my extract onto the 3rd anchor point, miss. I'm saying, right, what's important then, what's significant, what's a really key moment that comes before that, kind of in the middle of the text, and then bounce back again. What's another real key moment from the start of the text that helped you to get to your middle point and then get to your end point? It's quite visual for them because they can see how the text is progressing in a chronological order. They're also really useful plans if you've got students that like to kind of mind map but don't have very much direction, who like to scribble down all their ideas. They've got little keywords, they've got little sort of gobbets of knowledge that they want to get in, because you can do all of the following things. So you can have your key moments, you can put in your supporting references. That gives them that kind of little crux when they begin writing. You can jot in a couple of writers' ideas, just a couple of keywords, and then you can talk about the significance of the idea. Now, it doesn't have to be as huge as that. That looks really kind of messy and muddly, and that's because that's mine as a teacher. I wouldn't expect a student to be doing that much, but what you can see is that it's taken you through. I've made reference to my kind of AO2 points and making sure that I've got some terminology in there, and it's really useful. It doesn't have to just work for your really kind of high ability students. My set 8 really liked this, and they liked kind of finding their way through because they found a journey. So that's kind of anchor planning.
The next one is mind map planning. Now, I had, for a really long time, had a big issue with this, probably supported by a student that I had a few years ago who just kind of, a version of their mind map would be just loads of words, you know, with a line, just words. There's no journey. They don't really know where they're going with it. So I provide a structure around mind map planning, which I know sounds a bit weird. So it's not really a brainstorm. It's a structured thing. So here we go. Here's an example for Macbeth. The thing for me is that the focus of the question has to come in the middle. As an examiner myself, I think sometimes that the focus of the question gets lost about halfway through a response, especially when some exam boards give kind of a little bit rogue themes, you know, the fears of a character, and you think, oh God, I haven't taught them that. But that needs to always be at the center of what they do, answering that question. The idea and some evidence for it on each kind of element. I then encourage students, they don't have to do it straight away. They can go back and do it afterwards if they just want to have their 4 ideas. I then encourage students to kind of plot the chronology. Now here I've done like act scene, but I can say to students, you can just do 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm okay with that as long as you know what order they come in. Again, this relies on textual security. And the thing is here is that it can go wrong. A lot of these can go wrong. As Becky said, like, you have to pick the right plan for the right class. And I currently am teaching 5 classes across, year 10 through to year 13, and each of them are taught how to plan differently. I think that's really important.
Okay, so this really links to what's been spoken about already, the idea of a thesis statement at the top. Sometimes we call it a statement of purpose or a line of argument. And then that line through the middle, I suppose, comes back to that idea of the golden thread, which I've not used that terminology, but I think I'm going to adopt it. I talk about it as fishbone planning, the idea that actually that spine, I don't know if fish have spines, but that spine of the kind of fish, and then you're hanging your ideas on. It's really useful for them. It's very similar to anchor planning, but the idea is that they cannot deviate away from that thesis statement because everything can be linked back. So what some students will do is put their ideas for their paragraphs one each side and then do a little arrow that goes back to the thesis statement. If the point doesn't go back to the thesis statement, then that can't work. It won't work because the argument won't be that coherent. This is much more commonly used with my A-level students who really like this. And I think sometimes if they can't understand the concept, you can talk to them about, it's like being a detective when you've got those big boards that you see on TV, and then you have to put all your ideas on and pin them with like a pin and a thread. But it's a really sort of visual thing, and they can formulate their ideas super clearly.
And the last one is grid planning. And I've done 2 examples here. Again, they're both just ripped out of the book. But they are a plan for A Christmas Carol, just a kind of extract-based essay. And then this one here is a comparison. So I use grid planning for comparison generally. I'm sure lots of people do. You have the thesis ideas again, as Becky said, with the others kind of clearly at the top. This one here is kind of quotations down the side. I use this for classes where they just come up with quotations really quickly, but they don't really know what they're doing with them. So I say, okay, you put your quotations on the one side. Now we go back, and can you add all the ideas on the other side? Just whiz through here. This one here is kind of, it's an approach. Comments on the named poem. That's for AQA, Power and Conflict. And then the second 2 parts of the grid are going back to the first poem. Lastly, hopefully we're on time, 4 examples from students. We've had a lot of papers back this year. There's easier access this year from AQA. And so we've got quite a lot of papers back, and it's really interesting going through papers from different teachers and seeing kind of a range of planning styles and seeing what's working and thinking carefully about where they work best. Thank you so much, by the way, for the graveyard shift. Whoever made the schedule, and we've sat here all day and just been like, oh my God, we're last. But hopefully that was useful. Quick whistle stop tour. Thank you.
Thanks, ladies. That was brilliant. Okay, so we've actually finished on time. Thanks, Amy. I think we're just ending with a raffle, Rich. And am I right in thinking you've prepared this in advance? So this is going to be a speedy. Going to raffle off all of the prizes that we have left. Okay. Yeah. Before you come and collect your prizes, can I just take this opportunity to once again thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate you giving up your time on a Saturday. And as I said this morning, it's lovely to be with you all in person. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. If you don't follow us, please do give us a follow on Twitter, and we'll keep you updated with upcoming events online and in person. Thanks so much again to the speakers who volunteered their time today to share their expertise. We really appreciate that. Thanks again to our sponsors, People Progress, Harder Education, Oxford University Press, and the Quotation Bank for helping to keep these events free and for helping to provide a free bar today. And thanks also to the TM English Icons team for helping to pull this together. Are you going to give the event of the... Are you talking about the pub, Tom?
Um, obviously, huge thanks to the team. So we're going to give them a big clap now of Rachel, Richard, Amy, and especially Sarah, who's put this as coordinator all together today with their support. So massive clap to them. Yeah. There is a pathetic 4 tiny, nice, posh bottles of Prosecco on top of that cabinet at the back, which all 4 of you are going to pick up on the way out, as if you haven't had enough Prosecco already. But there's 4 more bottles back there. Massive thanks to the sponsors today. Without them, obviously, we wouldn't be able to do this. Teachmeet Icons wouldn't be able to do this, making it free for everyone to attend. That's Oxford University Press, Quotation Bank, who are sat at the back over there. We've got Hodder, Pupil Progress, and also Teachers of Stationery for the packs that you all got initially when you came through. So huge round of applause for them as well. Some of them have gone, but it doesn't matter. And then I think Sarah was going to talk about the drinks, but basically in a minute, some members of the team, possibly all members of the team, are going to walk. All members of the team are going to lead the crowd down to the Piccadilly Tap pub, which is literally an 8 or 9 minute walk from here, just next to Piccadilly Station. So if you get in the train, you can go there first, maybe pop in for a drink or two before you get the train. If you're sticking around, we're going to stay in the Piccadilly Tap for a couple of hours probably. Then we're going to go somewhere else for food with everyone who's still out. So then obviously it'll carry on beyond that if anybody wants to. So I just want to thank you for coming to the event, because without you coming, it wouldn't be as amazing as today's been. So thank you so much for making that journey to come out today. Cheers.
Yeah, so if you win a prize, if you can see your name on the board, come on down.
Right, which one is it? Right. I've not got a pen. Can I ask you to write down your address for that one? That one we need to post out to you. Thank you.
Mine's the writing game.
The writing game. Oh, there's one. There should be an. Oh. Sorry.
I nominated to someone.
Nominated to someone else. Tools for teachers. That one. Humans in schools. Not got a pen, that's all. Could you write your name and address on there for us, and we'll post it out? We've not got those on today, I think. Feel free to go grab a pen somewhere in the room. Sorry. Oh, Sarah, pen. Thank you.
Oh, there you are. She's there in the.
No, that's all right. Leftover ones we can. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Put those in there. Thank you. Thank you. No, it's really good.
I know we say that every event, all really good speakers. They were really good.
Are you? Oh. Very honest. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know what it is. use that, I was like, last night, so we didn't know whether it was. We know we can leave them together. Yeah, I'll be the one who needs to. I'll be the one who pretends. The PowerPoint, the first one was Sarah, and then I.
Who put the PowerPoint? Did you put the PowerPoint together?
Yeah.
We thought that was great as well.
Yeah.
And he was amazing on the set.
It was brilliant.
You were just all brilliant.
I'm just used to. I'm with nomad at school, so all the class students. So I'm used to stuff not working when I turn up. Having to like work it out. Oh yeah. Yes, know the basics.